It did work. Okay, cool. Maybe. Hang on, let me see. No, it didn't. Huh. Kind of. But Twitch isn't working still. Oh, now it is. Just a moment, just a moment. Oh, that's so weird.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good, thanks. How are you?
Huh. If I go to my Twitch channel, it says I'm live, but it doesn't show anything. I wonder if I... Then Restream says YouTube is offline, but it's not. Huh. I don't understand that at all. Oh, whatever.
Doing excellent. Thanks for having me on today.
Glad to have you here. Yeah, we are live. Everything seems to be working fine. I'm sorry, I'm still new to streaming in general, I feel like, but especially in streaming to Kick and Twitch. I wanted to address your question that you asked me in your email, why I was not streaming it on YouTube, or if I wasn't streaming it on YouTube. And yeah, basically I stopped streaming on YouTube. I used to stream on YouTube, and I stopped for two main reasons. So one was
Interesting.
that YouTube removed a couple of my videos for content warnings, because I guess because of some stuff that guests of mine said, and it doesn't seem to matter like what your own position is and if you're arguing against it, but it seems like they're pretty strict about like what your guests are allowed to say. And
Okay.
so
That's
yeah,
frustrating.
so that was one reason why I would prefer to build like a second uh like have alternatives and have other options. So, and that was, yeah. And then the second reason is because I think that mainly the people that are watching it on YouTube, when I'm uploading the highlights, they have already mostly seen it. So it's like a dual thing. So our conversation, depending on how it is, I will basically cut it into separate parts if that's even possible. Sometimes it's just not possible. Then I just upload it as is, but there will be no like cuts in between or anything, so I will not like misconstrue what you're saying to let's eat all meat or something like that, so don't worry about it. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so just in general, maybe would you like to introduce yourself?
For sure. What's up, everybody? My name is Natalie. I grew up in the US, the southern US, and I was always a big meat eater, being from the South, lots of barbecue, things like that. And then it was during quarantine when I had extra time, I started learning about the effects animal agriculture has on our world in general, as well as on the animals. So since then, I've made the decision to go into animal advocacy. So now I work for an organization called Pro Animal Future, and we are working on banning factory farming in the US legislatively. So that's kind of the main goal for right now.
Mm-hmm. And you also have a YouTube channel.
Yes, I do.
Yes, that is how I found you. And I've watched quite a lot of your videos actually in the last
Oh, nice.
in the last week. Yeah, so first of all, I would like to clear up a bunch of stuff, like in terms of what would you like this conversation to be like. So I don't know if you've watched any of my content, but usually it has a tendency to become pretty debatey. It can become that, but it definitely doesn't have to be that. But I also usually think that if there is disagreement, it shouldn't be unaddressed, even if we just say agree to disagree or something like that. But yeah, so if you're like, I don't know, if you don't feel comfortable about like, but I saw actually like in your channel, I saw that you're actually really enjoy debating. So yeah, what's your stance on that? Is that still something that is up to date? Are you still someone that is enjoying a healthy debate, or has that changed?
For sure. So, yeah, I basically started my channel mostly debating people on veganism, but whenever I am having those types of conversations, I like to frame it in a specific way. So I don't want it to be you, I want it to be us, like collaborating to get closer to truth. So that's kind of the goal that I enter conversations with. And I would hope that you would be on board for that. If it does become more contentious, that's also fine too. I have a lot of experience with that as well. And I think that you're right, that is generally what people like watching. So I'm happy to do that as well. The reason I've moved away from debates is because I'm less interested in individual advocacy at this point, which means I'm not specifically trying to get people to go vegan anymore, because my organization did a lot of research and found that that wasn't really landing with people. And it works better to break people out of the consumer frame. Like, we shouldn't just think of ourselves as consumers, right? We're so much more than that. We should think more of ourselves as citizens. So asking, how can we create a better world that's fair to animals and humans collectively, as opposed to like this us versus them mentality?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's
pretty good.
That's a good approach. In terms of what people find interesting to watch, I've basically had this. I regularly have this debate with my viewers and also sometimes with my guests. So basically, this is like a space. This channel or the stream is supposed to be like a space where neither I nor my guest has to worry about being entertaining or being exciting for the viewers. So basically, you can be as boring as you want, as long as you think it is interesting. I'm also interested in it. So yeah, we don't have to like get at each other's throat just to make the public happy. Yeah.
All right. Well, I promise anyone watching, this isn't going to be boring, so stick around.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just like I was thinking about opening with something with showing a picture, but then I decided against it because I thought it was kind of in bad taste, and I don't even know if it was like cool to do that on YouTube. So the year before last year, I think at the end of 2023, I was in Vietnam, and at some point I walked around like in the city of Hanoi. I walked for like hours, which I always do when I explore a new city. And at some point I got into this neighborhood that was like totally local and very much far away from everything that was like touristy. And all of a sudden I came across like this stand which had like basically not fried, but like a dog that was like basically completely baked, but like as is. Like you could basically see the shape of the dog, like in all of it. Like you could recognize that it was a dog. Like, yeah, and I was quite uh like I was quite shocked by that. Not like directly shocked. In the first moment I was like, because it was such an unusual thing to see, right? But in the second on second thought, I didn't really feel very bad about it, probably for reasons that you would probably agree with me more than most meat eaters.
Sure. So, yeah, I'm actually really glad you brought that up, though, because talking about the differences between dogs and farmed animals, or really the similarities, is where I like to start a lot of my conversations on animal rights. Because to me, I come from a scientific perspective of it, which is that, hey, we know that
Interesting.
animals feel pain, they suffer, they can form emotional bonds with
Oh,
humans. A lot of people have dogs, and they know that that's true for dogs. Pigs are
she comes from a scientific perspective to inform her uh, emotional and moral stand. That
actually
makes
smarter
sense.
than dogs. So while it is shocking to
Okay.
see a dog like that, we walk by pigs like that all the time and don't even think twice about it because of the way that we've been indoctrinated in society to view some animals as objects and other animals as individuals.
I'm glad she said indoctrinated. Um, hey, Elk, how's it going? Nice to see you, buddy. Um, I think whenever I hear a vegan conversation, if they don't talk about the indoctrination of how we view animals in society, I think it's a big miss. BoredKanack, friend of the channel, uh, did a veganism debate with somebody who's not me. So I wanted to highlight that, and I'm also just interested to see what he has to say. Um, he also had a really good conversation with Smith that I put in the Discord. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It was very good.
So that feeling of shock that you experienced initially, I think you could chalk it up to, oh, it was just unusual. But I would bet that it was a deeper emotional feeling that you actually didn't like to see a dog treated as an object because maybe you've had bonds with dogs throughout your life. Would I be
Yeah.
right that you've ever bonded with them before?
Yeah, absolutely. But we've also like I have like a rural background to a certain
Hmm.
extent, whereas my father is from the Middle East, and he's basically like from some remote village in the mountains, and he grew up there, like he spent his childhood there, but then moved into the city when he was like going to school for going to school and working, and but still like we would go there every year for summer to see my grandparents and to see a lot of other relatives of ours that were still there, and so I was always really close to like that whole farm uh, type animal agriculture.
Hmm.
So not only like sheep, goat, cows, chickens, turkeys. Yeah. So and of course with dogs always. I've had a dog. Like my mother has had a dog, and I've always loved dogs a lot. And I also like cats. Like I I like animals. Like in
Okay.
yeah.
Hey, it's nice to see you too. And thank you. Hopefully, it turns out to be interesting. Uh, a lot of, I think a lot of creators don't handle veganism debates the way I'd like them to. But I trust BoredKanack probably more than most streamers, so it should be good.
But that's
What do
not very
you like
unusual.
about them?
Um, oh, that's a good question. Like, I guess with dogs, it's like you can really bond with them. Like, you can have like a very strong bond with dogs. With cats, it's just like I guess I just like them because they're like, so they like to cuddle and they like to take what they want. Like they want to cuddle with you, then they just come and they cuddle with you, and then they just ignore you for the rest of the day, which I think is kind of charismatic as well, has its charm as well. Like, um,
You're like the girl that only likes the guys that ignore her, right?
yeah, exactly. And yeah, so I don't know. Like I also had hated some goats because they were like
Goats are pretty
Yeah,
intense.
because
Yeah,
like
they'll just come
yeah.
after you.
Yeah, they can be like they can be assholes, but yeah, they have like a personality. You can tell that they have
Right.
a personality to a certain extent, right? um
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's one of the things I like to talk about a lot is that when we really get to know animals, we recognize that they are all unique individuals who are having some sort of experience of life. And, I've met a lot of different animals in my life, a lot of different dogs. Some dogs are incredibly sweet, some are really grouchy, in similar ways that humans have all different personalities as well.
mhm.
And I think that when we really do have the opportunity to get close to farmed animals and maybe you don't have to kill them after 6 months or a year, then you can really bond with them. I've met sheep that are just like so sweet, and cows are really, soft and lovely creatures. They play like dogs. So I
They
guess
do.
my main issue with society is just this arbitrary line that we've created among different species. This species is okay to kill and eat, but this species isn't. But in reality, they all share the same characteristics, especially scientifically, that show that they do deserve moral consideration.
Yeah, we will definitely get into that. Like there will be probably our where our core disagreements will be. um but I wanted to start with that because like I rewatched a couple of my streams, and I'm pretty like I like to disagree with people. I'm not like confrontation avoidant, like conflict avoidant at all. But what I saw that I did is that sometimes after a certain amount of confrontation, I've had the need for harmony, and then I was basically trying to find a common ground with my opponent, with the person that I was with, not opponent in that sense, but like you know what I mean, and
Yeah.
that sometimes happened to be the two of us having a common enemy or some common thing that we both
Yeah.
dislike, and I don't think that's so good. Like I feel like it shouldn't be that way. So I would prefer to first of all have like all of our common ground to be like positive, and not like us the two of us not liking someone, like just maybe just agree on some stuff. That's what I want. And second of all, I wanted to get it out of the way first, like put it there first, just for us to basically have a basis from where we can go, instead of basically using it as a patch later on when we've already disagreed so much. So yeah.
Well, I'm curious, what if we did have a common enemy that was maybe a really destructive industry, right? Like we could look at the factory farming industry in the
Yeah.
world, really specifically the United States. It's controlled by about four corporations, and I
Yeah.
truly think they are evil. So if that were our common enemy, I don't see an issue with that.
No,
But I'm
I
curious
don't
what
see
you think about it.
no, I don't see an issue with us having like a common goal for to fight for, right? Like I can definitely see that happening. I just feel like it is kind of uh it can be done out of like the wish for creating harmony where there is none. Like there can be harmony outside of a certain discussion, outside of a certain conversation, in a different conversation, right? Like in a different on a different topic and on a different day, maybe even. But to use it like as something um
Like a
to
crutch.
like a crutch for us to get along better and for us to feel better about each other, that kind of feels like felt at least dishonest to me in the past conversation that
I
I've
like
watched
that.
of myself. And I have
So
done it
shows a lot of
without even
integrity.
really realizing it. But yeah, I just wanted to avoid it. So if you see it, you can also call me out if I do it again.
So
um
anytime you agree with me, I'll call you out.
exactly. So I think like the first thing that we can definitely agree about is that there is a double standard when it comes to like goats versus dogs, for example, right?
Hmm.
So and that was also the thing that like I was kind of shocked by how much, because I knew that people were eating dog. I have been to Asia a lot of times. I knew, for example, that I was in China for 3 months and people eat dogs there as well, in rural areas. So it was not something that was so uncommon, but I was like pissed at myself at how much I was shocked, because I was like, man, there is no difference between like the goat and the dog. So like
Mhm.
if you're coming from a point of view of some social contract type of argument.
It's weird that he'd be upset with himself. A lot of times, that's sort of what informs people that it's wrong. But for him, it seems like it informed him that it shouldn't be
Why
wrong.
you're eating meat,
Pretty weird.
then you could maybe say that, okay, a dog, you can have some kind of a social contract with a dog, but I don't believe like that that's the ground, like that's the basis for why we don't kill each other. I don't think that the social contract argument is a very good one. So I shouldn't be
Yeah,
like
it's weak.
yeah. So I think we can have a common enemy, which is me in that case. My reaction to the dog is stupid because like it makes no sense, right? So I think that's
Well, I think you're okay. So I think that you've kind of said, oh, I have this reaction to the dog. The problem is me, but maybe the problem is society, not you. Maybe your reaction was correct, and we should be having that reaction toward other forms of animal abuse. We've just been so conditioned by our ancestors and our past to stamp that reaction out of us, but maybe that reaction was actually right in the first place.
I like that.
yeah, maybe I guess that's what we're going to talk about, right? I guess that's the whole crux of it. But just like yeah, just in terms of the lack of, I mean, I used to have that reaction to when I first saw a goat being slaughtered, right? Like I've
Okay.
told this, I've had another vegan debate with my good friend Elder Drazi, who's vegan as
Hey!
well, and we've had a debate on veganism on this channel as well.
What's
and
up?
I've told this story before. So when I was like 6 or something, me and my cousins, we was sneaking basically to watch the slaughter happen.
I gotta grab a drink, but cool shout out. All right, back. I just gotta grab some caffeine. Okay.
And we saw it happen like for the first time when we were like, I don't know, 6, something like that. And it was quite traumatizing, right? Like it was like
Yeah.
we were all sitting there and we didn't say anything, and we had like eyes like this, and we were like, damn, what the fuck did we just watch there? Like it was like watching a horror
Yeah.
movie, right?
Wow.
So yeah.
I love that story. I think that's great. And I think it's really telling of the ways that, children come into this world with a sense of innocence and exploration. And they don't, like, if they see violence like that, they feel that it's wrong. And then everyone else, their parents and whatever, like, oh, we have to do this. We need to do this to survive. And they justify it to them. And then the kids don't know how to argue with it, right? So they just grow up thinking that that is the case. But I think that listening to your emotions, especially when you're young, is really important, and that they can be a signpost for, ethical considerations and how we should live our lives. Do we want to create a world with violence, or do we want to create a world of peace? I would take peace whenever possible, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. But like, I don't think I think that ultimately, like the source of our morals is definitely feelings. It's not like I don't believe in. I think it a little bit comes. For me, it's like I break it down in a pretty simple way. I think it's coming from feelings, but it's not as a direct one-to-one correlation. So I could have like a similar reaction to seeing my sibling.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know, recently, maybe it was the hotline before last. Mr. Girl said that morals are just your feelings, and it's not true. They're associated and tied to your feelings, but they're not just feelings. I think BoredKanack is getting closer to
thing
it.
being born, right? Like I could
Maybe.
like birth is like one of the like it can be really violent, right? It can be quite something heavy to digest, especially for a child, right? So like and same goes for like watching an operation being performed on someone who has broken their leg, right? So
Yeah. I guess I should clarify, like when I say emotions are a good barometer, I certainly don't mean they're the only barometer, right?
yeah, yeah.
You also have to look at like the effect that things have in the world as well.
Yeah, so I wouldn't like use that. I don't think it's a good argument in favor or against like what you're seeing there. A child being traumatized by it, or a child being like scared of it, or having a reaction to it. I don't think is like the a good indicator for if it's good or not, right?
Well, it's not a non-zero indicator though. Like if there were a child and they saw someone just stomp on someone's leg and break it and they felt that was bad, like that their reaction would be negative, and also it would be a negative effect on the individual who gets hurt there, right? So when you saw that animal killed, it was you were upset presumably because that animal was forced to suffer and die, and you didn't like the violence of it.
Yeah, so essentially the way I see it is that it is about yourself. So in ultimately, like at some point, like you have mirror neurons. I don't know if you call it that way, but
Yeah.
I mean even before we knew about mirror neurons, we would already know that it has some, like Adam Smith. I don't know if you've ever read Adam Smith, but in the theory of moral sentiment, he's basically saying that everyone feels something happening when you see something bad happening to somebody else. And I think that if you don't feel it, there's other things that are basically overwriting that feeling. So, for example, if you see like an operation happening on someone, your knowledge of it being necessary, of it uh, being logically and like it being good in a way, that overrides basically can override your feelings about that.
Okay.
But ultimately it comes
Yeah.
from your brain thinking about, oh my god, what if that would happen to me, right?
Yeah, we have the empathy to put ourselves in certain situations. And I think a big part of it comes down to desensitization. So, people who end up seeing a lot of blood, like in their line of work, they just sort of get used to it. Or myself, I've seen so many animals
Sure.
being slaughtered that it doesn't really bother me anymore. That doesn't mean I don't think it's wrong. It's that I'm
Yeah,
desensitized because I
exactly.
have to edit so many videos of it.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Okay, so that's like
That would
the
be
the first
terrible.
thing we can agree about is that definitely there is a double standard in terms of different species, and
Do
that's
you know
like
the word for that? There's a term. It's
uh
called speciesism.
yeah, I know that word. Yeah, yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
so I think you
but
could
that's
refer to it as
more
speciesism.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Mm,
What a
the
G.
the second thing I would like to agree on is that all life is precious, right? Like that's at least the way I see it. What do you think about that?
I am not sure. To me, precious, or like when people say all life is sacred, could imply some sort of like religious sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely wouldn't want to tie myself to that. I think that you could say that every individual values their own life.
What I mean is more from your perspective. Like, I think that something in a similar way when I see like a goat dying, like there is obviously the reaction to the brutal nature of death itself, right? But just other than that, even if it would be just like a needle injection where there's, or even like just a pill where there is no violence whatsoever, there is like something where I see, okay, something is gone now, like that has been there before. And
Right.
but I feel like the same way we would feel like when we, and people do feel like that when they see like a huge tree, like I don't know, a 200-year-old tree being cut down. It's like almost, I think like I feel stronger about the tree than I feel about a chicken dying.
Interesting.
Just like
Okay.
like I'm like, oh my god, like this is like a 200 year, this tree has been like here almost like so much longer than any person that is alive right now, like double the amount that the oldest person is right now, right?
Sure. Yeah, I think I would probably go back toward scientific evidence on that. I like trees. There are some trees in my neighborhood they're these beautiful oak trees. They're like 800, 900 years old.
Yeah.
Great trees. They do a lot for the environment. Squirrels live in them. Obviously, they're providing value to our world. But that tree doesn't have a subjective experience of life according to the scientific research right now. If you want to argue against scientific consensus, go for it. But I prefer to look at
Yeah,
evidence.
but wait, before we go there, we will go there. I promise we will
Okay.
go there. And I'm not like trying to prepare a trap for you or anything. But what I think is like what I would like to know of you, if even if you make the difference between, and we will talk about, that will be probably one of the most biggest points where we disagree. But even if you make a difference between plants and animals, like wouldn't you still attribute value to that tree's life, like compared to like a rock?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's another thing that a lot of people miss about veganism is they think that vegans kill more plants, but animal agriculture is inherently inefficient. So it takes 10 to 15 times more plants to feed an animal and then eat the animal. So even if you do care about plant sentience and minimizing it, that still points toward veganism.
You don't want to miss a chance to make to score a point for veganism, I guess.
That's what I do.
I mean, I feel like,
I mean, I think it's important. I think it's a really important distinction because people don't understand what animal farming is really like and how inefficient it really is. When we're talking about feeding a world of 10 billion people, we would do it so much more efficiently if we switched to a plant-based food system. And
but
I
I'm
think
not.
that that's a really important point.
I wouldn't even disagree with that point, but I don't feel like it has a lot to do.
She didn't say, so I'll say. The reason for that is that animal agriculture requires so much plant agriculture to sustain, and if we converted that farming for animal agriculture into agriculture, plant agriculture for humans, we would have significantly more food than we would the way that we're doing things today.
With my question, like I feel like it is. I feel like you are like trying to sneak in like an argument for veganism, where I'm just asking you a really simple question. Like it's a very and I don't even disagree with you on your point there. Like I do believe that if you process plants through animals and then that there is less, basically you have to kill more plants in order to create the same amount of calories. But but that has nothing to do with the point that you can still value.
He's being sneaky.
Sure.
Too.
And
trees,
yeah, I guess
right?
By saying kill more plants, he's also sneaking some stuff in there. I respect it, but it's still being sneaky.
to clarify, like when I have conversations like this, big part of my mind is on the audience too.
Yeah.
So, if anyone's watching it and thinking about like, it's a really common argument against veganism, like, oh, plants feel pain. So I like to address it for anyone watching, not just you specifically. Yeah,
no,
definitely.
That is definitely one of my arguments that, and we will go there. But I just
debunked it, so I don't know where it would go.
No, how did you debunk? Wait, what did you debunk?
I debunked the idea that vegans kill more plants. So, like, if plants feel pain, then we would agree that veganism is better because it kills fewer plants.
Oh, yeah. But
so if you're going to use plants feel pain against veganism,
but,
it's not actually an argument against veganism.
But that assumes that you can just count up the amount of value of life, basically in a quantifiable way, that we could just, like, let's say you agree with me. So basically what you're saying is, you're assuming that you agree with me, right? You say, let's say that was your argument, right? You're saying, even if...
Oh, I'm saying if I take the position that plants feel pain.
Yes. Even if...
But I'm not saying that you were saying that in this moment.
No, I know, but so what you're saying, the argument you're making right now is the following. You're saying, even if I would grant you that plants are also sentient and that plants' life is as valuable as animals' life, right? Even then, in terms of numbers, you would kill more plants by doing animal agriculture, right?
Yes.
But that presumes that there is like that I am thinking that we just have to count the amount of lives and then come up, and then basically the less lives we kill, the less damage we have done, right? That I am somehow,
Or I was going off your point that you said that all life is precious.
I mean, yeah, there is an inherent
Okay.
we attribute, that's basically the only thing I was saying, like so your argument only works if I also think that there is some mathematical calculation that I can do where one plant's life equals one chicken life, one piece of grass, but that's not the way I'm thinking. So
Okay, so how are you thinking about it?
we can go there, but I mean, the way I see it is goes
like
even further than plants. Like everything that lives,
Although I will give him
by definition, has in.
I do like his approach better than most. I think BoredKanack's pretty smart, and I do like his style here. But I'm certainly on her side.
Is interacting with the world, right? That's what living is basically. So we can tell that something is living if it's interacting with its world. Would you agree with that?
You mean like if it's responding to stimuli and such? I guess
Yeah, yeah.
the issue
For
I would have
example,
with that
it could be a
is that we
response.
have
It could be a response, but it could
right.
also be just something that it does from or like from itself, right? That it just becomes
Sure,
active.
yeah, the reason that I disagree with like the fact that something interacting with the world means it's alive is because we have a lot of things that interact with the world that aren't sentient, right? Like
But we're not
computers
there
and
yet.
cell phones.
But we're not there yet.
They're
We
having a
just
reaction to the world, but they're not sentient. So I would rather come at it from the idea of sentience, if
but
that would be okay with you.
no, because no, that wouldn't be okay, because I think it's really important. If you're talking about sentience, then you're basically saying that in distinction to something that is only living, right? So
Yeah.
when you say that animals are sentient and plants are not sentient,
Mhm.
then you're saying that because you think that plants are but you still think that plants are living beings, right?
Yeah,
You
so
still
once
think
again,
that plants
it's
are
not
alive, right?
about what I think, it's about what the biology says, and biology
What do
is
you
clear
think?
that like,
What do
yeah,
you think
plants are
that biology
alive, but
says?
they're not sentient.
What do you think
Biology
that biology says?
says that
I learned in primary
plants are
school.
alive and
Yeah.
they can respond to their environment,
Yes.
but that they don't have neurons or pain receptors or
Sure.
the
But
characteristics
that's not
that
what we're
would
talking
prove
about.
sentience.
Exactly, but that's not what we're talking
Right.
about. But we can talk about that also. But like at this point, I'm just trying to explain to you what my framework, but where I'm coming from, because you asked me if I like what my framework is, and so I ask you, do you think that plants are alive, right? That everything that is alive is but by definition, something that is interacting with its environment, right? So plants.
But I disagree with the interaction with environment part because there are many things that interact with our environment that aren't alive.
Okay, how would you see that like a cell is alive or dead, or a plant is alive or dead? How do you see that?
Yeah, you can look at it like if I'm pretty bad at having houseplants, so when I stop watering them,
Yeah.
they die, they become
Now, how
brown,
do
they
you know
stop
that they die?
growing.
How do you know that they're dead?
Right, they're brown and crumble up, and no
But
matter how much I water them, they're not going to come back to life.
yeah, so they're not doing anything anymore, right? They stop doing
Yeah,
shit.
so they stop responding to
They
their
stop
environment. So I
interacting with their environment. So they stop
yes.
taking in the water.
Yeah, I was gonna say more. I think the better way to say that is that specifically they stop engaging with their own biological processes. That would be my metric for if a plant is dead, is that the biological processes within the plant have ceased.
They stop like moving. They stop doing a bunch of stuff. So that's what we basically.
I'll confess it's a little bit nitpicky. What they said is probably fine, but that is how I would approach that.
That's how we define that something is alive, like where we see. And now you can basically take this definition of being alive and project that onto like computers and stuff like that, which is definitely a thing that you can do. but these definitions have existed also before computers were there, and we can now basically make the case: are computers alive? Sure, we can talk about that, right? But it still doesn't invalidate our understanding of what alive is, like, for thousands of years, right? Like, we know what alive means. Like, alive means it's doing shit.
Yeah. I guess so how does this relate
Okay,
to
just
whether
can
animals should
we?
have rights?
We will go there. We will go there. So because you asked me,
Okay.
like what my framework is. So I look at everything that is alive, and if everything that is alive is defined by its doing shit, i.e., is interacting with its environment, I believe the only way it can actually do so is by having a will to reproduce and survive, as well as knowing what is good for it and what is bad for it immediately, like in a very direct way. So when I see a plant going towards light, or a carnivore plant eating like a fly, like, I'm seeing impulses that are positive, and you can also see impulses that are negative when you cut off something, and so you can see basically reactions to the things that happen to be also bad or good for their survival and reproduction, right?
Like if you put a cigarette into a Venus flytrap, it's still
Yeah.
going to clamp down, but that's not good for its survival.
Yeah, it can, obviously you can kill it, right? Like
Yeah,
obviously it can be wrong, right?
sure.
But it has basically inputs, like sensory the possibility to for some things that are good for it and for some things that are bad for it, not for all things that are bad for it, right? We don't have like an extra sensory input that shows us when guns are pointed at our head, right? But we have like sensory input for cuts on our skin, or like, like, so there is, I think that's basically the precondition. Like, that's the
She should move into the capacity for suffering.
condition for life, is to have some form of pain and reward, like some sort of system that allows you to distinguish what is good for me, what is bad for me. I think otherwise, like, all of these interactions that we define as life would not make any sense. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So in my you can disagree with that, and we can talk about that. But in my framework, it's not only about plants. It's not only, it's like also the cells are feeling pain, quote unquote, right? So
The plant cells?
all cells, right? So there is a pain reward system in everything that is alive. So that's why your argument for me would not make any sense, because I would never ask you to count the amount of lives that are dead and then compare these two states and tell you which one is better. So I would never tell you, hey Natalie, you're killing so many plants, like you're killing 100,000 plants, and in that other scenario we're only killing 50,000 animals. I would never make this calculation, right?
Well,
Because
if you're saying that you do think that all life is precious, then it sounds like you would be making those calculations. But I mean, we could just
no
start from where you
no
are and move on in the discussion, because I feel like we've spent a lot of time on this.
how would I make this calculation? Like, I would never, like, because it's an infinite amount of lives that are dying all the time, and an infinite amount of things that are dying all the time and that are being killed all the time. It's basically infinite amount in both cases, whether we eat plants or whether we eat animals. It's, for me, it's no difference. There is an infinite amount of lives that are being that are gone either way. Do you see my
But it's
point?
not
Like, you don't have
not
to agree.
really,
You don't have
because
to
I
agree.
think we can put numbers on a lot of things. Like if we look at the numbers of animals that are killed every year in the world for food, it's around 80 to 100 billion. And then if we completely stopped killing animals,
Yeah.
that number, which I don't think is going to happen, just to be clear, but then that number would be zero. So it wouldn't be this infinite number unless we keep
No. If you adapt
breeding and exploiting
if you
animals.
adapt my framework, so if you adapt my frame, if you just view it through my lens, through the way I'm seeing it, I would not tell
You're
you.
seeing it as infinite.
So you basically thought that I was going to make the argument that because plants are sentient, that you
But they're
try
not
to.
sentient.
Sorry. If I think that plants' lives are as valuable as animals' lives,
Right.
that I would make the argument against you that yeah, farming plants is as bad, and then you said yeah, even if I would grant you that, with animal farming there is more plants dying. That's what that was your argument, right?
I was just responding to, I was presuming that some people in the audience might think that was an argument against veganism. So I just wanted to clear it up off,
Okay.
right off the bat,
And-
so we can move along.
That would not be my argument. That's what I was trying to explain.
So
like that argument you countered I would never make that argument because of where I'm coming from.
So maybe we could get into your arguments.
Yeah, that was my, like, I basically I tried to lay it down to you. So my argument is that so I have basically two contentions with it. So I believe that you also don't think that your rule for sentience being the criterion for the value of life is, I think, inconsistent. That's my first argument.
Well, you don't know how I think about sentience yet.
Yeah, I think
You haven't asked me.
Yeah, I know. I'm assuming it.
Okay.
I'm presuming it. Yes. And
I can clarify. I'm happy to clarify.
We can go into it. And the second argument I have is that the thing that I laid out to you like a few minutes ago. I don't think that we are able to reduce the amount of valuable life ended. That, like, I'm not seeing any way through my lens. No harm is reduced by me not eating meat. There is no moral harm reduced by me not eating meat, because to me, always an infinite amount of life is being destroyed, and always the same, like, because it's infinite, it's always the same amount of pain that is being exerted by us, basically.
But that's just a bit detached from reality, right? So, like, if you're saying,
We
"Oh,
can
I'm
talk
going to
about
eat
that.
50
Which
animal,"
one do you want to go first?
First, let me define veganism first, because I'm sure there's vegans in the audience that are like,
Sure.
we need to know what we're talking about before we even go into this. So veganism is a ethical philosophy against the exploitation of animals as far as practicable and possible. So that means if you're in a survival situation, right, literally the only way you're going to survive is by killing an animal, then that's different morally than when I'm in the US, first world country. I can go to the grocery store. I can buy Beyond Meat instead of meat. That's obviously a very different situation than one of survival. So that's what veganism, for me, it comes down to a few different scientific principles. The first, like I mentioned, is that animals are sentient, feel pain. The second is that we don't need to eat them to survive and thrive. And the third is that animal farming is causing a lot of issues in our world today, from pandemics to antibiotic resistance to ocean dead zones, deforestation, habitat destruction, species extinction. All a huge host of problems that our world is facing come back to our relentless pursuit of animal farming. So that's where I'm coming from. As far as sentience, I think of it as a scale. And I'm not sure if this is correct, but, like, let's say we have humans,
I think, Natalie,
here, right?
Sorry to interrupt you. I think we should just go a little bit more structured way, maybe. I think it's easier for the both of us. I would like to just make one thing that I forgot to say at the beginning. I feel like we should not talk about negative externalities of eating meat. At least not.
Why?
Because I think that it is not our core disagreement. There is, I think, it's in. Let's say all of the negative externalities you can think of in terms of meat. Like, when I say negative externalities, I'm talking about, like, climate change, workers suffering, like, psychologically, whatever. Like, you can name a bunch of stuff, right? Like, if we would eliminate those with AGI tomorrow, and none of those exist anymore, right? You would still be against it, and I would still, even though all of these things exist, I am still in favor of it. So it makes no sense
So
whatsoever for the two of us to talk about this, because it's
That's fair.
basically just an engineering problem that would not solve our disagreements. Do you know what I mean?
Um, sort of, but I feel like once again you're kind of making an assumption about where I stand, right? Like a huge part of why I got into veganism was those sorts of issues, was because we're facing them.
But
Like
let's say
I
they're
do
all
care
gone
about the
tomorrow.
slaughterhouse workers.
But let's say they're gone tomorrow. Would you stop being vegan?
Well, then we would still have the issue of
Yeah.
animal suffering and unnecessary
Exactly.
torture.
Exactly. And that's what we should only talk about, I think. Like that's the
Why? I mean, doesn't your audience have a right to know all the other problems
oh
with consuming animal products? They might
I
not
would
know it.
I
Like I
would
had no idea, right? I wish someone had told me that like, oh, we could actually really help the world by making this small change in our life. I wish someone had told me about that. So I almost
I
think it's
thought
unfair to not
I
bring up
thought
those
you know
things.
by now that I don't care about my audience, but also I don't have an audience yet. So right now it's
No one's watching? Oh
no.
no.
I mean, we have like 3 people watching on Kick and one
Okay.
person
Yeah.
watching on Twitch. But doesn't matter. Like I if you want to have the space like to talk about this, I don't think that I don't think that this is a very interesting conversation to have, because it is an engineering problem. Like I can see why you, from your standpoint, you would want to convince people to with these means. Like you would want to convince someone to be vegan at all cost, right? Like you don't care why someone becomes vegan.
Well, not necessarily, because that being said, like when people do become vegan just for climate change or just for health, then they're a lot less likely to remain vegan without that ethical
Sure,
component of
sure,
animals.
sure.
So
So
I
I
think that that's
understand.
important too.
I understand why you yeah why it would be it is a compelling argument to become vegan because of that. Like I'm not saying,
Yeah.
like I'm not trying to dismiss your arguments in terms of like that's not important, let's forget about that. Like but for our conversation, it is totally not.
One of the things I really like about BoredKanack is that he has a pretty good grasp on how to get to the heart of a discussion. I haven't gone over to them on stream, but I've seen a good handful of his other debates that he's done. And I would say that this skill in particular that he has is better than most people's ability to have conversations like this.
Irrelevant according to me, because we would still have a disagreement even if we would fix those in like 5 minutes. And just from an intellectual standpoint, I think the actually interesting conversation would be the ethics of eating meat without all of the externalities. And that's where we will have, because all of the other things, it's an engineering problem. Like I could sit here now and I could make the case for how it is possible to do all of these things without these negative externalities. Like I could make the case for how it's possible to kill animals without climate, like without polluting the climate, blah 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 blah. Like that's an
Wow.
I could try to make that case, even if it's like not right now possible, right?
Sure. Well, I think the
Like
reason that it's not possible is because of the amount of space that
no,
animals take
I'm
up and the
sorry.
amount of resources they need. So it actually is impossible to
I am sorry.
not have animal farming inefficiently.
I'm sorry. What I actually mean is it is if I would think that I could make the case like that could be a discussion you could have with someone. I'm sure you've had that discussion with people, right? Where you basically were discussing the facts of the matter, the engineering problem of negative externalities in meat production, right? But I don't think that I'm a good person to talk about this. I don't think that I'm
Right.
and I don't think that for me it is especially interesting. Like I could make another case where I say there is more important things to care about, right? And then we could fight over what's more important, like the industry or spaceship rocket or all the animals on the planet, right? Like we could then compare carbon footprints and blah 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 blah. But that's not an interesting, like I think you know what I mean. Like when I'm saying I'm not the right person to talk about that. Like that's not the thing that interests me. Like I'm interested.
Gotcha. So
in,
maybe you're not as well versed on like climate change and stuff
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
and I could even like to my knowledge, I think you're probably right about most of the things that you're saying.
Once again, it's not about me being right. It's about looking at the evidence that we have.
But
So
that's the same.
all the scientists are saying like, hey, animal farming's a problem. We need to have high income countries really cut back on it if we want to meet our climate goals.
And I agree. I probably agree with most of the things that you're saying. But to me, the intellectual conversation that I would like to have is a moral and ethical one, because
sure. Yeah, we can keep it focused on morals and ethics. That's fine. I just, I do like to at least tell people that there are a lot of problems with meat production, not just the ethical stuff, just to be clear, but we can focus on that if you want.
Yeah.
I'm glad that she's able to continue on with it. I was thinking they were going to get a little bit jammed up when he said that. I guess they did, but it's not as bad as it could have been.
Yes,
for sure.
and I agree that there's a lot of problems with meat production. And okay. So now the question is, which one of my points would you like? Like usually, actually, you have to basically convince me that eating meat is morally wrong. But I've already presented you 2 arguments. Would you still like to just make the case why it is morally wrong? Like you basically have 2 options. You can either tell me that my moral framework is wrong, or that I'm already like, and you have a better moral framework, and I have to swap my moral framework for yours because yours is better. Or you can show that my moral framework is inconsistent. I think that's the only 2 options that you basically have.
I am not sure if I honestly completely, totally understood your moral framework. So let me just make a case for sort of a historic argument, right? Like,
sure.
It's called the Circle of Moral Concern theory. I don't know if you've ever read Peter Singer.
No.
Yeah.
I know about him. I know about him.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of videos where people talk about him, but I haven't read his books.
So he didn't come up with this theory, but I think he popularized it. Basically, if we look throughout human history, there are many times where only certain people of certain groups deserve moral consideration. It used to, if we, start looking after colonization, right? It was white men deserved moral consideration. They could own property, they could have slaves, they could use women how they wanted. And that's how it was. And the oppressed people didn't have a say over that, right? Then, we abolish slavery, there's civil rights. They say we should expand our moral circle to include people of other races because while we have physical differences like the color of our skin, we're still all individuals who deserve to be considered and deserve compassion and care and justice. And then women's rights, right? It's like, okay, just because I'm different gender or sex, that doesn't mean that I can't speak intelligently. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't vote. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't be allowed to own property. So women fought for their right to vote, and then that led to women's liberation. Not everywhere. It's still, pretty bad in many places in the world, but we still see that expansion of the moral circle to where we get over our differences, we look at our similarities and see that we have more in common. At least we are equal in our ability to suffer. And to me, the next logical step is to expand it to different species because humans are just one species. We technically are animals. We feel pain in similar ways to animals. They have feelings, they have emotions, they have the abilities to bond. So we're similar to them in many ways. And I think that we should ignore the differences, the fact that they have feather, fur, fins, or fangs. That's not what matters. What matters is the ability to feel pain, suffer, and have interests. So to me, it's about the expansion of our moral circle.
So
does that make sense?
No, I would be lying if I would say yes, because like I would say that first of all, like that would presume that.
I don't think that is the strongest argument that you could make, but I do think that it's a good argument to make. I think that in conversations like this, I think it's pretty it's a lot more effective if you can just go off of we'll solve the engineering problem and then we won't have an issue. But that's usually not going to be the case for most people.
There is no reason why we should stop where you stopped. Like we could just continue.
We keep going.
Yeah, and where like they would leave us starving at some point.
Oh, you mean if like we continued to
I mean, yeah, that like
include plants?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think that a lot of these problems can also be solved with technology. Have you heard of precision fermentation?
And that's again, you're trying to go into the engineering part of things,
No,
but I'm talking
well,
about
it's
the
directly
ethics.
relevant. It's directly relevant,
No,
right?
no.
But we could get to a place where we don't even have to kill plants.
Yeah, but let's say I want to do it.
That you want to kill plants.
Yes.
Okay. I once again am coming from a place of sentience. So to me,
okay, then
kill all
all
the
of
plants
that,
you want.
then all of the historic things that you talked about were basically irrelevant, right?
No, that's not true because all the individuals I mentioned throughout my little historical lesson are proven to be sentient.
Sure, but just coincidentally, like
No, they fought for their rights because they are sentient individuals who have interests and deserve justice. So
sure,
what you're doing is creating a human in-group and animal out-group. So actually, I don't even know. I haven't asked you that. Do you think humans deserve moral consideration?
Before we go there, yes, I do. But before we go there, so that was the first point. Like the first issue that I have is that you expanded basically from, you said we have to expand our consideration from human to animal.
I didn't say we have to. I said that, we
I mean, that's
should.
a moral. I mean, yeah, that's a moral have to, right? Like, I know you're trying to like, I know you don't have to be careful in like the way you phrase it, like, because you could be seen as like harsh or something like that. I think like when I say you have to, I'm talking about like a moral should, right? That's have to.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that you're going to go with the gun to people's heads and force them to do something. You know what I mean?
Right. Well,
So
vegans a lot of time get the
Yeah.
the whole like you're forcing your views and
Okay.
stuff like that. So I do actually have to be careful. I'm like a public
fair.
figure for an organization in the
I
US
see.
that's involved with politics.
He's also really good at if the other person's receptive, at least, because if it's not, it's impossible. He's also very good at resolving unnecessary disagreements and debates.
So I
can
try to
tell
have some
that you're
consideration
careful.
to my
Yeah.
words.
But
Yeah.
I mean, I think it should, your carefulness, I understand it, but it should not be in the way of having like a normal conversation, right? When I say have to, like I mean like I mean the moral imperative to do something. So basically what you're saying is that we should expand this thing and like this consideration for animals as well. And the way I understood it is that basically we've done so once, we've done so twice, it was correct. We've done so, now we're doing it the third, like you said, from white people to also non-white people, and then to women as well. And
those are just the examples
these
I've
are
chosen.
correct?
There are many other, like, I mean, we can even put children in there, right? Like children
Sure.
used to have to be forced to work. People didn't
Sure.
care about children.
We've done it
so
once,
we've expanded to
we've
include
done
them
it
too.
twice, we've done it for the third time, and now we're doing it for the first time. Why
We've
the
done
hell
it.
shouldn't it be right
Well,
this
we've
time?
done it
Right?
so
That's
many
what you'd say.
times.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. We've done it like so that's and then I'm asking you, then why not continue? Right?
Continue
And then,
after
and then you
animals.
say no, but sentience. And then I think like, yeah, okay, then
Yeah.
all of this logic that you gave me before, we can throw it out of the window, because it's not a good predictor for if it's correct to do so, if you then have to bring in sentience into the game in
You
order
didn't
to
let me explain my scale of sentience. You stopped me before that. So
No,
maybe
but-
we could talk about that, and then that
Yeah,
might inform some of
but
this
it doesn't
discussion.
really wait. I just want to, before we go there, I just want to, I mean, you have laid out your main argument. I would really like to like stick with that for a moment, and then we can go to sentience. So that's the first
Yeah, but
issue I
since
have.
sentience is
That-
part of my main argument, I do feel like I should more clearly define that for people.
Sure, you can. But I just want to lay out the second problem I have with the argument basically that you're making is that, or if you want, you can go ahead. Define sentience. I understand why you want to define it. Let's go. Sorry.
Sure. So
Very cool.
sentience, I think that I'm sure a lot of people would say you either have sentience or you don't, and I
He's a
think
very
that could be
respectful.
correct. It's hard scientifically, right? Because we don't.
He's also like a super respectful interlocutor as well. BoredKanack has nothing but respect for him. He's one of the most good faith people I think I've ever had a debate with.
Don't have any ability to understand what anyone else is feeling, even you, right? Like, I don't even know that you're sentient for a fact. It could just all be happening inside my head if we
Yeah.
really look at it philosophically. So the practical, I'm very practical. Like, I come from more of a background of stoicism and action oriented philosophy. So I think about it in terms of a scale of sentience. So, like, let's say we have humans over here, right? The top of the scale. We've got like whales, dolphins, really highly intelligent animals that we know have really deep bonds with their family and have long lifespans and things like that. Pigs would be here, dogs can come down a little further, maybe chickens, and then we could have fish. There's still a lot of scientific evidence coming out about fish, and there's all different types of fish, so I don't want to like lump them into one category. Then you go further and further down, you have maybe bivalves, right? Which I think is an interesting topic in discussions about veganism, because some vegans say we definitely shouldn't eat bivalves. There are vegans who do eat them. So oysters, mollusks, clams, scallops, because they tend to behave more like plants than animals. So maybe there's some sentience there, but we really don't know. And then you have plants at the end of the scale. So the way I see it is when we have a choice.
Okay, so you have a scale of sentience, and
yeah,
the more you're on this side, the less you should do it, right? The less you should kill.
No. The more you're on, yeah. Right. So the higher end of the scale of sentience, like pigs, humans, whales.
Okay, and that's perfect.
And then at the bottom.
Yeah, and that's my second part of the problem of your main thesis, is that I know that, like, that's what I thought, that you have this scale, but then I'm like, with women, with children, with black people or non-white people, I don't feel like we're moving. Like, I don't think that you're saying that we move down the scale, right?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
we didn't move one inch.
We're still in the human category.
We stayed exactly where we were, and
sure,
we didn't
but we
move
can
one
bring
inch.
other animals into it too. Like, we could say dogs in a lot of societies
other animals?
have that more. So then, yeah, like dogs, whales. Like, a lot of countries have banned whaling. So we have moved on the scale of sentience.
You made it look like we have moved, but actually, it would be the first move on the scale, right?
Well, we already have, because whaling is banned in a lot of places.
No.
Some countries already have.
The examples you gave were like black people, children, and women, right?
Yeah.
And that will be the next step.
That was to explain the circle of moral concern from the supremacy mindset, I should clarifh. So like the in-group, out-group thinking.
I know that you don't think that.
But people back then, you know, when men would have considered women lower on the sentient scale, so it was a move to them.
Yeah, exactly. So there were the problem actually was that not that they included other things into their consideration. The thing they did is they acknowledged that these are also humans.
It's right. They acknowledge that they should also have moral consideration.
No. Only with them becoming humans, they got the moral consideration. So the issue with racism is basically that the person would not consider them human. It's not that they would consider it something else and then allow it in their circle. It's like they say, no, this is also human. And
I guess we should also clarify historically that it wasn't typically that white people were like, oh, let's give black people rights. It was more like there were struggles over it and fights, and eventually the oppressed were able to win their rights.
Of course,
so yeah, you're right that the way I framed it wasn't entirely historically accurate.
Yes, so I wouldn't even use that argument.
Yeah.
Like, I would throw this argument just away, and we can just now go with your idea of value of life. Basically, comes from, like, because you agree that plants have life, right?
Right, but that they're not
but that they're not
sentient.
sentient. So that's, I think, your
Yeah.
core argument, and I think we should
But
now
that's
just
not
focus on that.
me. That's, once again, I want to tie it back to, like, this is not me. This is the scientific literature and what it's saying. Because I would like to take
No.
what I think out of it as much as possible.
Hold on, Natalie. Hold on. The scientific literature doesn't say anything about the value of life.
No, but
The
they
scientific
say
literature
sentience.
says that stuff about sentience. Yes.
Yes, that's
And we
what I
can
mean.
talk about that, and I would really love to hear, I would like
Yeah.
to talk about that. But saying that science says that veganism is correct, that is not, like, that is for this reason, that is just not correct. Because, like, you
That's not what I
attribute-
was saying. That's a straw man.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. That's what I thought you were saying. Okay. So you're not saying that science is saying that the value of life comes from sentience, right? Because that was what I was saying. I was still manning
value of life.
I was still manning your position. I said your position is that the value of life comes from sentience, and then you said no, I don't say that.
That's not what
Science says
I
that,
understand.
Yeah.
and science
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
say that. Science
So my
makes
Well, she-
statements
opinion
about
more
sentience.
based on sentience, or my understanding of it is based on the scientific evidence. I'm not saying science equals veganism is right, but I'm saying, like, if we look at these scientific principles that people have agreed on, then we can draw the conclusion that veganism is right.
No, that's not true, because you have to make the leap that also sentience is determining the value of life. Like, that's also a rule that you first have to establish. Science doesn't tell you that. Like, science doesn't tell you, we've looked under the microscope and we found out that the value of life comes from sentience. No.
He's right. What she should, all she has to say here is that collectively it seems like humanity agrees that sentience is worthy of consideration. And that's the thing that we actually care about collectively as a species. And since science determines that they do have sentience, then therefore we should care about it.
Science doesn't say that. What science...
Right, but they say, like, who is sentient?
To a certain extent, and then we can now talk about what they're actually saying. Okay? But
yeah.
It definitely doesn't say we found the correlation between value of life and sentience. Because that's something So that's why that was the issue that I had with your point. Because
but there are, scientific groups that have, like, the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, right? And they come together and they're like, hey, like, now we know lobsters are sentient. Now we know crabs are sentient. Like, maybe we should stop boiling them alive. So within the scientific community, there are people who are looking at sentience and saying, hey, we should change our moral behavior based on that scientific evidence.
So I have a question. So do you think that sentience is a binary? I don't think that you think that, right? You think it's a scale.
Yeah, it's tough because there definitely seems to be something binary about it. But it also...
Do you think I'm muted? Maybe I just gotta turn it up. Maybe that's better then? Maybe I was just too quiet. I turned it up. Hopefully that helps.
To me, does seem to be sort of intertwined with...
Thank you.
A lot of different things, like ability, intellectual ability, lifespan, for example. Like, obviously there are rule breakers in that as well, right? Like, if we look at coral reefs, I think technically they're not sentient, but they have a really long lifespan. So it's not always like a one-to-one. So yeah, we can go with scale for this purposes, just because I'm not 100% sure.
But it's either but you have basically a binary, like, as far as I understand it, you have a binary way of making your moral statement about what you should be able to kill and eat and whatnot, right? So I would always get a yes or no from you, right?
somewhat. So I'm not convinced one way or another that we shouldn't eat oysters or that we should.
That's fair. It's a tough one.
Okay, isn't that a bit of a problem of that your moral framework is not basically giving you? So my moral framework is like pretty like it's I believe my moral framework is arbitrary. It is just a rule that is around humans.
So
I believe,
by your moral framework, do you think that any human has the right to do anything they want to any animal?
I think that there is a value to that life. So just as there is the value to a tree's life as well. And I think that if it's necessary, quote unquote, humans have basically infinite possibilities to do whatever they want. So let me put it to you like this. So the ultimate necessity is death, right? So
well, death isn't a necessity, it's just something that's going to happen to you.
No, I'm sorry. The thing that allows for everything, like everything is necessary if you're going to die otherwise. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah, for your survival, you mean?
Yes. I mean, just
Okay.
like as a semantic, like as a semantics game, like when I say it was necessary for me to eat, if I was going to die immediately after not eating that, then I could even eat human meat.
Sure.
Right? Like there is cases of people having been like on an island and there is no food, and
Yeah.
then they do engage in cannibalism, and no one basically judges them for that. Like they come back.
I agree with you
Yeah.
on that.
Okay, great.
That's
so
fine.
and then we can go further down the line, right? And then we can say, okay, what if I eat? What if I don't die immediately? But what if my lifespan shortens by like half an hour, right? And I think
But you'd have to prove that it would shorten by half an hour, which is an impossible
let's assume it does.
thing to prove.
Like
Okay.
why would it be impossible for us? Like we have statistics on how much smoking shortens your life, right? We can always construct an example where not doing something would reduce your lifespan by the damage it does to
But
your
it's
to your
not
health.
it's not a one-to-one though. Like even if smoking increases your risk of cancer 15% or whatever, that doesn't mean that everyone who smokes is going to get cancer. There are people who smoke who live to 110 years old.
Sure, but we could just look at basically an action that I'm taking and determine whether this action is necessary or not based on what the cost is of what I'm doing and what I'm getting out of it, right? If I prolong my life by like half an hour by doing that, right, or by X amount by doing that, and the cost is like, for example, let's say I increase my lifespan by 5 minutes, okay, we would not be, I think most people would say it's not cool to kill another human being for that,
For 5 minutes.
for 5 minutes of more life.
Unless you're in the Hunger Games, then all
So-
bets are off.
Okay, you could maybe go further, but like we could increase it more and more, but if we
One
reduce
second.
it,
My alarm's going off.
sure.
Hang on a sec.
It's an interesting
Let me
So
position.
let me
what
just-
if we went into, like, are you trying to make the case that eating meat increases your lifespan?
No. What I'm saying is the following: you are if someone would be very had not eaten for like a week, and the only thing he has, or had not eaten for like 5 hours, and the only thing he has is a chicken that he can kill and eat, would you be okay with them killing that chicken and
She already
eating
said
it?
yeah to that.
He's only not eaten for 5 hours. It's not very
Yes.
long.
Yeah, that's not really long. No, right?
I mean,
But-
what
but-
else could he
Oh, I
eat?
thought you
though?
said
I mean,
5
it depends
days, my bad.
where he is, right? Like,
But
is he
exactly.
on Mars? Or,
So-
I mean, not that they're actually going to bring animals to Mars because they know it's
So
inefficient. But anyway,
what is necessary for you to then, so there is a cost attached to that chicken, right? According to your scale, for example, the sufferance scale, for example, that you have. And then there is the inconvenience basically the person feels from not doing that, right? That's also one thing in the
The
variable, right?
So basically, like if someone could either eat chicken or walk 3 blocks and get a chickpea sandwich, you're saying the inconvenience
You can.
could outweigh the cost of the chicken's life.
I'm not there yet. I'm just constructing a formula basically for you.
Right.
Okay, and we can plug in different things in that formula. So when I say it was necessary for me to eat that chicken, it depends on highly on how much would it inconvenience me to not eat that chicken, but also how valuable is that chicken's life. Because if we swap that chicken for a
But
human
who?
being, for a human being, what is deemed acceptable to be necessary, like where we would say, ah, yeah, that was necessary, that was actually necessary, would be totally different if we would put a chicken there.
That's tough. How would I answer that? I think it comes up to the point of trading real harm to yourself. Yeah, I think that once we have some sort of metric for harm that you're being done to yourself by abstaining, that's when it crosses over into the territory of acceptability.
Or if we were a human being there.
And then we would have to go into defining what we think of as harm, which would be a pretty probably get into a pretty interesting conversation there. I'm not sure. I'm interested to see how she rebuttals that.
Right.
Well, I think that that's also missing kind of the component of how valuable is that chicken's life to that chicken, right? Which is immensely valuable.
No.
That's the only life they have. And shouldn't we
That's
take that into account as
We're
well?
talking
We shouldn't
about
just only be
your
looking
moral.
about it in terms of us.
We are just interested in your, not even like all of us, but just your moral consideration. Like your moral consideration would definitely change if
I actually don't like the arguments where people say, like what you just said there. I don't think that the chicken values its own life because it can't conceptualize its own life. So I think that's a very weird argument to make. I asked perspective philosophy once, what would be the argument for soft genociding cows, essentially just making it impossible for them to reproduce. And his answer was ultimately dissatisfactory to me. He said that it's the cows' biological compulsion to reproduce is worth moral value, and I don't know. I don't believe in that.
But it's basically you saying, okay, I'm approving of this action.
I don't think that, because we don't even really have that strong. Like we can find exceptions to that, even if we were to replace. I don't know how much consideration we give to individuals, human individuals' biological strive to reproduce. You're certainly not guaranteed it. And cows only exist currently for the only reason they exist the way that they do is because humans consume them the way that they do. So I think that, pardon me, it might be morally okay to soft genocide them in that way.
Depends on two factors, on the calculation of two factors.
Still.
One factor is how much would it inconvenience that person to not eat that chicken? Would it be death or just waiting for half an hour? And the other thing that we can basically plug into that formula is what is at stake. Is it a chicken's life, or is it a human being's life, or is it a plant's life, right?
Sure. Well, could we maybe agree on this?
Can you
That
first agree?
neither you nor I nor most people watching this have to eat animals to survive and thrive.
No, you try to break out of this. We're not done yet. Unfortunately, we're not done yet. So I think that
So you're playing these like weird games where I'm not like really sure where you're trying to go.
I wish you would know it earlier, but I can only explain it to you like in the I don't
Yeah.
want to. I don't keep
think-
you. I don't
I
let
think
you keep
another
waiting
thing
on purpose.
that
Like,
well, another
I think she's really weary of being set up into a trap, which sucks. I really don't like it when debates get throttled that way. One thing that I'm surprised that he hasn't done, because I think that BoredKanack is really good at, is just letting her know that if at any point where he's taking her down turns out to be something different, then she can retract something that she said, and that's totally fine. I think that I'm pretty sure that I've seen him do that in another debate that I've seen of his that I just didn't stream and review. But if I could give him a note, which I'm pretty sure he's going to watch this, I told him I was going to watch this, is that when you see somebody this hesitant, let them know that they don't have to fully commit if something about the road that they're getting led down, if it turns out to be a different road than they thought, then they can turn around and back out of it. I think that'd be really helpful right here, because she's obviously been jaded by a lot of online debate people. It is the continental Socratic path versus the American Socratic path.
other thing for me is that I'm a lot more interested in action than
Wait.
just like thinking about philosophy.
but we need to. This is ethics. Like your main thing is ethics. You're not. You don't want
My
to
main
eat.
thing is not ethics. My main thing is banning factory farming in the U.S.
Yeah, he is trying to use the Socratic method. I think he just needs to give her some reassurances here, because I think that she's just my suspicion is that she's a little bit concerned about the audience if she has to backtrack anything. And while he's sort of given her that reassurance that they don't need to care about the audience, she still has to care about hers. So those additional reassurances would be pretty good here, I think. Though she is, he is not vegan. I think she is a little more defensive than she ought to be with him.
I think you don't want to engage in this point. If you don't want to, that's okay.
Well, I don't know what you're
but
getting at or trying to say.
I'm
so I'm
trying.
just
Okay.
yeah.
But you can. Are you not curious?
I mean, it seems a little weird to just be putting these like numbers and calculations on something as important as someone
That's
else's
something
life.
that you actually do. Like I'm just showing you the thing that I'm doing is I'm presenting you a way of looking at something that you already do. Like you do
But
this
I don't do
calculation
that.
and you do this like when I tell you I was starving for a week and then I ate the chicken, you would be fine with that. Right?
If you couldn't get any other
Yes,
food.
if
And
I
it's not
couldn't
about
get
me
any
being
other food.
fine with it.
No,
you know,
no.
I would prefer that chicken didn't die either
You
way.
would
But I
approve.
recognize that it's a necessity, whereas other situations
Yes,
it's not a necessity.
Now I think he's in a weird spot. She's so on the defensive that I think they're going to get jammed up a lot as he tries to inch forward. He needs to pack in a lot of assurances if he wants to keep going forward with it being smooth. I can see how heavy her guard is up now. Because she's getting nitpicky with the words.
Exactly.
The chicken was dead from
That's
birth.
different than like just being totally okay with the chicken dying, right?
No, of course. But you don't have a moral issue with my action. You have a problem with the outcome.
It
No.
depends.
Yeah, but it depends on these two factors
think
that I'm
you're
trying
right.
to lay out to
Right.
you. It depends on
She is an ego defense, but it comes from I would suspect that it comes from a fear of having people pardon me, put like tricking her and trapping her. So I understand it, but yet BoredKanack is being very fair.
what the thing is that I'm eating,
But,
and it
but
depends
you're
on
not in that
how much.
situation.
But we're talking. Wait, are you not able to?
She's doing very poorly in my opinion now.
Engage in a hypothetical?
I can. It's just I want to tie it back to
I'm
the
explaining to
individual
you-
choices that people make every day.
Okay, remember what I told you? Like, in order for us to convince each other of if our moral position is correct or not. I either have to find a flaw in your moral system and replace it with a better one, or I have to show an inconsistency in your moral framework, right? And what I'm right now doing is I'm explaining your moral framework, right?
But I don't
And
like that moral frame. Like,
I'm
I don't
sure,
necessarily agree with it
but then
because I think that it also changes, like, it almost feels too rule based for me. Like, this is the rule, this is the
but
rule.
you
Whereas
do that.
the
Like you
world
can
is a
say
lot
I
more
don't,
messy. No, I don't.
but you can
I
say
don't
you
do
don't do
that.
that. But you
Oh
can say you don't do
no.
that. Then you can tell me what your way of determining.
So I've debated BoredKanack on veganism before, and she's going down a really bad path now. She's borderline lost the debate when she says that.
Whether you think an action is acceptable or not, if it's a bad thing, like it's just a general thing. How do you deem a bad thing necessary? Where like there is bad things in the world, like killing someone,
Right.
right? Like killing someone is a bad.
We got to get down to harm and then debate harm. That's the only way that she has to move forward from where she's positioned herself here. We got to talk about the harm that you would endure by not eating the animal,
Bad thing, right? So
Depending on the
and then
person.
debate the harm.
I don't think depending on the person. I think like depending on again like that would be your opinion, but then you would even more approve of my model because you say basically the thing that dies has a value of life as well, even with humans. You would say so.
Well, like if it's if I could, like if it's self-defense or if someone's a known
Exactly.
rapist and they're gonna go rape a bunch of people, then killing them I think would be good.
Exactly, but if someone is going to just steal a penny from you, like the inconvenience is very small, you wouldn't be cool with
Yeah.
She's making harm-based arguments, but she's not addressing that that's what it is directly. It's
me just shooting that thing,
that seems
right?
weird to me.
Well, no,
Since
but
she
I
is
mean,
seasoned.
why don't we
It's always this
See,
calculation
I guess I want to
between these two
explain
things.
where maybe my decision making comes from because you're putting all these things on my decision making,
But
but that's not necessarily how I think about it at all. I'm
but you
not in my head making all these calculations or approving of
He
this
got it
person
clean,
or
yeah.
approving of that person. I mean, I know that we live in a world where people eat animals, right? I'm not sitting in the judgment of all of them because they're not necessary. I personally think that we should evolve toward a
Socialist
society where people
mustache.
aren't doing that, but it's not
I
like this calculation game I feel doesn't resonate with me at all.
One of the it's funny you say that. One of the debates that he had was he debated somebody about communism, and it was really good too. That one's on his YouTube. I think there's two parts to it, or there's one part and then there's also like a clipped section or something like that.
how do you determine whether an action is whether something that is objectively bad, like all things equal, is that is bad, like someone dying? We already agreed that it's always bad. Like we already agreed that
I know I
life is
didn't agree with
precious.
that.
We
I
already
never
agreed that
agreed that
life
life
is
was
precious.
precious. I never agreed that. You said that.
Okay, so human life is
I think he's from Germany. I'm not 100% sure. Like I've talked to him both on and offline. The first time I talked to him, he was traveling, and his streams had some really awesome backdrops because of it too. Like he'd be like posted up in a hotel room with like a massive city behind him, with like super cool like lights at night. But I think he's from Germany.
precious. Is human life precious to you?
I so that's once
Ugh.
again sounds to me like this life is sacred or life is precious. I don't come from that framework. If you want to
You
get
should
more
be able
into
to answer
my
this.
morality, a lot of it comes from virtue ethics. Like we can only basically how I think about it is we can only control ourselves and our
Do you
actions,
think that
right?
anything is valuable in the world?
Mid-euro.
Yeah, I mean,
Has
certainly
it
some
has it
things
has
are
it
valuable,
is
like
worth protecting?
Oh, sensual.
relationships,
Okay.
Animals,
love,
animals.
animals. Yeah,
Okay, you're
exactly,
really easy to
exactly.
say that animals' lives is precious, right? Is
Sure, but
animals' lives
then,
precious?
yeah, I mean, once again, that kind of implies this objective morality,
Worth protecting.
which I like. If I can protect an animal's life,
I hate to see it. She's kind of crumbling here.
over not protecting an animal's life, I will do it, right?
Why?
But
Why? Because it's worth
because
it.
they
What did
life.
she say?
Yeah, I mean, once again, that kind of implies this objective morality,
Worth protecting.
which I like. If I can protect an animal's life over not protecting an animal's life, I will do it, right?
Why?
But
Why? Because it's worth
because
it.
they value their lives. They're having
How do you
an
know?
experience of life.
How do you know?
Because they fight for their lives in slaughterhouses. They try to run away. They try to escape pain and move toward pleasure. They have families that they have deep bonds with their families, just like us.
So that sounds to me like you think it's valuable, right?
Sure, but I'm also very focused on what I can control.
So how do you?
And I think
She should really hammer down on the fact that, like she said it, but she should really be emphasizing the fact that animals act in their own self-interest. She said that they try to move away from pain and suffering. That's a good argument. And hopefully she comes right back to it.
that's the point that's missing from our discussion.
Natalie, I feel like you don't want to have this. I feel like you're running from the conversation that we're having. Like I'm just we have a common ground. The common ground is
Right.
that I think that animals dying is bad. Okay.
Then why?
Okay.
Okay.
No. Don't run, please, because I feel like you're running. Like I want you to.
Well, I'm just asking
I want
why
to
would you
guide
not
you.
be vegan?
I want you because I
think
want you.
that
I want you
animal
to.
dying is bad?
I want to guide you through my thoughts, and then you will understand. So.
Okay.
But you're basically always trying to get out of the train of thought, basically.
Why does she paint her wall pink? I actually don't know anything about her. So I couldn't tell you. I know that because of the beginning of this, they've talked and she said that she does vegan debates. So I know that about her. So does AI today move from pain? Pain is an interesting word there, but sure. I mean, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't hurt what I said.
Right, we're
all.
going
because
somewhere.
it just seems like
and
it's
you're
going
just
nowhere.
you're just trying to go away wherever I lead you. I ask you, like, is that like you're not even ready to accept that you think that life is precious, although animals are life, and at least animals' life is precious to you, and you're still not able to say, yeah, life is precious. Like that sounds to me like you don't want to have this conversation, like you're trying to evade the conversation.
Well, I just don't like that framing. Like precious, what is that? It just sounds like
But
a little.
you think that animals' life is precious, worth
No,
protecting?
no, I never said that. You keep saying that. Okay, let me just look at what precious even means to make sure we're on the same page about
Valuable,
it. 'Cause in
I
my
think.
mind,
Until it is implemented in robotics, it will not fully take over mankind. I think it'll be implemented in robotics before it's fully capable of taking over mankind.
think of like something like very like feminized or weak, or precious means something of great value, either material or emotionally, and is cherished or highly esteemed. Okay, so I can go with that now that I understand what you're meaning by it. I think that animals' lives are valuable
To be clear,
them.
not only what I'm meaning with it, but what also the English language means of
Right,
it,
right. I think in the US, people use precious in sometimes a different context.
Okay. So we agree that life is valuable, worth protecting. So
Or
something dying.
because of that
No.
individual, though.
Period.
But then you have edge cases, right? Like, I don't think murderer, rapist's life is worth protecting.
Void of all context.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
Void of all
interesting.
context. Like a tree that is just there. Like that's the most empirical example that I can find that is the most void of context that I can imagine, right? A
But
tree
we
is
could
just
also get into like the idea of
no.
should we bring more life into the world, right? And I would say that that's not necessarily morally good. I don't know if you want to have that discussion.
Okay. Like
but that's part of why I'm not as interested in like fully saying yes, life is precious.
But that's the thing, like the only way you can not say that life is precious is by finding other negative externalities that that could come from too much life, like being on Earth, overpopulation, and like the planet not being able to sustain that, and blah 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 blah. But basically, you would have to balance out the positive that is life with the negative, and if the negative would outweigh, and also then it would only be actually sad because all of the other life that already exists is dying, right? Like if the planet collapses, like it would be sad
Suffering.
for all of the other life that dies because of too much life. So again, the thing that we're
Yes.
trying to
That Parliament she scary made.
protect, the thing that
I don't
you
understand
would
that.
try to protect, the reason why you would say
Oh, I
that some
see.
life is bad would be other life that you're trying to protect. So at the end of the day, we're again back at life being valuable.
But then another huge part of
No, no,
veganism
no, no,
isn't
no.
just
I think she needs to say, I think that life is valuable, but sentient life is inherently more valuable by full magnitude.
like
Wait,
say, well, no, I want to explain this because it's relevant. So what
but
it's
you
saying isn't just like, oh, we should let animals live. What we're saying is we shouldn't keep breeding them into existence
you
to
keep
exploit them.
adding more
So
branches, and
that's
it takes me longer to get back to my actual point. You keep adding like new shit that has nothing to do with our
right,
actual
because
point. No, you're
it's
trying to.
different from the life is precious model, because if we said all life is precious, then we would say like, oh, we should breed more animals into existence, give them a few, like a year of good life, and then kill them if life is really precious. Whereas the vegan
No,
stance
then
would
we
be,
would
hey,
not.
we shouldn't breed
We
them to
would,
exploit them in the first
but
place.
then killing them would not be in favor. Like, would not support the argument of
Right.
that. That would not make any sense. So it's
But
not.
would
It's
that
still
year of
the
life
principle.
being precious justify the killing? Because that
This
that is an argument you
that
could make
that's not an
coming from the life is
opposition.
valuable
No,
perspective.
coming from a life of is valuable perspective, you should not kill.
Okay. And you shouldn't bring animals into the world, even if they have a good few years of life, if you're going to kill them.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Right.
once it's there,
See,
so life is.
she gave herself her own reassurances. I think it would best serve him to give her some more reassurances. When I was saying before, like he needs to do that, I'm saying for him to be able to make his points and have the argument he wants to have, he needs to offer her a lot more reassurances.
Is precious. Life be already existing there is precious. It's worth protecting. That's what I mean by precious. So something dying is bad. Okay, we agree on that.
Without the edge cases.
Void of all context, Natalie. Do you know what that means?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Like without
Void of all
other
context.
without life having a gun and shooting you and killing all of your family members. Yeah, like
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
life is precious. Yeah,
I don't know
life
what you
is
mean, Victor.
valuable. Life is worth protecting. Something dying is bad.
Too late for what?
But you, me, everyone, if we look at something dying or something bad happening just in general, we can determine whether we think that thing having been killed is morally okay, bad, or even good, right? That's what we do.
Right.
So and we determine that based on the question, was it necessary to kill that thing? Right?
Yep.
Okay. And now you're
Right? And
going to bring in the calculations.
yes, and no, and that highly depends on, doesn't have to be a calculation. It's not even a rational thing.
I'm gonna step away for like a minute or less. I'm gonna let it run.
You mostly do that by feelings, right? It's not. I'm not saying that there is like a formula that we have in the back of our pocket or inside our DNA or something like that. What I'm saying is that what we basically the question, the answer to the question always depends on the two factors: how valuable was that life, and how necessary was that life dying? Was having that, killing that life? These are the two things that we basically have to weigh against each other. And if we come out with a positive, we say, yeah, okay, I guess it's a shame. He died, but he tried to rape 5 women, and we had to stop him.
Yeah.
Right. So, and then that would be the case for absolute necessity, like a big necessity, like your bodily, like your body, you would get bodily harm. And then we can also, like, we can tweak this formula at two places. The one place we can tweak the formula is how necessary was it for you? You could have been raped, which is a huge, like, it can fuck up your whole life, right? So it's almost like dying. So it's a high, very high necessity. So we would even be cool with killing the Pope, right? So, but
especially the Pope, if he's going out raping people.
Especially the Pope. But then we can also tweak at the other on the value of the life. For example, if we think about abortion, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, I know that I think you're a Democrat, and you have also I'm not sure if you're sorry. I don't want. I thought I heard that in a video of yours, but it doesn't matter. I don't know.
So
what is your?
Yeah. We don't have to go into that.
We don't have to go into that if you don't want to. But some people would argue that a woman not wanting to go through a pregnancy is okay to kill a life, and we know that sentience already and we know that abortions happen way after science says that they're sentient, right?
Yeah.
So you kill a human being, like not even an animal, a human being that is sentient already for a necessity that is not that high, and you would never do that to a baby, but you would do that to a fetus. So there is already, like, we can also tweak it at that formula.
I just clarify, I probably wouldn't personally have an abortion. I haven't found a good argument against the pro-life position.
But you understand the concept, right? You understand the concept.
Not legally. So, I mean, legally, I understand banning it. But
the concept of the formula that I'm basically giving you. And now we can look at other cases. For example, you taking the car or you taking the train, right? So you take the train, you kill thousands of flies on the way there, right? When you
on the train, you mean when you're driving?
Yes, like when you're driving. When I drive, like I drive with a car, 100 I don't know miles, but 150 kilometers an hour on the highway, and my windshield is full of bugs after I'm done.
Yeah.
And these are all like sentient.
Crazy numbers how many bugs are killed from cars. I will clarify, I'm pretty anti-car as well. I don't know if you want to go down that rabbit hole.
But no, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I'm just asking you, what would you think of me doing that just for driving, coming to my place, arriving at my place like 1 hour earlier? I'm driving, like, I'm killing like thousands of bugs. But imagine I would kill 100 monkeys instead. Like, it would be a totally different, you would look at a totally different crime, quote unquote. Right? Like,
yeah.
Would you not make the difference there?
No, there's definitely a difference, but I do think that we should be trying to move away from cars as a society.
I'm not, that's besides the point. That's besides the point, Natalie. Focus.
Okay, just figured I'd get some anti-car advocacy out there anyway.
No.
I think they're very detrimental to society.
No. I'm just going to shut you down by just saying yes, I agree. So that would go
back to the scale of sentience, which is that monkeys are higher on the scale of sentience than insects, which some insects are sentient, some aren't. There's a lot of evidence coming out. And then I think you could factor lifespan into that as well. So the average insect, I mean, if it's a fly, right, they're going to live 15 to 30 days, whereas monkeys can live, I don't actually know how long monkeys can live, but certainly longer than 30 days. So you would place a higher value on the monkey life than the bug life.
You basically change now your stance by adding life expectancy into
I put that in there earlier.
I don't think so. Like, I think
I mentioned it.
When you said
she might have, but I also don't remember her putting life expectancy into there. However, if she had it earlier, she needs to really reinforce that it's sentience and not life that she cares about. She's like trying to sneak it in, but when he was doing all the life stuff, he just say, no, I don't think that life is precious. I think that sentience is precious. That's really all she had to do. And because she failed to do that, she's going to get into weird spots like this. I'm not 100% sure that she said life expectancy, though she might have. But if so, then she's getting into some other. She's going to get into some other weird things where now he can also point out that she's also doing calculations. Whereas she kind of tried to veer away from him encouraging this calculation when he talked about the harm, basically, which they never really ended up going down that road.
When you laid out your main argument, you have laid out the history. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can always
Sure,
add it.
sure.
Like it does. You can always change your position, but I
Yeah.
just would like to acknowledge that
I think I
at this
mentioned
point,
coral because
so-
it has a.
It might be a little too late now. I think it should have happened from the most optimal conversation. It should have happened before it came into play. But
high
I'm glad
life
to see him
expectancy,
So
but
say
there's
that.
basically-
so it's different.
two axes, right? So one is like sentience, and one is like life expectancy. And the more you're here, the more precious your life is. Is that what you're saying?
He's killing it.
I'm not sure.
I think that's
Because
exactly
I
what
think
she
there's a
was
lot
saying.
of different factors as well. But I want to go back to one thing. So let's go back to the driving example. So is what
No.
you're positing
Yeah.
that the insects and the monkeys should be of the same value? Is that what you think?
I mean, the thing is, either we have a binary thing, like like at this point, I was only thinking going off of sentience as a criterion for the value of life, right? So I think
Yeah.
that the value of the life of a human is infinitely higher than the value of a life of an animal. So
Even
He, I would say he's like performing super well insofar as good faith goes, because she just kept sort of sneaking good faith into there, or sneaking sentience into there, when she should have rejected saying life is precious and hard committed to sentience is the thing that is. However, he's still taking that as her position because he knows that's what she meant. Truly, truly an example of how good faith he is. I respect the fuck out of that.
like a whale.
yes.
And is that just because it's
That's
your
arbitrary.
species?
That is arbitrary. Yes,
arbitrary.
that's
Okay.
arbitrary,
I'll
and it
scoot up
basically
some.
comes down
Thank
to
you.
what is more similar to me. Like,
Essentially, I was just applauding how good faith he was for inserting her position of sentience rather than life, whereas he got her to say that she thought that life was precious with some caveat, but he instead is steel manning her by using sentience when she hasn't really as hard committed to that as she should have, and she just sort of sneaks it in when they get in the weeds a bit. It's very cool of him to be doing that. Like 5 out of 5 rating for good faith on him, which is why I like
from
him
the
too.
mirror neurons thing that we talked about at the beginning, basically. So what I dislike about harm being done to other people is ultimately coming from a place of me feeling bad when other people get hurt. Things that are similar to me because it feels like it could happen to me, right?
So
And
it's
we
not
don't like
about
that.
them having to go through pain. It's about your feelings about them having to go through pain.
Ultimately, that's what I think. That's what I think where it comes from.
I think
And then-
that's probably where I would mostly differ.
Sure, but it doesn't seem like we are very different in our way we are determining what's morally bad and what's not. Because you seem to make the same distinction, the same way you basically have an arbitrarily different reaction to flies and bugs dying than to monkeys dying, seems to be the same way. Like, I would never eat
Well,
monkey.
there's also kind of tying back to the definition of veganism, which is the exploitation aspect, right? So neither of these cases is exploitation, but
I
let's
hope
say
you're
you
not
wanted
running
to
with this,
breed
Natalie.
a bunch of, I'm just saying if you wanted to
Okay.
breed a bunch of flies specifically to eat
Homie, I can't afford to go to the next state over. I can't afford to go to Europe.
them, I think that would be worse than driving and
Why is
killing flies due to intention.
why is eating a less good explanation for why you're killing something than coming
Yeah,
ride. It's like
because
the eating is way
because those
way better explanation.
no, it has to do with the like the breeding aspect of it. So like you're breeding these individuals who wouldn't exist otherwise unless you were eating them. Whereas the flies in the world, you know, you can't do anything about that. There's going to be wild flies, and they're probably going to get.
The misuse of quali? I don't know what that means. In vegan debates often stems from applying a specific human health economic tool outside of its intended context. This can involve inappropriately trying to quantify animal quality of life, oversimplifying context of human health effects of diets, or using the metric to make misleading comparisons between human health and animal ethics, ultimately misrepresenting both the tool and the core ethical arguments in the debate. I agree. Very well said.
Get hit by a car,
But from
whether that's you or someone else.
from the aspect of preciousness of life, like from you're not reducing the amount of life, at least, right? That there will be like an argument, even like it would be better to produce and then kill than to extinguish, right?
Well, that's why I initially disagreed with the life is precious argument, because it leaves
but then
like
you agreed.
that loophole there
But at some point you
to
agreed.
move along. To move along.
No, that's
I don't really agree with that. I think that it's probably okay to let animals that are bred only to serve a want when it results in their suffering to just not exist anymore. I feel like driving from Toronto to Winnipeg, one province over, took all 3 days driving. Cost of petrol these days, but 3 days is a lot for next state visits. I don't have a car right now. I left my car in Michigan because it was so fucked up that I knew I'd get a ticket if I brought it over here. Like the catalytic converter was stolen off of it, and just plan to get one here. But I just haven't made enough money to get a new one yet.
It's not true, Natalie. That's
Yeah, well,
true.
I made that
Because
position clear. I made the position clear that I didn't think it was justified to breed animals into existence because of the idea of
Natalie,
life spread. I made that
I'm so
very
disappointed.
clear.
I'm so disappointed.
Why?
Because you're not telling the truth, because you looked up preciousness and then you said,
Sure.
Okay, I've misunderstood you.
But I had the caveat
And now you're
that we
basically
shouldn't just
telling
say
me
life is precious,
that you
therefore
faked
we're justified
everything.
to bring animals into existence.
Did
right?
you fake?
Can you acknowledge that?
Did you fake looking it up and then saying,
Well, we
no,
changed
I
it to
understand.
valuable. I did look that up.
And then you, after looking it up, you were like, okay, now I understand. Okay, yeah, you're
but
right.
I had the caveat,
You
which
are right.
is what you just brought up with the breeding the fly thing. You went back to the idea that life is precious, and I brought up that caveat when I initially agreed to the precious framework.
No, I'm asking you, is it better to extinguish, like to reduce the amount of the species,
I left my car just sitting there.
like, or to reduce the life completely, rather than breed it and then kill it? Like, do you think that there is a significant difference in that?
Oh yeah, I would say that it
Why?
you know, both are bad if you can avoid them, because
Why is one worse than the other?
because one, I think we could get to intention here too. Like, let's say you are driving, right? And you see a bunch of flies in one lane, and then another lane, there aren't any. And you specifically drive into the one with a bunch of flies just to kill them.
Yeah.
To me, that's the same as breeding
Because
a bunch of flies into existence to eat them.
You have removed the necessity.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if you even want to say driving's a necessity, which I know you didn't want to get into.
No. Necessity in a very broad sense, in the sense of very, we can also speak of tiny amounts of necessity, like the small amount of joy that you feel by riding, right? Let's call this even like in a very abstract way, if we call that also a necessity, like a tiny necessity, like a small moment of joy. If we would call that even a necessity, you would even take away that.
That's not a necessity. But I do, so we have 20 minutes left, so I just want to make sure we get into like the main, like, what is your, let's say I were a pig right now. Like, let's say I'm a pig, and you have to justify putting me into a gas chamber when I'm 6 months old, chopping me up and eating me. How would you morally justify that to me right now?
To you?
If I were a pig.
Cool. after this is over with, BoredKanack's going to come on and chat with me a little bit about his debate.
Like, let's say I'm the pig that you're gonna eat.
But I've already told you, like, there is. I think
That's
that
so funny to me for her to put herself
no
in
matter
that
if I
position.
kill the pig, or if I kill the plant, like if I don't eat the pig, I'm going to eat the plant.
Yeah.
And from a cell perspective, from all of the things that are basically the only thing that is different, that I have more projections of more human projections onto the pig. So I would say to the pig, I know we are very similar. I know you can
BoredKanack,
yell like
yeah.
me. I know you have eyes like me. I know you have a mouth like me.
I
You
have
have
like
a nose like me.
90% of our DNA.
We are very similar, but I can't make that the reason. Like I can't. That's not the reason. It doesn't make it better if I don't eat you. Like I'm going to. It's not the fault of the plant that it doesn't have a nose. That it can't yell. It can't cry. It can't run away. That's not the fault of the all the other living beings that are dying instead of you. So I'm sorry,
Well,
something has to die.
but you still have to factor all the plants that pig ate throughout their life too. So even if it was just a one-to-one like that, it's not.
It's all just biomass. It's all
So-
just biomass. It's all just
So
biomass.
your argument is basically you should be able to kill any animal whenever you want.
I think that life is precious. Okay?
But that's
So
a
I think
contradiction because if you say life is precious, then you
not.
wouldn't want to kill animals.
yes, except if I want to eat. I would
So
never,
life is
I would
precious
never,
until you're hungry.
Yes, that's what we're talking about the whole time. Like the amount of the necessity is there for me in my
But the
moral
necessity is
framework.
not there. There's
But
no
the
necessity
necessity
for
is
you to
there
eat the
for
pig.
the necessity is there for something alive to die.
No, there's not, because there's different numbers, right? Because when you have that pig, then a bunch of things that were alive, and I feel like we should keep this on sentience because I'm not sure why you're equating plant life to animal life.
She's doing it better now, but she should have been. She should have been a lot stronger with forcing the conversation to be about sentience every single time he made it about life.
Think you can quantify?
Maybe we could start there.
You think you can quantify life and just make a mathematical calculation where you can just add
No,
up
I'm
the amount
asking
of lives?
you.
No,
I'm
that's
asking
what you're
you
saying.
to quantify it.
No, you are saying you're killing more plants if you
Right.
eat the pig. In that moment, you're quantifying it, right? But for
I'm
me,
saying that
this
if
is-
your calculation is life is precious, then a lot more life
This
is
is-
killed with the
this
pig
is-
than the plant.
this is all life. It's not like the plant, one plant. It's not like it's just one plant. You have one plant with X leaves and blah blah blah. So it's all a huge mass of biological material that is alive and that wants to survive.
So
and that
you
wants
think
to.
plants and animals are the same, basically.
I think in moral consideration, it's the same. Yeah.
Okay, but
In terms of moral
what
consideration.
about, like, would you be willing to look into some of the scientific literature on it and maybe have that inform your worldview? Like, if
I
you
have-
found out that it was very different, how would you think about that?
The thing is, I have looked into it and I've really tried to find out more about it. It's really hard to find, and there is really not a lot there. I can tell you.
Wait,
There's two strategies. You can correct me if I'm wrong. You wanted to know if I've looked into it and what would convince me. Let me
Right,
answer
and
you. Let me
yeah,
answer
and
you.
I'm
Let me answer you.
okay.
So there's basically two ways you go about it usually in the scientific literature, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So one is to look at the hardware, to look at specific parts that exist in the living being, like a brain, like neurons, like pain receptors, etc. That's the first thing. And then the other way to go about it is to look at reactions. So to look at if it's screaming, if it's like trying to run away, if it's trying to do something against you, basically inflicting pain. So these are the two things. And to me, both of these
Well,
things, and we've both agreed,
there's
basic-
more things, though,
okay, you
that
can
you could
correct
look
me.
into.
You can correct me once I'm just done. Like,
Okay.
we have both agreed that there is just one empirical case of sentience that we know of, and that is our own case of.
Yeah.
Like, that is our own sentience. So
Yeah.
we don't actually know if any other person has pain. So the only thing we
Right.
can go about, the only thing we can do, is to look for hardware that is similar, or to
Yeah.
look for reactions that are similar.
That's actually 100% correct.
That all translates to just to how human is it, how similar is it to me, which is exactly my point that I made at the beginning. That is basically the basis for the morale, which is how human is it?
I don't know what she's going to say here, obviously, but I would take that to say what we can then determine is how likely is it to experience suffering the same way that I would. It seems like humans do, and we grant them that. When it seems like the animals do, we should also grant them that. One moment. Kiora, what's going on, pup? She was barking like somebody was at the door. Maybe somebody tried to get in the door. I'm not sure. You're okay, pup. Good girl. Good girl.
Which determines
so
how
I'm
I
curious,
feel about
like, what about an element of behavior science where like they're not in pain, right? Like where you're testing, there's a lot of studies on like sheep and different animals where they're testing their memories and their ability to form bonds with their family and other humans. Would that be an area of scientific literature that you would find compelling?
I mean, I think that for the moral consideration, as far as I know, you haven't brought up intelligence at all. Like the thing that you brought up is basically pain. I think that's the only thing that is important for you, as far as I understand.
That is a big part of it, but I think that like for speaking to you, someone who seems to maybe value rationality, then I think intelligence would
I want to know what you
maybe
think.
be persuasive to you.
It doesn't matter what persuades me. I would prefer like to know what you think about it.
Yeah. So once again, for me, like
That's somebody who values rationality is not a very strong statement to make in a debate.
I don't tend to think about things in this way. I think it's a little myopic, a little short-sighted. I tend to think of like, what can I control? I
In
have
what
the
way?
choice. Right, because
Wait, in what way?
whether a different animal, like in the way of quantifying intelligence,
But I never
or
quantified that. Like you said that I told you I
yeah,
have just an arbitrary line which ends at human. That's my.
right,
I don't quantify anything.
that's yours. Okay,
Quantification
so
is
for
totally on
me,
you. Like that's not me. That's you. Actually, you think that way.
well, you were asking me how I think about intelligence,
Yeah,
right?
but
So when
you
I'm
told me that
at
I
the
quantify it.
grocery store, it sounded like, well, you were asking me about intelligence, so
Yes.
yeah, I was
That doesn't
trying to
mean
figure
that
out.
I'm quantifying it. Like
Okay, sure, you're not quantifying intelligence.
you brought intelligence up when you say they have communication, they have like relationships with each other.
Right, because I
I
was
thought
thinking you
what you're
might be able to find that persuasive, but it turns out you don't find it persuasive.
no because
Okay, so then I don't even need to bother talking about it because there's zero way to change your mind. You've basically admitted that all you care about is if they're a different species. So what else is there to even
are
talk about?
you it's about what look we are having a conversation about the ethical implications of eating meat, right?
Yeah,
And you tell me what you
sort
think
of.
about it, you tell me what you think about it, and I tell you what I think about it. What's persuasive or not to me is like if you have a better moral framework than mine, like mine is already arbitrary, it's already pretty low. Like
Okay.
as long as you can bring up a consistent model that doesn't run into problems and that doesn't make like double standards for things like, for example, between flies and pigs.
Why should that matter if there's differences? Like why can't we just agree that like if we have the option to choose between eating a pig and eating plants, the scientific evidence is clear that pigs are much more sentient and similar to us than plants. Shouldn't we eat on the lower
But you have to show that sentience is a good determinant for what's a valuable life, right? That's the first thing you have to show. And
But you're just saying, okay, so your idea of a
also I
valuable
don't believe
life
that,
is just being human.
yeah, and also I think that what you consider sentience is also just being human.
No, that's
Yes.
sapient, because sentience, I would say, applies to. I mean, I talked about my whole scale. I didn't just put humans on that
Yeah,
scale.
I know.
It almost feels like the way that she's going, that from how she thinks she should approach this, it almost seems like she should use name the trait, which I hate. Not because it's not intelligent, but because I think it's terrible at actually emotionally persuading people at all.
But the scale depends on factors like hardware, what hardware is there, and the only correlation we have between this hardware and the thing you call sentience is a human. Like, so why would we assume that sentience can only happen on hardware that is on humans?
That actually
like,
is
that's the
That is actually pretty funny,
anthropocentric
Saxon.
thing about it.
Yeah, I didn't assume that.
But that's what science assumes when it's talking about sentience. When it's saying,
No.
what is the criteria? Like, when you look at an animal,
Yeah.
how do you determine whether it's sentient or not?
Sure. So I'll just first read the definition of sentience, which is the capacity to experience feelings, sensations, and subjective perceptions, encompassing the ability to have positive or negative experiences. So basically, sentience is the ability to perceive and react to stimuli consciously, experiencing them from the inside.
I think the argument that she really wants to make is that whereas the line that gets drawn is not arbitrary between valuable animal life and non-valuable animal life. Broadly, we say sentience, but what we really means is sentience of a being that has the capacity for emotional response. So if it can feel fear, this is something that we probably don't want to inflict suffering on. If it has the capacity for suffering in a way that it can, that is more than just sensory, if it can process that suffering, this is probably something that we don't want to inflict suffering on. She's sort of like batting all around it, but she's not really getting there.
And
yeah, how do you determine that? How do you determine that scientifically? Like, you need an empirical, like, how would you empirically determine whether a living being is sentient or not? I have given you like 2 ways, and you said that there is a third one. Yeah.
Well, the third one, I was just thinking if you might want to look into the science of it to see if it would change your mind. That was more about like the bonds they have. It was the scientific research on animals, not in a situation of like running away from pain, but just in their daily lives, right? Like their experience with their family,
that is
and
just
their
the second
bonds
one,
and things like that.
That is not a third one. That is just the second one. Like, even if we expand sentience to be more than just pain response, that would be just reactions that are similar to ours, right? So if we look at communication,
she should say yes, and that is what I care about.
So if we look at, for example, bonds that they have, how do we determine that they have bonds? Because we compare them to what we would do, right? Like,
yes.
If we see, like,
well, also like brain scans, they can do that on
that's
animals
the first
now
one.
too.
That's the first one. So they look at the hardware, right? So it's just hardware and behaviorist analysis, right? And both of these.
And if we look at the hardware and behavior of plants, we can see that they're not sentient. So why are you equating plants with animals?
I'm saying that your criterion for sentience in animals is basically just a proxy for how human is it, how close is it to humans. Like, if you look at like, what makes you think that sentience is something that is reserved?
We say, what she could say in response to that is like, yeah, kind of. What we really care about is how similar is it to humans insofar as we can infer the kind of experience that it is happening. If it's too far away from humans, we have no way to infer the kind of experience that it's having in order to value that experience or not. And so when it comes to whether or not something like a rock may be suffering, it is so far from what a human is and what we can understand from our own experiences, that we just kind of have to grant it as like a moot point. We don't really have any metrics to gauge an experience there. I think that would be a really good response for her there.
Reserved to, like, has to be the way our human brains are, right? Like, there is nothing in science, there is nothing empirical telling you that brains are the only thing that can produce sentience. So that already is problematic. And then if we look at the reactive side, we find a bunch of evidence.
Stimuli is generally predicated on, you know, having the neurons that can perceive it, whether that's in a brain or, I mean, even the smallest animals have.
I'm not gonna lie, her implicit bias is seriously triggering her honest answer from the Jesse Lee question, do you love black people, might cause her to stumble.
Some sort of brain. So
yeah, but why do you think that? What scientific evidence?
I think her inability to bite a single bullet is really fucking her in this conversation.
Is there that sentience is only reserved for things that have a brain? It can't be. Do you see? Because sentience is something that is metaphysical. No. It's not. You can't find that. It's impossible for you to find.
He kind of crushed it with that. I've said before, consciousness is the closest thing we have to magic in the universe. It is wholly metaphysical.
It's related to consciousness.
It's the same thing. Sentience and consciousness is basically the same thing.
Well, they're not necessarily the same thing. Like an organism can be able to feel without necessarily being like aware of their own feelings, right? Like if we have a person in a coma, they are like able to feel, but they're not aware of their feelings. But I feel like this is like getting too into the weeds. We only have a few minutes left, so I just want to tie it back to like if you're in the grocery store, like why choose to force an animal to go through torturous conditions when you could easily choose not to?
Because I've already told you that I think that I don't reduce harm by choosing animals over something else outside of the negative.
Let's talk about that. So how does it not reduce harm?
But you keep it all ties back to what you just ran away from. Like it doesn't.
It's very specific. Like how would it not reduce harm for you to choose plants over animals in the grocery store? Just give me an argument for that.
Because what we would consider harm is based on the question of what we think is dying instead of that animal. There is always something being destroyed by me eating. Always something.
But they're way different levels and numbers.
But that's our contention. That's our contention. That's exactly our contention. You say numbers.
At the beginning, you said that the plant's feeling pain.
Saying they're at different levels is such a bizarre, like abstract way to say it. I think that she keeps fumbling really hard.
Pain thing wasn't your main argument, but now you're basically saying it is your main argument.
I'm not sure that I've said that it's not my main argument. I've said I have two contentions.
You
and
said
this
at the
was
beginning.
One of them. Okay, then I change it. I don't know if I've said that, but then I change it.
Well, how about the fact that the pig takes so many more plants?
But that's the second problem, like that you have, like you're adding a quantification to it that I think whether you can sustain.
You added the quantification because you're saying that something's gonna have to die either way. But I'm saying way more things die if you choose the pig. So how do you address that argument?
You saying way more is a quantification.
But that's
you're
reality.
Making a comparison.
That's just reality, right? Like if we take 100 calories and we put them into a pig, we only get 10 of those calories back, right?
But do you see how you make the calculation between amounts of plants? Like how do you, like you have to put a value of life X to each plant and then make that calculation, right?
Well, I'm trying to play your game. So like, okay, if you're saying that something's going to have to die anyway, no matter what I eat, how is that not a quantification?
He's okay with that.
I am saying that it's the same. Like it's not. It's always
so
an infinite.
Putting a pig in a gas chamber is the same as mowing the grass.
Yes. Yes, from a moral, ethical standpoint, yes. The difference is
That's
See, he's willing to bite bullets, and she's. I don't think she's bit a single bullet.
absolutely insane.
the difference is my feelings about it are obviously different. So because
What
I
about the
am
pig's feelings and the plant's feelings?
I think they're actually it's the same as well.
So torturing a cat is the same as eating
think-
a banana.
No, obviously, like
Why not?
because one is eating and one is torturing. Like torturing for joy is not okay. Like because I already say that life
Well,
is
the pigs
precious.
are tortured for meat.
Yeah, but for food is different than if you just torture it for torturing it.
So I torture a cat and then
I can't believe she hasn't once said that eating meat as a choice is the same as doing it for pleasure when you could choose plants. That's crazy to me. Like right now is the perfect time to insert that.
I eat them. Then it's the same
Well,
as eating a
But the
banana.
torturing was
ago
not
was.
necessary for eating it.
But all the animals were tortured in the meat industry.
Yeah, I don't think that's good. I think that's really bad.
But you're still paying for it to happen.
Yeah, but that's an engineering problem. We could change that. And I
No,
am
we can't.
that's the thing that I told you. Like that's the thing that I would advocate for changing that.
But there's no painless way to.
I'd be super curious how she would react to the vegan farm analogy or thought experiment that I came up with. Because even perspective philosophy ended up with saying, like, well, this just wouldn't be economical. Like, yeah, we're going to pay more money to make it moral. That's fine.
To kill an animal, because if we use euthanasia, then it's going to ruin the quality of the meat. But let's say I was torturing.
I already told you, like this is an engineering problem.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah,
it's
but
not possible,
I don't think it's fair to talk about it without
No,
saying
if it's
like the
not-
reality of what's happening to these animals, right?
if it's not possible to kill an animal without pain, then I'm okay with it suffering pain. Don't get me wrong.
Why?
Because I think that something dying will always
Well,
suffer
it's not
pain.
just them dying; it's them feeling pain.
Something
What he just
dying
said.
will always feel pain because it's bad for it. Because everything
Not
that
if it's a plant.
everything that lives has a wish to live.
But plants don't feel pain when we kill them because they don't have pain receptors.
Yeah, but I believe that
But
that's
animals do.
and I believe that that's just a proxy for you.
So you're okay with
project-
torturing others just because you want to? Just
No, for
clear that
eating.
up. So torturing animals is okay if it's for eating them.
If it's not possible to kill without inflicting pain, I don't know if you would call that torture, to be honest. I have no idea what
Well, we
the
agreed that
correct
torture is
definition
inherent to meat production right now, which is what we're really talking about.
But is torture not isn't part of the definition of torture that it's that you want the thing to feel pain? Like if
No,
I
it's
torture
any
someone,
sort of like unnecessary pain, I believe.
exactly, and in that case it would be necessary. So I'm not okay with torture.
But you acknowledged that buying meat in this day and age involves torture of that animal. So you are okay
No, but
with torturing animals to
no,
eat.
because
Yes, you are, because that's what you're doing.
But you've just said it.
That's what you're doing.
But you've just said it yourself. You've just said that torture is only torture. Inflicting pain is only torture if it's not necessary to do so. Like if it's necessary to
It's not necessary. No.
wait. If you kill someone, because you're enraged and then you like stab that person 5 times, did you torture him before he died? No.
Just answer me this. So we
Wait,
acknowledge
can
you
you
acknowledge
answer
that
Can you answer that? Like if you attack someone,
stab them after they're dead, that's
no,
not
no,
torture.
not
They're already
after
dead.
that, not after they're dead. Like if in the process of killing someone, you're like stabbing them 50 times, and that's how you kill them, and you inflict like a bunch of pain before they die. But are you torturing that person? I don't think so. I think you just murdered a person, because like your intention was not to inflict pain. Your intention was to murder, to kill.
Sure, but
So
I
it's not
think you went
torture.
above and beyond. But like, let's say you bred that person into existence. You forced them into a cage for 6 months to a year. You forced them onto a truck.
I don't like
You
that.
cut off their teeth. Right, but that's
don't
what
like
happens to these animals. Their
But I don't.
teeth are
But
being
you should ask
cut
me.
off.
You're right. She really is more or less just waiting to say what she was already going to
that their
say.
tails are being cut off.
But
But this
that's
is what you're endorsing when you're buying it. You are endorsing the torture
I don't disagree with any of the things that she's saying. However, she's always going to come back to him telling her that it's an engineering problem.
of animals, whether you
that
like
is
it
true.
or not.
That is true.
But you're okay with that
But you're also paying
because you
taxes.
do it.
But you also
I
you,
wish I weren't. I'm working on changing
yeah, and
subsidies
I
for
wish
sure.
I weren't. I wouldn't do a bunch of stuff as well. Like that's just the reality in which we live in. You can ask me,
But I don't have a choice about whether I pay
you have
taxes.
enough
You have a
things.
choice over what you eat.
You
You
have-
have a choice over what you
I
eat.
think
I don't have a
you
choice
have
of
a
paying
lo-
taxes.
Look, we're now going into a discussion that I didn't want to have, which is basically the engineering discussion. But I could now we can sit here and basically tell each other what we
Well,
could
you're
do.
doing something
Well, her base morality might be solid, but she's certainly not presenting a solid moral view.
Wait,
that
let
you
me
don't
finish.
even agree with.
Let me please
She certainly can't argue it from a solid foundation at all.
finish. Let me please finish. So I do bad things. Okay?
That you don't have to do.
Can you let me finish?
That you know are wrong.
Natalie,
Okay.
please. So I do bad things, okay? So I do horrible things that I could avoid doing by making choices at the supermarket, right? These are
Okay.
really, really bad. Okay?
Okay.
I agree with that. That's
Okay.
bad. Like that's not the really interesting point. The really interesting point is
I think that is interesting.
no, wait. But the really interesting point is the things where you say I do something horrible, and I say no, Natalie, that's not horrible.
You just said it. I didn't say it. You did.
Okay, you're not judging me. You're totally non-judgmental. Okay, you don't say it, but you think it doesn't matter. So that we think the thing that we're talking about is the interesting conversation we should have is the things where you say what you're doing is horrible, and I say no, it's not horrible. For example, when you say
Okay.
how can you eat a pig, and I say I eat a pig because of XY reason, right? That's the interesting conversation. The interesting conversation
I
is not
disagree.
you saying yeah, but you could with your choices you do this, and I say yeah, Natalie, I'm sorry, yeah, true, I will think about it. You have to make me think about it more, and I will try to think about it more, and I will try to
I think
change
that's
it.
interesting because once again, like I'm very action oriented, and I think that our actions are what makes the difference in this world, right? So if you're saying like these are bad actions that I shouldn't even be doing, but you're still doing them, to me that's interesting because that's like
But
a
you do
cognitive
too.
dissonance
Like
thing.
we could
What?
find like I'm pretty sure like from the clothes that you're wearing to like everything that you have in your house, like how much slave labor is in there. Like we could find so many things, and we both agree that you with your scale, right? You still put the life and the suffering of humans above the life and the suffering of animals, right? So we could make a case for why you're a horrible person as well, right? Like, so it's always possible to do that. And like, why are you activist in this area while you're wearing something that is done with slave labor? So that's not an.
This
that's
is I get secondhand.
I mean, but
clothes,
isn't it crazy?
clarify.
I mean, yeah, but like, isn't it crazy that like this is, I think, I don't even know anything about you, but we both are pretty sure that a lot of the things that you have in your household are pretty problematic, right?
I disagree. I also
We
think
live in
there's a
such
big
a world.
difference
no.
It's
between
normal. It's normal. I'm not
Crazy to say I disagree while clearly using AirPods.
picking you out like as someone.
yeah.
Yeah,
I would encourage you to watch my video about
I've watched it.
the most ethical foods video.
I watched it. It was my favorite video, to be
Okay,
honest.
nice. And then did you see at the end where I basically conclude that like our actions are what matters, not what we're consuming, right? So like let's say you wanted to say, "Oh, I'm going to eat meat, but I'm going to donate a bunch of money to animal rights charity, or I'm going to fight to end factory farming." That would be a completely different discussion that we're having, right?
But then I would be like, yeah, why am I not doing anything for Palestine right now? Like, why am I not doing anything for
Because
Myanmar
that's
right
less
now?
within
Right?
your
Like, right?
control, right? Like you don't have
Huh?
control. Like you're not the
don't
one
have a direct impact
killing
on that.
Palestinian children, right?
Yeah,
but
but
you
I could-
are the one paying for animals to die.
But I could just send money, like the money that I'm saving by buying the shitty animal product, or the money that I'm saving there, I could send it to a help organization in Myanmar, and have save the leg of some child, you know?
Yeah, and
Like,
I think that
that's
would
why.
probably be a moral good, but I think that like a lot of these organizations, we don't necessarily know um what the money's going toward.
I mean, yeah, let's say
But
I do know. I mean, you keep like going from a moral conversation that we're having to
to a practical one.
to an engineering problem,
Jesus,
and I don't
Saxon.
think that like that should not be the thing that you're advocating for, because
Why not?
the engineering problem is not is too big. It's just too big. It's not something.
Well, we're never going to solve it, right? So we should. I
No,
mean,
you have to make basically a moral distinction before you can even make an engineering question. Actually,
I
before you can even
disagree.
answer the engineering question. So I should be thinking about what's more important: me saving animals or me saving children in Myanmar.
Not necessarily, but I do actually have to hop off. It's
Sure.
a bit after the time we said. But yeah, I appreciate this conversation,
Me too.
and yeah,
I
I
wish
hope
you
you
all
have
the best.
a thanks. All right, bye.
Have a good one. Bye. Ah. Okay. Interesting.
I wonder if we
Okay.
have some final thoughts.
I don't want to comment on the stream so much. I thought it was going to be different a little bit, to be honest. But yeah, it is what it is. And yeah, next week I have a conversation with another men's rights activist who has made a video about me, and he's
Oh,
also German, which is
yep,
pretty fun,
German.
I think. Yeah, I'm going to be talking to him. Let's see how it goes. I'll try to find more guests. I have a bunch of people on my list. Let's see if I can get them to have a conversation with me. All right, that's it. Have a good night.
He's done quite a few really good videos talking to incels too. He's gotten pretty deep into the incel community, and interviewed some really really interesting people like that are sort of like behind like the incel movement. Oh, let's see. Give him a call.
Hey, Drozzy.
Hey,
You hear me?
yeah. Wait one sec. I'm gonna
And
pop out and then put you on the screen.
no. You can hear me as well?
Yeah. What time is it where you're at, by the way? I want
It
to know how
is
much I'm
10
inconveniencing
a.m.
you. PM? Oh, okay. This is like,
a.m.
oh, AM. Oh,
Yeah. So I basically woke up to you reacting to the video, and then I went out for a walk and to get some bread for breakfast. And I listened to it while I was outside a little bit. So I've watched the end, let's say, like the last part of your reaction.
so you heard my critiques of her then, yeah?
Yeah. Most of it probably. Yeah.
From a purely debate standpoint, how did you feel about the way she went about it? Because I thought it was
Yeah,
terrible.
I think you analyzed it quite correctly. Like she was like looking a lot about like how it would look from the outside. So she was like doing the same thing that basically Smith was saying, that she was trying to talk to an audience the whole time, and
Yeah.
she even said that, and that was a little bit sad that we had difficulties to like communicate in that regard. It's really hard if you talk to someone and they are not talking to you, they're talking to somebody else. It's really hard to like to have a conversation. And also, as you've said, like she was not ready to bite any bullets, because at some point she got like paranoid that I was going to like entrap her in a. would have wanted for a more confident, like for a more confident conversation. Yeah, but I had two like big flaws in my argumentation. Actually, I think like I had two major things where I was wrong, where she could have pressed me on. She didn't, but I later on realized. Like one thing was where I said that life is precious, life is valuable in and of itself.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit of an issue where when she brought up that if you breed life, then you're basically creating more life, and then you would end up with a more life in total, and then even killing it afterwards would make it a good thing because you have increased the amount of life, and that is actually true. So I think I would shift my position in that regard to dying is bad. Like we,
Yeah.
I think it's we have a positive.
The
We
preservation
have a
of life is good.
Yeah, exactly. So I should have been more precise there. Uh, Obviously, we do have some like positive feelings towards life. Like I think we all enjoy like watching like I don't know a puppy or something like that. Like we enjoy like this life happening. We enjoy like seeing
We
the grass.
reproduce.
Like yeah, like
It's the biggest celebration of life you could possibly have is to reproduce
yeah.
willingly.
So that was the first. That was the first flaw, I think, and then the second one was where I said that uh, the science of sentience. So it would be like the question, like if we just have one case of sentience that we actually can pinpoint to, which is our own sentience,
Yeah.
right? And then we try to basically find out what's also sentient, then it makes absolutely sense to look at, okay, what is similar to us.
Yeah.
So it would actually be a good scale to look at what's similar to us, and then like it would be a scientifically
I made that
like
counter
even though
argument during it.
yeah, I think that's what you said, right?
Yeah.
So it would be kind of even if it's just with a sample size of one, which is very low, right?
Right.
Having a sample size of one, and then the problem is you can't reproduce it and you can't quantify it, right? Because you just have a sample size of one,
Destiny made
and
that argument
and
before, and I think it's the weakest argument possible. Because like
yes,
it's the only thing you have to go off of. Like if I think that you are also sentient because you have similar
yes,
things and you're reacting similarly, then that means that that's enough for me to make that jump, and so I can make that jump to a pig too. Because it would seem kind of
yeah.
silly to just go, well, I can't know, so therefore, no holes barred, I can do whatever I want. That's crazy.
Yes, but then the way there to find out basically if the same mechanisms you have also exists in another living being, that's a different question. Like that's the thing that I should have attacked. I think like because like science cannot do that, right? So
Right.
science can only tell you, okay, there is like these reactions. It can show you if there is behaviorist actions that are being done. And I hate this thing so much. I don't know how to turn it off. It's so annoying. I had already turned it off. Okay, I'm going to put some brain into it. But yeah, so science can only tell you mm, whether something is reacting in a certain way, and science can tell you whether certain hardware is present, right? But
Right.
it cannot tell you if that's a good criterion for determining whether something is correlated to your sentience.
Right. In both instances, whether I'm doing it to you or I'm doing it to a pig, I have to use my intuition based on the information that we have.
So 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 we have sentience, we have our own sentience, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And now we're trying to find sentience basically outside of us, right? We're trying to make
Right. The
assumptions
problem of
on
other
sentience
minds.
outside of us, exactly. And we can't do that for sure, but we can basically infer based on
It's
certain
intuition
things that we
based.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what is like what should be like the like what makes one criterion better than the other? For example, my criteria, one of the things how I am inferring that something is sentient is that I'm saying that if it has the will to survive, like if I see the if I see some effort of that living thing to survive, and if I see some effort to avoid pain and to get joy,
Yeah.
that's how I determine. But I can see that in a cell as well, right? So
Sure. Which
and
is
who says that now someone finding a brain or finding like receptors, like who says that finding receptors is better than me pinpointing to certain behaviors? right?
Yeah, I pointed
Science
out
can't
in there
determine
that she should have. So the sentience is sort of a shorthand that a lot of people, including myself, do. And then once we get into the weeds, what really is being said is that it's about the suffering, and then having what most people fail to say because they don't usually get far enough into these conversations is that having the emotional ability to process suffering is something that like we do care about. That's why I care about whether you suffer or not, because I know that if I do something that might harm you, well, it doesn't really matter unless you can process that and then have like some sort of internal negative
Yeah,
experience,
we
which
had
would be the emotional. But she should have said that because that really puts those arguments on the back foot. Whether or not, like you and I don't have to flesh this out. I'm saying this would have been a much better approach for her to take than the approach that she had in it, because it lets you, without doing that, you get to lead her around all these different things, and she basically seated the driving wheel over to you and then tried to back seat it the whole time without ever reaching for the steering wheel. It was crazy.
I was really sad at the end. Like she seemed genuinely like
She
really
got
angry
mad.
at me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was pretty mad.
I was like I was feeling really shit afterwards. Like I was like pretty down. Cause yeah.
Did you get?
I
I don't know if you heard my the biggest criticism that I had of you, because I know your interest is to be able to have this conversation in the fullest extent that it can be had.
yeah. Yeah.
I detected pretty early on that she needed your reassurances more than you were giving to her, and then when you ended up giving them, it was a little too late. You said exactly what I wanted you to say, but you said it when it was needed, which sort of made it moot to her. I think that when it's something that gets as in the weeds as veganism has to, you need to let people know really early on. At any point when I'm taking you down my train of thought, if you agree with something, you have full, like, I won't hold you to anything you said. You can change it as long as when we change it, that I can then take you down the road with what you have changed. Like, you just needed to, I think she needed to understand that she wasn't going to be beholden to something
But
that.
I don't think that like she would have been holding to it. Like
But
she could have
she
said
thinks
that
you would have, based on how she was acting. You can tell that she wasn't so much reacting to you as she was reacting to
yeah.
other people trying to trap her in the past, which is why like you'd start to say something and she would like insert her own
But I was
conclusion.
trapping. Like I was certain. I like it is certainly a trap. Like if you go down like basically a logic. Like if you go down a train of thought, the thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show that her like trap would be like the. I mean, it is a trap to a certain extent because
Sure,
like
you're trying to
you're
take
trying
her
to
down a
find a
Socratic road.
you're trying to pinpoint a moral inconsistency of her framework that
Right.
she is not
And you're doing
adhering to
this
her own
Socratically, right?
standards. Yes.
When
Like
you
if
when you break down something
yeah,
Socratically, you have to allow the person to change their mind about something, and then you go back to the step where that applies, and then you move forward from there.
yeah. But that's what I really try to do that. Like if she changes her mind, she can always go
I
back.
don't
I
think
even
she
did
knew
that.
that though. You told her right
Yeah,
when it was happening, and I think to her that was
yeah,
like a big red flag, and it sort of freaked her out instead of making her feel reassured. It
yeah.
was something I wanted to see from you a lot earlier because I could feel it on her that she was like, oh, as soon as she started interjecting with your own conclusions, that's when I think you need to go. Just so you know, at any point you can say, you know what? Now that you're saying it like that, I can see how I said this way. I actually want to change it to this. Like if you can lay
But the
that out for
thing
somebody, I think that that's going to help the conversation move forward without
you
so
want
many
me to,
roadblocks that she threw up.
but you want me to alleviate her fear basically. But
For
she is
your interest
totally.
of having the fullest
Yeah,
conversation possible.
I know.
Yes.
But I think that would be like pretty dishonest of me because she should be scared. Like she is right to be like I understand
She shouldn't
that
be
she's
scared
scared because
to
like
develop
it
her
is
argument during the conversation, though, because
the
it lets
thing
you
that
have a
she's
fuller
scared about,
conversation.
but the thing that she's scared about is going to happen.
Right,
Like
which
her
means,
running into a logical inconsistency is what she's scared about,
but
right?
you're
And
okay with
that's
her
also
saying that that's not what I mean anymore, right?
yeah, but then she's going to go back and then she's going to go a different route and I'm going to like that's my goal is to have her run into it because I think that she has one, right? I think that her system has a logical. I don't want to make a logical inconsistency up, obviously, but I think that her thinking has a logical inconsistency, and I want to find that out and show that. So that's what she's scared about, and me saying to her basically giving her reassurances that no, you're fine, everything's good, don't worry about
That's
it.
not
Like
what I mean.
like
That's not what I mean. That's
yeah.
not what I mean. What I mean is that just reassuring her that if she has to pivot, that you're not gonna
Yeah.
force her to maintain everything that she said throughout the
Okay,
conversation.
okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Because that seemed to be like what she was really scared of. Like she had to when she had to Google the word precious. That tells me that her
Yeah.
biggest fear in the conversation is being held to something that
Yeah.
she said that she didn't think about super in depth when she said it. So just allowing that freedom, because you did it too. You were like, if that's what I said, then I don't mean it. Like
Yeah, 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 yeah.
she didn't feel like she
Yeah.
could do that at all. She felt,
Yeah.
and
I mean,
that's not your
again,
fault. It's because of her mind on her audience. But if you want to have a fuller
yes,
conversation, I think that it's something that you have to do.
yes,
It,
but I think then also it is not possible for me to alleviate that because like the thing that she's scared about is not my judgment, it's basically the judgment of the audience, right?
sure, I think you can help it. I don't think that you can solve it, but I think that with a little more due
Yeah,
diligence, you can serve yourself better in that conversation.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't
Um,
know. It was. I feel like towards the end, I really, we were a little bit all over the place, and also she didn't want to have the conversation anymore. It was a little bit difficult for me to navigate because at this point, like, if someone doesn't want to have the conversation, I'm okay with that. Like, we
yeah.
can just stop. You know,
She,
it's
you
totally
you
fine.
100%. You went to the point of no return when you said mowing the grass was the same as putting a pig in a gas chamber. I was like, it's done.
Like
She's
ethically, no. I
she,
mean,
yeah, I know, but
like
she was totally out of there at that point.
yeah, yeah, yeah. She was really like
Like you
I think
grossed
that
her out when you
yeah, yeah,
said that.
exactly, exactly. Like she was really grossed out by me, and but that was so interesting because I feel like I would be grossed out by someone if they actually feel the same things
Yeah, I
when they see
understood where you
that.
were coming from.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If they would actually feel the same way, then I would be grossed out by someone too. But if I say that's morally the same thing, for example, if I ask you, is it morally the same thing of someone taking a pill and someone having their leg amputated because they have a blood poisoning, you know? So like it's both a good procedure that happens.
They're
Like
both
it's
morally the
both
same,
morally,
assuming this is what's
yeah, yeah, yeah. But
available.
you don't feel the same way about it, right?
Right. One's horrific, and the other one is like, oh, that's
Yeah,
great.
yeah, yeah. So that makes no like that was a little bit irritating, but yeah, at that point it was already gone, and yeah, I it, she was just like at the end she was like I was like I wish you all the best, and she was like thanks, bye. That was pretty sad. I was like
Yeah.
damn, okay, yeah,
Um, I think that some people can have these conversations with an emotional detachment and some people can't. And I think that if you want to have and I think it's really interesting because I had a bit more of an expectation on you, with all due respect to you, because
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I've seen you talk to like I've seen your stuff with incels.
yeah,
Your emotional intelligence in dealing with them was
yeah.
phenomenal. You let them say things that you disagreed with so that you could get to the heart of things that they were saying at the right times, and then you also stopped them from saying something that was clearly incorrect based on how they felt at the correct time as well. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's easier to do when the subject is so emotional, like in Seldom.
Yeah,
I think that you'll excel at these kinds of
I had
debates
less.
if you remember that for these people that you're debating, it is just as emotional if it's like if this is their cause as it is to the incel feeling all the feelings that they're having.
I definitely have way more empathy for someone not finding a romantic partner than
Yeah.
for someone. So I can relate I can relate more to that. But the thing is, I think like the way I would have liked, like if the conversation would have continued, I would have like basically interrupted the debate part basically there at some point, like to a certain extent, and I would have liked to apply like at least that part of the debate, but I would have liked to apply like the things she was feeling towards me. I would have like a person, the a person that thinks that abortion is murder
Hmm.
would have the same feelings towards her, right? Like, because she's like pro-choice.
Yeah, she said. Well, I wasn't fully understanding of her position on it, but granted, it's kind of seemed that way. Uh,
I think she didn't want to say it, but she didn't object to a fetus being way less worthy of consideration in terms of value of life. She
yeah,
conceded that. Like, so that makes her pro-choice, I think. So so
it
I
seemed
would
like
have
I said, it
like
seemed that way for sure.
yeah. So you just saying like that some people not being able to have this conversation in a calm way. I understand why she doesn't do it. Like, I understand why she feels that way, because she thinks I'm basically holocausting. Like, you know, like that's
Yeah,
what she thinks. Like, she thinks like sh- so. But I would have wanted to put her in my shoes where she's the bad guy, basically, right? Like, would it make sense for other people to think
I
that, like, I don't know, like that's that.
I understand that, and I think that
Yeah.
I think you wanted to shortcut that more than you would have in other conversations I've seen you have. And I fully understand why, but I think that your strength is having is your ability to connect with people and get them to understand that get them to understand where you're coming from, and you're also phenomenal at clearing up misunderstandings in the middle of a conversation, but it's after you've made that connection. I
Yeah.
think that if you treat subjects that aren't quite as emotionally charged as like the incel things the same way, if you enter them with the same kind of care, you're going to absolutely crush it, because you're going to get around a lot of this bullshit that jams up your conversations. Because you have the
Yeah.
strengths that you have are so fucking good,
Thanks,
above and
man.
beyond a lot of people that I see debate. And I just want to see you utilize your skills that you have to the maximum capacity outside of where you're normally implementing them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about like what I I'm not even sure if something went wrong, but I'm trying to obviously like make the conversations better. I would have just wanted to. I think it was just a little bit time was missing from the conversation. I would have wanted to bring the conversation back to a level where she would. Uh, I think I could have brought her back. I think I that's my fantasy. My fantasy is one where it doesn't end in me saying I wish you all the best and she just hanging up on me and being like angry about it. Like, I
Yeah,
think I could have brought her back at least to the point where she says, okay, he is brainwashed, that's why he doesn't think the way I think, but that doesn't make him a bad person. Like, I think that's my fantasy. It's not only because I want that, it's also because I think that you can think that way, right? Like,
right. What do you think would have been a good approach to bring her back there?
it would have been the abortion example, right? It
I
would have
I
been the abortion example where you say, listen, to you, a fetus is not the same as a baby. And because that, like, someone can think that you're a horrific person, like, how could you, and blah 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 blah. And someone would get really really upset with you, but it's basically a question of like a question of the fact of the like what you think something is, right? And if you think that something, like, if I think that we are all hallucinations, I can kill everyone without being a horrible person. If I think I'm in a video game, I can literally kill everyone and not be a bad person, right?
right.
And her thinking that I'm a bad person, I think makes no sense, because basically to her, I'm having a delusion about animals,
Yeah,
right?
you're
So if
indoctrinated.
yeah, I'm indoctrinated, but like the bad person would be someone who sees them as worthy, like who thinks that we are not in a video game and then kills everyone, right? That's a bad
Correct.
person. So and even according to her, like, even in her moral framework, I should not be a bad person.
Right, because you don't agree with the you don't agree with the standard.
Exactly, exactly. Because
Correct.
I think that animals are like exaggerated, but I think that animals are not the same as humans and therefore don't have the same moral consideration. But if I would think that, then I would be a bad person. A murderer thinks that basically no, like you know, like if it's a completely if he has lost his mind, then we would also not say that he's a bad person.
So I think the way that you get her back is by letting her have something that doesn't give her anything in the conversation. So you could say something like, why don't you tell me what you think our key disagreement is? And I say, why do you think that? Can you explain that a little bit? Let her just talk a little bit but with your direction, and then you can come back and say, okay, no. But you let her sort of have this moment of being guided, being correct, and that'll get her back on it because she's not on the back foot anymore. I think she felt like she was on the
Yeah, I
back
feel
foot
like
so hard that she just couldn't put her fists down. There was a point where I was like, her guard is up so high right now that I think you had to
yeah,
disarm her somehow. And when people are as charged as she is, I think that you just have to let them be right, but not about the conversation like that, by saying like, what do you think we disagree about? And then if you can guide her to the correct answers to that, now she's gonna be like, okay, I'm allowed to be right about something, even though you've ceded no ground in the debate. She's now lowered her guard and able to continue having a conversation with you without a shield. Like at a certain point, she wasn't responding to you at all anymore. That's how heavy her guard was
yes,
up. So
yes.
you got to find a way
But the
to
thing
to
is,
bring that down a bit, and it
yeah,
doesn't hurt you at
but the
all.
thing
It
is,
makes you look good too. It should make you feel
I
good.
know, but it's not morally like I don't think it's okay to do that because because the thing that she's scared like that's my sorry, maybe you have a different view of it, but my view of it is that the thing that she's scared about, the thing that she doesn't want to happen, the reason why she has her guard up is because she's scared of being wrong in this debate in front of her audience. That's the thing that she's scared about. That's the reason why her guard is up. And me basically trying to convince her to put her guard down would be dishonest, except there would be just one way of taking her guard down without being dishonest. That could have been, well, I could have said, listen, you having such a big high guard is not a good look for you. That would have been the only argument that would not have been dishonest on my side, right? Because like
So
if I say, don't
I
worry about
understand.
it, you can put your guard down and then stab her in her heart. That's like
So I think that when two people go into a conversation like this, both of them are saying that we're coming together for the conversation's sake. So that my duty is to have this conversation as in good faith as possible. And if you're preventing that from happening, I can use the tools I have available to try to persuade you to continue having this conversation. I think that if either person care, if both people care about the topic at hand, then the thing that is most that deserves the most consideration is to have this conversation in the best and most good faith way possible. And if she's doing something that is stopping that from happening, I think the options are to, if she's not able to self-correct, you have to get her to correct her behavior for the sake of the conversation, or the conversation should end. That's where I'm thinking. I understand why you think it's dishonest, but I think it's honest in the pursuit of having the conversation to the fullest extent.
yeah. So you sacrifice honesty basically for the
I
conversation.
don't think it's dishonest. You are you
I mean,
you're
if you
you're
if I know
resetting her guard by saying, "What do you think that the if you say something like, what do you think the biggest disagreement that you and I are having right now is?" And if she says
wait, what is the
this,
reason for her guard
the reason that her guard is
according to
up,
you?
the reason why her guard is up is because she's afraid of um well, at one point it was because I think she was afraid of committing to something that she would get
Why
pinned
she
down on.
that's the guard. That is the guard.
And then later it just became full focus on how she's looking to her audience, which could be
Yes,
separate
it's
at one
but
point.
what could be a bad look for her?
Could be a bad look for her.
Yeah, to lose the conversation, right?
Sure, to lose the debate, sure,
To,
absolutely.
or to be trapped in a logical inconsistency, right? Like that's the thing that she's scared about, but that's actually what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I know. What I guess what I'm saying is, I think that steering the conversation temporarily in a way that that makes optics less on the forefront of her mind is okay.
Okay, so you would want me to make her care less about optics, right?
Yeah, just
Okay, okay, I see.
through this side thing where you're saying, what do
Yes,
you? Yeah, it sort of
that could
alleviates
have
the
been
care about the optics by making her feel in control of that section of it. I think that it just sort of goes, okay, I am in control of the things that I'm saying and doing. This guy is not forcing me into doing anything, and it kind of shows that you are willing to let her say her stuff as well. I think that it's because you. I wouldn't recommend this to a lot of people, but because I know that you are wholly good faith when you debate, I suggest it to you. I don't think that you're malicious. You could do this in a way that's malicious, but I trust that you wouldn't do this in a way that's malicious. You're not doing it to get a win, you're doing it to have the conversation to its conclusion.
wait, do what to win?
Uh,
What exactly?
Getting her to care less about the optics so she lowers her guard down so that the conversation can continue. This is in service of the
Okay.
conversation, not in service of you winning. If it was in service of you winning and you're trying to trick her so that you can win, that sucks. But
I
if
think
it's
when I think about it like that, I think that, yeah. So the core anxiety that she has is basically that she's wrong. Like she might be trapped into like being wrong.
yeah, but
And
if
I
you're
think
less worried
that
about
part of it
optics,
is
you're
the
not thinking
audience.
like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah.
You got to give
It
her a
might be
little
more.
optics
I wish.
Xanax.
Yeah. So I wish, like, one thing I would have liked to talk about as well. I said that to you. I asked that to you. Like what would happen for you if we would find out tomorrow that plants are sentient? Like, all these criteria that we have. Like I think we already know that plants are sentient. Like, to a certain extent. Uh, at this point, I think it just depends on what your
It's
definition of sentience is, which
yeah,
is
and
not a scientific
I'd have to
thing
tell
to
you
do.
that like I don't even know. It would be a tragedy, and I would it would be really something difficult for me to know now. But I think that it would have severe implications for how I feel about myself in the world.
And I feel like
It'd be
she
horrifying.
would be saying, like, way to go would be then to say, yeah, but it's a lower form of sentience, and then, or a higher form of sentience, or to say, okay, it is a binary, and then she would make her calculation and say that animals eat plants, and if we do animal agriculture there would be more plants. But my basically point then would my question then would be, okay, where's the cutoff point? I don't think that there is a cutoff point for sentience. Like,
I
I don't
think
think
that
that there is a magical, like, from cells to human beings. I don't think that there is
I
a
gave the
magical
cutoff
cutoff
point.
point where at some point there is no more sentience.
Well, like I said,
What is the cutoff point?
she should have had a stronger stake in suffering and saying that the emotional ability to process the suffering is really what she actually cares about. Because a lot of vegans don't understand that that's what they're saying, but that's really what they're saying. It's that something can suffer, but unless it can process that suffering, so like if you suffer and then you fear more suffering, this is a much bigger deal than
Okay, but then you basically introduce that. Then you basically agree that everything is suffering, and
to quote the Buddha,
then now,
existence is suffering.
yes. So then you agree that everything is suffering, and
Yeah.
now you've basically introduced a different trait. Like, basically we're playing name the trait, but just reverse, right? We're
Well,
just playing the name
I
the
hate.
trait.
I actually said I think I
Yeah, but
hate name the
we do
trait,
play
but
it right
she
now.
should be using name the trait against him because
But
it would be the
no,
most
I am
effective method
using.
she
I,
has.
no, I am using name the trait. I
Yeah,
am using name the trait in terms of animals versus plants and other living beings.
yeah,
Like,
and
name one trait that animals, and then you basically
that is the trait.
start doing that. Your trait is basically knowing. Like, it's a very interesting trait. I've never heard it before. Is like knowing about the pain, like processing the pain.
Yeah,
I
having the
don't know. Like,
emotional
that's
capacity to process the suffering, I think, is what most vegans intuitively feel, but they don't know how to verbalize.
So that's your criterion for. So and now I can ask you the same question again. Where is the magical threshold? Like, where is the magical line at which living beings that are sentient, apparently you've changed your stance on that. Like, they're all, like, basically like, they all suffer pain, right? All living beings suffer pain. Existence is pain, right?
Sure.
and then at some point, like from cell to human being, at some point magically we get this thing called knowing about pain, or like consciousness, or
There,
whatever you want to call
there's
it. I feel like it's all the same, like everything, like sentience, consciousness, knowing about pain, it's all the same thing
wait,
to
wait,
me.
wait. I think that we can make a pretty easy determination about certain life. You go, okay, is it sentient? Yes. Okay. Does it have the capacity for suffering? Yes. Okay. Now,
No, no,
can
no,
it
no,
can
no.
it
You said
emotionally
life is always
process?
sentient. It's not like we don't have to do a
Well,
check
I'm just saying.
for
No, I'm
sentience,
saying
right?
like we're just looking at any object and evaluating. Is it okay? Is this thing worth our
Is this
moral
alive?
consideration insofar as killing it for our pleasure? And then you'd say, is it sentient? Yes. Is it capable of
No,
suffering?
that's where
Yes.
we're trying
And
to go
then
though.
the
Yeah.
important. I'm saying all these boxes would have to be checked in order for me to say here's the line. And then the
No,
most important
I'm
box
not
then
asking
would
about
be,
the moral line. I'm not asking you about the moral line from
mm,
cell to human being. I'm asking you about the empiric, like you seem to suggest that there's some difference between animals and, like, between animals, cells, like cells and animals. Okay,
yeah,
cells, everything that is, like, everything that is to the left of plants,
yeah.
and then we have animals and human beings, and there seems to be some cutoff point where something happens that makes them empirically, scientifically, empirically different, which then results in you having a different moral consideration. But I'm not asking you for the different moral consideration. I'm asking you for the scientific cutoff point. Like, why at some point is there some new mechanism kicking in, which is like, I don't know what you call it, like thinking about suffering, knowing about suffering.
Oh, because that is where I can compare what I understand from my
And
own
where is it?
perspective. It's my
Where is
ability.
that line?
I don't understand what you mean when you say where is that line.
Like, you seem to suggest that from cells to
Yeah,
human beings, somewhere in the middle is plants and then animals,
it
right? And
exists. So like it's
somewhere
weird because
here
there's,
is a line,
yeah,
is a scientific empirical line, just like before we were talking about the line of sentience, where she was basically saying that sentience starts with animals, right? There was a line, there was a hard line of where sentience starts with animals, and now you have basically introduced a new concept. You said you agree with me that everything is sentient, but now there is a new line which is called thinking about suffering.
well, I'd say I,
And
I would
now I'm
I
asking
would
you,
I
where is
would
that
word
line?
it I would word it a little bit different, but sure.
Yeah, and now
I
my
have,
question is, where is that line and why is it there?
well, like we agree that I sort of have to explain something and I can't like draw a line. There's no like board for me to draw a line on. And I would say it exists within the animal kingdom in that some animals are not on that side and some animals
Yeah.
are on that side.
But yeah, but when I say draw the line, I mean, like, give us criteria how science would determine
Oh, I
which one
did.
has crossed that line and which one hasn't.
I
Like,
did.
how would we see that? How would a scientist, or how would, like, an observer see if that line is crossed or not?
So I think a really good way to tell, and I'm not in the scientific field. I couldn't give you like the be all end all experiment to run, but I could give you an experiment to run, which would be a very good indicator of this. So if you cause suffering onto an animal, and then you approach the animal, or if you did it and then you approach the animal again, if they react in a way that you understand to be fear, if it's showing a fear response, you could even do a brain scan if you wanted. Then there's a good under there's I would say that this is a good indication that this animal does have the emotional ability to process its suffering. It remembered what happened to it, and it is afraid of it happening again. This is a very good indicator of this. There might be a better scientific way to approach this, but I would say at this point we're going into what I would say is like cruelty. This is cruelty now, and this is something that I would. This
This
is
is,
something where
but
I would
but
find.
wouldn't you say that what you're saying, like, we have described a process, but I think it's really easily summarizable, like, under a certain word, which is like intelligence.
Yeah, intelligence has to be a factor in there. There's
I mean,
intelligence is part of
no,
it.
like, the more, like, that's basically
But
intelligence.
intelligence is kind of nebulous,
Basically,
so I tried not to use intelligence. Rather, I tried to
yeah,
use
but
an
it is.
experiment.
it is intelligence what you're talking about. Like the thing that you're describing is
Yeah,
intelligence.
I thought that was
right?
baked in when I said it has the emotional ability to process the suffering. Intelligence
But
would
then
be a
you've
part of
basically
that.
just replaced sentience with intelligence. And so now you're basically stating that the thing that makes a life valuable is how intelligent it is. Like,
Wait,
and then you have to decide whether that's a binary or whether that's a gradual thing. If it's a
I
gradual thing,
specified
then
the kind of intelligence, though.
it doesn't matter. Like the you can also cite a specific type of intelligence, but then you're basically saying the
I
thing
did.
that makes a life worthy. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like the thing that makes like let's call it intelligence A, okay?
Okay. I think I'm wholly
We
consistent
call
with
it just placeholder intelligence A, okay? Type A intelligence, okay? And now you're basically saying the thing that makes a life valuable is whether they have intelligence type A.
that. Yep.
And now I can ask you, is it a binary or is it something gradual?
It's
Like, and since you have put a
it's
cutoff
a
point,
binary.
it's a binary, right?
Yeah.
So something that so and then I'm asking you, so do you think that from a cell to a human being, at some point, this ability just pops out of existence? Or do you think that in nature actually, since you're talking about something scientific,
No,
right?
I think that there
In
would be a
nature,
specific point where it goes, yep, it has this ability now.
it's a threshold, right?
Yes, there's a
So,
threshold,
so,
and
the,
once it's
so the
crossed,
only
yeah.
way that you can make something that is on a spectrum into a binary is to introduce a threshold, right?
Correct.
So and now I'm asking you, where is that threshold and why is it there?
I don't know what you mean when you say where is that threshold. I told you
You
how.
have something that is on a type A intelligence. Okay, we've called it type A intelligence is on a threshold, right?
Let me put it this way: I don't know how to answer it like that, but you could give me
It's on
any
a
being,
spectrum.
but you could give me any being, and I could tell you whether it's past that spectrum or not.
Yeah, but how would you determine that? It's not about you also. Like you're alluding to some scientific, like you say that this is like something scientific, empiric that you're pointing to,
I gave an
right?
example
And
of an experiment that could be done to determine it, but I don't know if that's the best
yeah,
one.
but we know that this is like basically everything that passes this experiment
Yeah.
is everything that is not passing that experiment is basically we can kill, hunt,
Yeah.
torture, do whatever we want to.
Yep.
Like if I find you an animal that is not able to be scared of me, like that doesn't remember that I hurt it before, is off limits. Basically, I can do whatever I want with it.
Well, like I said,
Is
you
that
might be
your
able to
point?
construct. I'm saying that a scientist in this field might be able to construct a better experiment, but I'm saying at least this is a pass for me. Because I'm not a
Yeah, but
scientist in the
you
field to
would.
tell you how I could determine the best way to determine if there's an emotional ability to process suffering. But
I don't even know if there is I don't even know like
well,
the thing
I
that
gave
you're
an
basically
example.
now introducing is some form of intelligence, which is like, can it remember that I've heard it in the past? Does it have like a recollection of what I did to him? Right? That's the thing that you're
Yeah,
basically that's your
I'm saying
criteria.
that at least this would pass. I don't know I don't know because I'm not a scientist in this field. I don't know the best way to determine where that threshold is crossed, but I know that at this point the threshold certainly is crossed. In which I think is
And
about
and
all you
and
can expect from me outside
if
of
it's
that.
not crossed, I can kill it, right?
Yeah.
And eat it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
but do you see how like many of the things that you're not eating might fall under that? Like I could trick like I could trick something into not being able to do that, right?
but again, like I'm saying, that I would not rely on exactly my experiment to do that because I'm not a scientist in the field to know. Like I think that you might be able to do it just by brain scans in experiments that are much
But that
that
is a
encompass more. Hang
but
on.
that is a totally different thing.
You're asking me to give a scientific exact about something that I'm not in the field of, but I'm saying here's the criteria that an experiment, if an experiment showed X or Y, I would say yes or no to whether or not you could kill it. I just don't have this. I don't have the scientific knowledge to be able to construct you the best experiment for it.
Whether you are
But I'm
alluding to sentience or to type A intelligence, what we've now called
This is
type
type A intelligence, yeah. I just don't know the best way to determine that.
Drazi, please let me finish.
Go ahead.
Whether you allude to that or to type A intelligence, you're always basically alluding to science. You're always alluding to empirical facts. So you're saying the world is in such in a certain state, and that's where I'm deriving my moral distinction from. That's what you're basically saying. You're not. It's not like
The world
you.
is in such a state.
It's not like you've created it, the task is already there, and now science has to figure it out. No, you're saying that the science is there, and from there you derive your moral consideration, right? Like you base your whole basis for you being vegan is because you think, because of the things that you think we know about animals, right? Empirically. That's why you're a vegan, right?
In the very beginning,
Why are you vegan?
hang on, in the very beginning, I did say that you have to intuit it based on the information you have. The same way that I intuit that other humans, like other minds, exist. So for me, at a personal level, I kind of have to go up based on, like, I know it when I see it. But I do think that we can use science to boil down exactly where that line is. I just don't have the foreknowledge in science to come up with this exact line. So for myself personally, I operate on this intuition of, like, I know it when I see it. And I can say, like, if it crosses, if this experiment is performed, certainly it passes. But I do think that there's some other things that we could include more animals with as well, like
What is
that would have
your
less
intuition?
constraints in this.
Your intuition is based on the things that you see and perceive with your senses, right?
Of course, I would have nothing in
That is
the knowledge that I have. Yeah,
that is empiricism.
correct.
And the best form of that is science. Like the most.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yes, and so that's what you're alluding to when you basically say that there is a when you make the difference between animals and other living beings. So you basically make the difference between. I make the difference between humans and all other beings, right?
Right.
Right? And when I'm saying that, I'm not alluding to science. That's a really big difference between my position and your position. When I'm saying that, I'm just
I
saying
don't
that
disagree with you.
I don't make an actual. I don't say that animals and humans are actually different scientifically in the way they are. I'm not saying that they are actually different empirically. I'm just saying that I'm drawing an arbitrary line around human beings. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. When you are saying that you draw a line around animals and human beings, you're not saying that you're doing that in an arbitrary way. Like, which would be okay, right? You could just say, I have an
Correct.
arbitrary line. I have an arbitrary line that is bigger than yours.
What
That
I'm
you
saying
could
is that
make that
how I
argument.
feel is subject to change, and how
But
your feeling
you're
isn't
saying you're
subject
not
to change
saying
because
that.
nothing can change your arbitrary line.
No, wait. When you're drawing that line, you're not saying that it's arbitrary. You're saying that it's based on actual differences between animals, human beings, and then the rest. You claim that there is a scientific difference, that there is an
Some
empirical
animals.
difference.
Humans and everything else.
Sure, some animals and humans and the rest. So
Yeah.
you claim that there is some scientific thing there that makes the difference. And then I'm asking you for it. And basically you come up with an experiment that makes up that difference, right? That is the difference
That
between.
at least does. However, I think that we could end up including more animals if we had a scientist coming up with the experiment rather than me, because I'm limited in my knowledge of science. However, so up until then, I have to use my intuition based on things that I do understand, and say, like, I kind of know it when I see it, but at least this.
But the whole basis for your moral argument is it's not backward. You're now basically giving the scientists homework to solve for you. But actually
It's an engineering problem.
It's exactly. You're creating an engineering problem, but this engineering problem should have been already solved because that's where you're driving your morals from, right? That's where you're deriving your morals from. Your morals should come from the thing that already exists.
My
right?
morals come
It's
from
not
my
that-
moral intuitions.
Yeah, so you feel then you could just say, I have an arbitrary feeling of animals and some animals, not even all animals. I have an arbitrary feeling of animals and humans deserving that consideration and all the rest not getting it, then we would be on the
I
same
know
level.
which ones for sure pass, and then I have
It's
to use
just
my intuition.
arbitrary.
I have to use my intuition for other ones because I believe that they will probably pass the ability to have intelligence A. I can't know for certain which all things have intelligence A. However, I am fully confident that science can draw a clear line for the qualifications for intelligence A. Is what
But
I'm
that
saying.
would be
Until we have that, I have to use my intuition, and I do have a clear through line, which I know. But I do think that prior to where I draw that line, there are other things that will be that science can
so
prove has intelligence A
so
as
your
well.
line. So intuition, every time you introduce
Instead of
intuition, basically what you're saying
instead of a
is
thin little line,
bas-
I have a very dark line here, and then like a gray line that gets more transparent as it goes because I don't know. And then
so
the more I can be shown that intelligence A does qualify, I can thicken up that line. Does that make sense?
no,
Oh,
no. Because no, absolutely not. Because you're basically the thing that you're introducing as intuition is basically arbitrary feeling. So the same way I feel arbitrarily, that I arbitrarily put a line around humans, you basically put that arbitrarily around humans and certain animals, and then you
it's not
bring in basically
arbitrary.
science.
It's
It
whether
is
or not I'm
arbitrary.
convinced that intelligence A is
Yeah, but
present.
then but the moment I'm pressing you on how you find out that intelligence A is present, we seem to see that you're not able to go get there scientifically.
Hang on, I am able to draw
What's
a
the source of that line?
I'm able to determine a clear line of where I know without having expertise where it can be inclusive. I just don't know how inclusive it can be because I'm not a scientist. Just because I
Wait,
can't.
Rossi, just in general. Let's say we draw a line around something, okay? That like we have a group of things and
Hmm.
then we separate one part of that mass from the rest, okay?
Uh
So
huh.
what could be a reason, what could be the reason for why the lines are where they are, right? So let's say we imagine a block like that, a rectangle block, and we just chop it off at some point x, okay?
Uh huh.
And so what can be the reason for us doing that? Like it must be either some qualia difference in what's in that block, right? That something changes at some point, right? Or
Hmm.
it could be just arbitrary, right? That's the two options that we have.
I agree. And
Okay, and now when I ask you, and my assumption is that mine is arbitrary. It's just based on my feelings about humans, right? It's just arbitrary. I say,
yeah,
okay, I cut it off at humans, and yours is pretending not to be arbitrary. That's what your whole attack against, like that's the whole reason that the whole thing that you're attacking when you are attacking a non-vegan for not being vegan. That's the reason why you think it's morally better to
hold
be
on.
vegan.
I don't do that though.
I knew that you were going to. I knew that you were going to object to that. But bro,
Because
if you say that
my moral
something is
system's for
morally
me.
superior,
I
bro,
I don't I don't
please
I don't
don't.
participate in that though.
Bro,
I don't
you're
participate in
doing the
that.
same thing that she did when I said have to. It's a moral imperative. Like when I say you attack me, what I mean
Wait,
by
you
that
agree
is
with
that
me
you think that your moral system is like
because
that the
of
thing
other
that you're
things that I
doing is
think.
ethically better than what I do.
So
And
here's
that
the
is
thing.
a
I
moral
think
attack. That's what
no,
I mean.
here's the thing. I think that we're playing different video games that have different rules.
Please, let me just finish this train of thought.
I
So
thought you
you
were
have
finished. I apologize.
no. So I want you to know, basically, to tell me, like, we have. Uh, I'm drawing it arbitrarily. You claim to not draw it arbitrarily. That's what makes your ethical system better than mine, right? That would make your ethical system better than mine, actually, because like I agree with that. Like, I think that if you would find like some line that is actually like rocks and for example with rocks and plants, I think there is this cutoff line where
Mhm.
there is no value to rocks, but there is some value. Like it's bad if living beings die. I don't care about rocks,
I
right?
understand.
So
I
I'm
don't think I'm
pointing
confused
to
about how you feel at all.
sure, but now you basically, in order for you to show that being vegan is better than not being vegan, that it is morally wrong to eat meat, which is the same thing, then you should show why your line is not arbitrary. That's the
Sure.
only way you can win this, basically.
Well, I'm not. So here's the thing. When I talk about what I think, I'll claim it's superior if I think that you have the same foundations that I have. And when I say, like, if I make an argument like, I don't think that you think that, now I'm bringing you into my video game. But I understand where you're at. You're playing a whole different game than me. I have to follow the rules that follow from my the other rules that I have. So I build my moral framework from the ground up. Most people build them top down. But I go, and because I go from mine from the ground up, I think that mine can't be the same as yours always. However, if you agree with me about certain things, that means that now we're going to have a problem where I might say that, like, you have to agree with me. Now
I think
to-
you're evading the question. So
hang on.
what
So
is
for
the-
so
Yeah.
can we both imagine a scientist who says, I've developed I have the correct scan, I have the ability to scan, or I have an experiment which I can run which can determine if any being has intelligence A. Is this a feasible scenario?
If I can imagine a scientist giving a binary answer to if something has type A or if something has type A intelligence.
Yeah, we've come out with an
no.
experiment and we can perfectly
Not in a
detect.
binary, not in a binary way,
Why not?
because it's empiric. I don't think that something pops into existence at some threshold. Like, you have living beings, and they have certain amounts of complexity, right? So you have just one cell, and then this thing becomes more and more complex until you get to a human, right? And I don't think that at some point something just pops out of existence. So I think that everything is a gradient, basically.
I'll give you a good example.
And
There
you would
are-
have to, in order to make that binary, he would have to convince me of some threshold that he puts there, after which he says yes and no. So only in that sense I could accept, like, a binary coming from that. Binary answer coming from that.
So let's say that
See what I mean?
I understand. I'm going to give you an example and see if you agree with this. Scientists say that there's this quality X that some animals have and some animals don't. And in order to have quality X, an opposable thumb is required.
Yeah.
Okay? So we know that everything that doesn't have an opposable thumb does not have
Yeah.
quality X, right?
Yeah. That is
that's-
quality X, right?
Essentially. Because you have to have it. And
Yeah.
well, I would say that, like, a stump that has a thumb, it also has a prerequisite of like understanding how to use it or whatever. But it's saying it's necessary in order to have that. I'm saying that we could draw a clear line where the qualities needed to have intelligence A are present. That's where we would draw the line. Whether something truly has it or not, we would treat it as though it does
Yeah, you
because
would
it has
put
all
the
the
threshold.
prerequisites.
That would be a threshold. Yeah, you would put a threshold.
I agree to a
there.
threshold.
Yeah, and now I have to know where is the threshold for type A intelligence. And if the experiment is, like, set up, like, you put a fixed experiment,
Yeah.
which is like, okay, we take a needle and put it into an animal's or living being's inside of a living being, and then see if the day afterwards that living being is able to, like, is showing some form of reaction. That would be an experiment, right? Where you would basically have put this experiment as a threshold, and everything that is passing that experiment. But I have many problems with that. Like, the first problem I have is that I don't think that, like, first of all, it is now intelligence. Now we're looking at a new criterion, and
Well,
now
we
if
call
you
it
put
intelligence
this-
A, so it's kind of looped into it.
Yeah. So now I think you might be able to put humans into that, right?
Yeah.
So you might be able to put a human in there, and if this human is mentally not fit enough to basically recognize the person that has tortured them the day before, it might be totally fine to do whatever you want to that person.
So let's say we have a human that for sure doesn't have intelligence quality A. You have somebody who's on life support, a vegetable. I don't care.
No, not the
You have a fetus.
vegetable,
I don't care.
No, you've not put the bar that low. You've put it pretty high. Like, Like at this point, we're not talking about somebody who's a vegetable or who's a fetus.
Well,
We're
I said who
talking about
clearly
actually
doesn't.
a person. Let's say a person with a severe mental retardation, who is not able to like a blind person wouldn't even be able to react to that. Like you would be fine with killing a blind person and eating it.
Like,
Like
hang on.
that's a fact, Drazi.
I-
That's
I have said this
you're
entire
not gonna-
time. I said this is for sure, but I am fully confident we can group other things in based on a better experimentation that I'm sure can be constructed. But I
So
am not in the
you walk
field.
this back.
I said this the whole time. I have consistently said that there's a better experiment that could loop in other things. I just don't have the knowledge of that to be able to create the best
Okay, so
metric for it.
it's a bad threshold.
I currently have a poorly drawn
You seem
threshold.
to derive, but you have to like the whole idea of it is that your line is based on a specific threshold which is rooted in science. That's why your moral framework is claiming to be morally superior.
It would be
but
informed.
but when
hang
I
on,
press you on what that is,
I
when I
don't think
press you
that's
on
true.
what that is, but we've agreed on that. Like,
hang on.
didn't we
I
agree
think
on
that I think that there's a slight disagreement that changes it. What I've said is that it's based on my intuition, which I think can be informed by science.
But intuition makes intuition the only thing. The way you're introducing intuition is to not
No,
say
it's
arbitrary.
because it's honest.
But intuition is arbitrary. Like intuition and arbitrary is exactly the same thing.
I
Like,
think
the part in I don't. Sorry. I
Okay,
don't
sure.
Think that
Hang on.
intuition
Then
is,
can I
intuition
rephrase
and
this?
arbitrary are the same thing. Yeah, sure.
I think that it's based. I think that it is arbitrary, but it is not so arbitrary that it cannot be influenced by things that are not arbitrary. I think that it is an arbitrary line drawn by, the arbitrary line is drawn by.
So you're saying it's not 100% arbitrary.
So,
So it's only partially arbitrary. It's like 75% arbitrary.
let me try to think of how to word this better.
Sure.
So I would say that that this, like most things, my intuition is ultimately arbitrary. However, there are non-arbitrary things such as science that can say like that can draw a limit to how far out it can be arbitrary. Does that make sense?
No. So you say it's so you have a line, and I'm asking you. I have a line. You have a line, and we're comparing the reasons for us in order to see how good this line is.
For example,
we try to find out. Like arbitrary is not good. I've also said to Natalie that like my line is already not so good, right? Like my line is a pretty. There is no basis for
my line is not so
basically
arbitrary that it could just automatically include rocks. There are qualifications
But when I press
that
you
limit
on,
how
on-
arbitrary.
yeah, but the problem is that everything that is not arbitrary about your line doesn't make any sense. Like if we would take everything that you're saying about everything that is not arbitrary about your line, when we think about it, makes absolutely no sense and has horrific consequences.
If you're going to use the experiment that I came up with on the fly, I agree. And I keep saying like I wouldn't use that as one. I'm just saying this one is
you
like for
shouldn't
sure.
be coming but you shouldn't even be coming up with something on the fly. You should have already had that and then had your draw your moral line. Right?
Oh,
Like,
it's
not
based
like
on my
you should-
confidence to be able to intuit whether or not intelligence A is present.
But that's the arbitrary, like intuit is the arbitrary part of it. Like we've agreed that your line is basically that's your position right now is that your line is a mix between arbitrary and science, right? Like between arbitrary and the actual facts of the matter. So that makes your line a little bit better, like 25%, let's say 25%
Do you think that there's a
better than
difference
my line.
between something that is wholly
Wait. And that makes your line a little bit better than my line. But then when I ask you what it is, then you say, yeah, I haven't come up with it yet. You should have had that before drawing that line. Like that should be the basis of your line. That's what makes your line, supposedly makes your line better than mine.
Do you think that anything that's arbitrary is equally as arbitrary as the next thing that's arbitrary? Do you think that there's a spectrum of how arbitrary something is?
If you take arbitrary to be something binary, and I think it is a binary word, like just as a semantics game, something is either arbitrary or it is not. Like you can put, then you can say a decision to do something, or in that case to draw a line, can be influenced by arbitrary and non-arbitrary things. So then you can have basically a mix between something being like 75% arbitrary and 25% rooted in reality, basically. So that would be a way that I can square that circle. But
Okay, yeah, I would say that I
other
would
than that, like, but that's what I'm saying. Like that would make your line better than mine.
yeah, and I'm saying that I know where there's at least a cutoff, but where the exact line is, I guess would be arbitrary, and I would have to intuit it.
No. Now you're mixing things up. You already have a line. You have put that line. That line basically is the things that you don't eat, that you think it's morally deplorable to eat. That's your line. That line is already there. There's nothing blurry about it.
Right,
So
and it's based
you
off my
already-
intuition.
And if that's the case, like if it's completely arbitrary, you can say that. But
Well,
then
if
that
it
doesn't
was
make your
completely
line better
arbitrary,
than my line.
if it was completely arbitrary, then that would mean that I could all of a sudden group in a bunch of or include or exclude a bunch of other things, and it wouldn't
No, you
change
cannot
anything.
change. No, arbitrary doesn't. The line being arbitrary doesn't mean that you can change it at any point. You draw it at one point, and then it stays that way. But that drawing of that one thing is arbitrary. Doesn't mean that you can change it afterwards. And now you basically, and if the part and all of the part that is not arbitrary, the moment we talk about that, you run into inconsistencies and you run into problems. And that is the reason why I don't believe that your line is actually even 25% non-arbitrary. I think it's completely arbitrary. I think it has no basis in reality whatsoever, your line. I think your line is just as arbitrary as mine.
So
And
you,
I think that it is even more, it is even a less good, less useful arbitrary line than mine.
do you
But that's a
think
different topic.
do you think that there are some things that can emotionally process suffering?
Emotionally process suffering.
Yeah.
I don't really know what that means, because like emotionally that is suffering. Like I think that the moment you say emotionally process
Ex-
something, I
Experiencing,
don't really.
I would say
Yeah.
experiencing and then processing it are two different things. So an experience
I
of
think
something
that's
is
intelligence. Yeah. So there is.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
So when you experience it, the thing happens, and then it doesn't change. Nothing changes after it. Once, if you're processing it, it means you're integrating this new information, and then it is changing something afterwards. That would be the process there, right?
Sure, to be honest. But I don't know why that's relevant. I think like even if I would grant you that, like let's say I grant you that, let's say I grant you that there is beings that have like higher forms of complexity than others, higher forms of like more complex forms of intelligence than others.
That allow for this intelligence A, yeah?
I just don't think that there is a cutoff point. I just think that it's a scale basically.
Okay, sure. But then there's also things that don't, right? Like, for instance, grass. Grass can experience suffering, but it can't emotionally process it.
Grass can experience suffering, but it can't process it.
Yeah, there's no emotion to interact and process and have a
There's no
reaction to
emotion.
expected suffering.
So the thing that I feel like you're mixing up the whole time is like emotions and intelligence.
Well, I'm saying
So
intelligence would be required. Intelligence and emotions have to work together in order to have what I'm talking about.
but at the end of the day, we agreed that everything has emotions, right? Everything is sentient, and now you basically just adding
Oh, I don't think everything has
intelligence as a
emotions. I think intelligence is a
like
prerequisite to
everything has
emotion.
sentience. To me, emotions and pain is the same thing. Like to me, it's all the same. Like emotions is positive, negative, like pain, joy. that's the base of it. Like that's a simple way of putting it. And I think a cell has that, and a human being has that. And then
Right.
you can add more colors to it and have different variations of it and stuff like that. And but then the thing that you're introducing right now is now, I think, making calculations, like abstractions, intelligence, and stuff like that. That's what
Yeah,
you're
I think that
adding
intelligence is
onto it now.
so. Here's the thing. I
And now
think that
basically you
we
make that
already do
the
make that call
criterion.
based on intelligence.
But now you make that basically the criterion for intelligence for come again
Moral consideration.
for moral consideration, exactly.
Yeah, I'm telling you that my position on this has changed, and I'm explaining to you what it was.
No, that's all right.
has
That's all
changed.
right.
Yeah,
But you run
correct.
into the same problems. Like if you do that, you would run into the same problems. You would run into the problem of either having to define an experiment as a threshold, right? Which you were not able to do, uh, and which you were not able to do, or you run into the problem that you just put it on a scale, and then you basically have to value the life of dumb people less than the life of intelligent people.
Less?
Yeah.
I probably do, whether I want to admit it or not.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think no, I don't think that it works that way. Like, we could find a human being.
I know what you
find a human
mean.
being that is. Well, wait, we could find a human being that is less intelligent than a monkey.
Yeah.
So you would be fine with killing that human being over the monkey?
Well, no, because
We
I
could
still,
even
I
find one
still,
that is less intelligent than pigs. Would you be
It-
okay with killing that human being?
I think it still
for a
probably
pig?
has intelligence A, but you find me a human
Careful,
being that
Rosie.
has, you have a human being that has less intelligence than a fly. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Don't care at all.
You would kill a human being over a fly because of their intelligence?
Whoa, 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 whoa. I said if you
Like,
find
if
me
you
a
have the
human
choice-
being,
If you have the choice between killing a fly and a human being, and you know that human being has less intelligence than that fly, would you kill that human being?
I probably wouldn't kill either, but I would have the same moral consideration.
If
for
you have
either.
the if you have to
Yeah, same
kill
moral
one?
consideration as the other.
Like, would
You-
you actually be okay with like flipping a coin on that?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Bro, that's insane. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. So how about like, that's insane. That's crazy.
Well, I mean,
That
that's
is to me like that like that's actually a sociopathic argument, because like it feels like it is a it is the value of life comes from how
I would say that's a
capable
human being
something
in
is
title
to do
only.
something.
I don't care about it.
I think that's like this is actually like the sociopathic argument, I think, because you're basically saying because something is not able to do something, that makes it okay for me to kill it. And it is not directly sociopathic, but it is pretty similar to sociopathic arguments. And also, and yeah, so, and you would still have the problem with the threshold.
So let me put it this way: I probably just wouldn't kill a fly just to kill it. But if you're like, I'll give you $50 if you swat that fly, I might do it. If you were like, of course we're talking about in a vacuum. Obviously, I'm not going to go to jail or anything. If there was something
yeah.
that everybody agrees is a human, but it has the same capacity as a fly, $50. Yeah, I guess I'll be the one to do it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
I don't know.
the only thing
I
that
have
might
a-
make
I
me
have a-
have any pause for that is to wonder if there's something about the way that it looks that might impact me in ways that I don't understand, that sort of subverts my intelligence and understanding about things because of how it visually looks. That might give me some pause. But otherwise, I mean, if that was not a thing, then sure.
I'm kind of like I'm starting
Yeah, I
to get
keep-
like creeped out by vegans, to be honest. Like I really do, because like I feel like just the amount of importance they put on, like, first of all, like the that they can't see that they can't see the wish to live and the will to survive. And like I'm totally like, I don't understand how they can think that trees are not able to suffer. I don't understand how they can think that trees are not trees are communicating with each other. We know that by now. Like I can't understand how then that makes, like they have basically no, they can't imagine that they are also experiencing similar things to what they're experiencing. That's the first thing I can't imagine.
This is a really
then
interesting conversation to have.
Then the second thing that really creeps me out, like that's the first thing that really creeps me out, because I'm like how can you not see that? Like that's so insane. And then the second thing that creeps me out is that they seem to put animals, like the way you just did, like you basically said that you would kill an animal or a fly over a human being, and that scares the shit out of me as well.
The other way around. Well, yeah, but it's really just it's not a human in any way that we would call it a human, other than it's just like its title there. Here's
I mean,
the
you have
interesting
pretty
thing.
there's pretty intelligent pigs, right?
Well, we said
So you
fly.
could- doesn't matter. Like let's say a pig, like if a pig would make it better. Like
Yeah,
according
a
to
pig
your,
makes
like,
it a lot better.
A pig would make you less cruel, I think. Like in the example with a pig, I would have huge problems, but it
Fly
would
over
still be
pig
better
every
than
time.
fly.
Fly over pig every time.
Wait, but in your moral consideration, it would be like this: we put a pig into a IQ test, right? And then we put a human being into an IQ test, and if that pig wins, basically the human dies.
Hang on.
Like we could construct such a scenario, and you would be fine with that.
Wait. If both of them have intelligence A here, it doesn't matter which one has stronger intelligence A. I would consider either of them being killed to be a tragedy.
You have to construct an experiment, like either it's a scale, okay? So we already know that in nature everything's a scale, right? But either it's a binary, or we just leave it at that scale, okay? So if it's a scale, we can always make comparative statements, right? We can always say, okay, how many IQ points did it score? If it scored above that, it's right. That's what we can do. So
Yeah,
if
but I
it
probably
scores,
wouldn't use that
if
metric.
it scored, okay, but then you would basically go for a binary way to do it, and then you would basically have to put a threshold. And I think the only
Well,
way
I
you can
think
put a
IQ is a
threshold
bad
right
way.
now, please wait. No, it doesn't have to be IQ. It can be
Okay.
just another test of intelligence.
Okay, that's fine. Then
But
continue.
basically, some test of intelligence would have to be performed in order to create that binary, which would be again an experiment. And in that experiment, we could again construct it between a pig and an animal and a human being, where the pig might win that challenge, and the human being might not win that challenge. And you would have to basically be fine with cutting up that human being and eating it.
So, well, it doesn't mean I want to
That
eat
scares
it,
the shit out
but
of me. That's really scares the shit out of me. Like that's like.
so there's
I'm not
there's
even
two
sure
things.
if you actually mean it. Like I'm not even actually sure if you actually mean it, or if vegans actually mean it. But
There's two
somehow
things about it.
the rest of the there is a lot of other psychopathic traits. Not with you, but with other vegans. With you, I still have the hope that you actually don't mean it, and you're just trying to bite a bullet, and you're just trying to be consistent. But I feel like with other vegans, there is some vegans where I actually think that they would be fine with that, and that's what scares the shit out.
You have to
I'm not
consider the
actually
extreme.
scared of you right now, but
You gave me such an extreme that bullet was it didn't even chip a tooth, because when you say a human that has less intelligence than a fly, hey Froggy Style, thank you so much for the gifted membership. And it went to Saxon. So in that extreme, you basically just have a husk of flesh that doesn't even. The only reason we call it a human is because it came out of a person. Otherwise, this is like a bizarre being that gets treated like a human in no other respect.
can you not imagine an intelligence test that a pig might
The problem
might
with
pass?
that.
No, wait, let me finish. Can you not imagine an experiment where that a pig might pass, but a severely retarded person might not be able to pass?
Yeah, and I would probably say that
Intelligence
this
test,
isn't.
not-
Yeah, I'd probably say that this doesn't apply because it's not just intelligence that I care about here.
No, we already type A intelligence we're talking about.
Yeah, type A intelligence includes the emotional ability to process suffering.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. We might, yeah, that's the experiment that you constructed.
I would say that if
before.
a human being fails that test, it's only a human being in title. What kind of thing is this? This is an abomination.
Wait, you have given an example of that. Like the example that you gave is the ability to know about what has been done to you. So if you're not able to basically have a recollection of what happened to you, it basically doesn't count.
I have said every single time that you've tried to use the experiment that I created that this isn't where I draw the line for sure. This is just a
You need
spot.
to have that. You need to have that in order to even draw your line. If you don't have that, then you shouldn't draw your line there. That's what you claim is that you do have that. That's why you're drawing a line.
My claim has consistently been that I rely on my intuition. And if you want to say it's arbitrary, that's fine. It's ultimately
What
arbitrary.
is intuition? Intuition, in my opinion, intuition means a mix of my arbitrary feelings and some grounding in reality. That's what intuition means to me. What does intuition mean to you? Okay, but then it's exactly that. Just a mix between arbitrary and actually facts of the matter, empiric.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about the whole time. But the empiric part, the moment we press you on that empiric part, we are not getting anywhere. And it should be existing already if it's a mix. But it seems like it's not a mix. It seems like it's 100% arbitrary.
You're asking me to construct an experiment to give you my intuition.
No, I'm asking you to basically tell me what part of, like, that it's actually, that there is a non-arbitrary part to you drawing that line. Like, if you can point to one single thing that is not arbitrary about your line, then I'm okay with calling that not completely arbitrary, but being a mix of arbitrary feelings and something that is grounded in reality. But the moment we point to that, you seem to say, yeah, we still have to construct that, but it should already be there because that's the reason why you're drawing that line.
All I can tell you, let me put this. I don't know if it's arbitrary or not, but I feel very confident that there's nothing you could put in front of me that I couldn't tell you which side of the line it was on. So I would say the failure on me is my failure to produce an experiment.
I can do that too.
But
I can wait. But that's actually the nice thing about arbitrary things, that you can do that very well. I can do that perfectly. I can always tell you, yeah, exactly. But you have to show that your line is less arbitrary than my line, in order for your line to win over my line.
I can say,
why
can't I just say they're equally arbitrary and they're equally valid?
Because then it would not be morally worse to live my lifestyle than your lifestyle.
I don't think it is.
To live according. You don't think it's, if you say that it's ethically wrong to kill and eat meat,
I say it's ethically wrong for me to.
Only for you?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the other things that I am morally compelled to do. I have always said my moral system is for me. Now, if you start saying things that include you into certain moral conclusions, then I can start to say that you're acting immorally. I would only say somebody's acting immorally based on their own other stated moral positions. I don't come after other people who have a different moral system than mine. I come after people and argue with them when they have certain moral conclusions that require them.
So you don't think it's morally wrong for me to eat meat?
No.
So you think it's totally fine for me to eat meat? There is no ethical problems.
I think it would be weird if you were vegan.
Only for you, it is morally.
I view morality. For me, I view morality.
Can you answer that?
I don't think
only for you.
Not only for me, it depends on certain moral positions people who hold other moral positions that would make it inconsistent for them.
That is the moral position. Like, we're talking about the moral position. That's a tautological thing that you're saying. If you say like only people who think that it's ethically wrong think that it's ethically wrong.
Yeah, it would be wrong.
That makes no sense.
Sure. If you think that it's wrong, but you choose to do it anyways.
Is it wrong for you to eat meat?
Yeah.
Is it wrong for me to eat meat?
No.
Okay, what's the difference between the two of us?
Because I believe it's wrong.
Do you see that's tautological? That makes no sense.
No, I'm saying that it's morally wrong.
Why do you think it is wrong? Because I believe it is wrong.
No.
That's what you're saying.
Believing something is wrong and acting against that belief is the thing that's actually wrong.
why do you think it is morally wrong for you to eat meat? Because I believe it is wrong for me to eat meat.
I'm saying that's the
That's what you're
difference
saying.
between me and you. I'd say it's not wrong for you
Yeah,
to do it.
I asked you.
I
Why is
think
it
it's wrong
morally?
for you to not do it, or not wrong for you to do it because your belief structure.
Why is it okay for you? Why is it not okay for you to eat meat? Why is it morally wrong for you to eat meat? And your response is because I believe it is morally wrong for
I'm
me to
sorry, I
eat
thought
meat.
you meant as
Is that
opposed to you.
actually doesn't matter? Like, yeah, also in opposition to me. Like you basically, it's a tautological thing that you're saying. Why is it morally wrong for you to eat meat? Because I think it is morally wrong for me to eat meat. That is not an answer. That is
Sorry,
tautological.
I just got confused in the way that you were, in the way that the conversation was.
Sure. Is it more? We can start over. Is it morally wrong for me to eat meat?
No, based on everything that you've told me,
Is it morally wrong for you to eat meat?
yes.
Why? Why
Because
for you and why not for me?
because I think that because I don't have to eat
You
meat
can't
to
say because
survive. Well, hang on.
I don't
Because
have to
I
eat meat to survive either.
hey, you didn't let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
I don't have to eat meat to survive, and I believe that causing undue suffering to beings that I believe have intelligence A uh, is not okay to do.
But that's
Because
the thing again.
because because of my
You did it
hang on
again.
hang on
You
hang
did
on
it
hang on hang
again.
on hang on hang on
You did it
because
again. You
be,
just did it again.
can
You
you let
just
me
said
just let
again
me
because I believe it's wrong.
hang on because I have empathy for them. My empathy compels me not to do it. That would be the shortest way to say it. My empathy compels me to not cause this kind of harm, and I think that to go against my empathy would
Because
be
you have
wrong.
certain feelings. Because you have certain feelings about it,
Yeah,
right?
and I think
And
to
that
go
is
against
arbitrary.
them
And
to
that
go
is
against them
you
would
would
be
agree
wrong.
that is arbitrary.
Well, I think that how I feel is not
I mean,
arbitrary.
just uh, yeah, and then we back at that question if your feelings about it are arbitrary or rooted in science. And then we are back at the beginning where I will ask you, are your feelings arbitrary or are they rooted in actual facts of the matter? And I have feel so then we are back at the same question again. I don't have these feelings, you have these feelings. So now we can compare our feelings and see which ones are better, if they're even better. If they're not better than each other, like if your feelings are just as valid as my feelings, then it is no problem, right?
Yeah, I think that is the
But that is
case. Why it's
basically
not wrong for you to eat meat.
so you think that uh, as long as someone acts in accordance to how they feel, it makes it morally okay for someone to do something. So is that your standard to determine whether something is ethical or not? So if I'm a sociopath, if I'm a psychopath, if I don't feel bad about something, then I'm basically allowed to do whatever I want. You would never say that I'm ethically wrong for doing something or not. That's basically
Yes,
what you're
usually
saying, right?
when
You're basically saying I'm not morally wrong for doing something because I don't have bad feelings about it. That's what you're saying. But that doesn't make any sense because if I'm a sociopath, I wouldn't feel bad about like killing
hang on,
5 women.
we do accept this even in society. That's when somebody pleads insanity, and we don't charge them as somebody who uh, who is making sound decisions. We go, okay, we understand. You're not going to be treated the same as a murderer who knew what they were doing was wrong.
It's not about how we treat them. It's not about what our responses to that
We
is.
treat them
It's
that because
about
that's
if
how
we
we
think that
understand
the,
them to be.
no no, if it's about if we think that the act in and of itself, if that act is wrong, like even if you have someone who's completely insane, wait, even if we have someone who's completely insane, we still can say that that act of killing somebody else in that insanity, that act in and of itself is still a bad act, right? We can still say that that's not morally good, that that's bad.
I think that the way that we examine it morally is wholly based on the state of mind the person is in. I don't know how it works in other countries, but at least even the legal system here, if you murder somebody, the thing that matters the most is what your state of mind was when you
It's
did
not
it.
about guilt. It's not about guilt. It's not about guilt. When a psychologist would sit down and try to bring that person away from their delusion, they would tell them, listen, you did something bad there. You did something horrible. You didn't know about that you did something horrible, but you did something horrible. Saying that you did something horrible, they wouldn't say the same thing after he ate a steak. In his
Okay.
delusion, he's eating a steak and then he's murdering 5 women.
Okay.
Both are made in delusion, but one thing is really bad and the other thing is not bad. So his state of mind is important for his guilt or not. But the act in and of itself, that's what we're talking about. If that act in and of itself is bad or not. And the act of murdering 5 people is bad. Even if you do it under insanity, it is a bad act. It is something bad that's happening to the world. Whereas me eating a steak, me killing a cow to eat something, we're not in accordance. We don't all agree that that is a bad thing that happened there.
That's the
Some of
difference
us
there. It's
say
just
that-
how much
some of
other
us
people
say that-
agree.
No, it's at least contentious. So it's not about the state of mind of that person. We're now talking about the act of someone doing something. And you're basically saying, for me, it is okay to kill and eat animals because I don't feel bad about killing and eating animals. But for you, it is bad because you feel bad when doing it. And I'm saying that that's not a criterion we would ever accept to distinguish anything else. To determine the ethical viability
Sure it
of
is.
anything else.
Of course it is. In fact, I think that's how I treat pretty much everything. If I do something that upsets somebody, I've had this happen in relationships before. I had somebody get very, very upset with me and yell at me and go, whoa, hang on. If you didn't tell me that that wasn't okay, I don't want to fucking hear any of that shit. If you say, hey, this isn't cool, and then I do it, then go ahead. But I'm not going to accept any responsibility for
I
having
didn't
done
understand.
harm. So
I-
if I do something that somebody determines to be wrong, they're like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. You're bad for doing that. I'm like, don't come at me with any of that shit. If I didn't know, if to me
It's
I
not
didn't do
about
anything wrong,
for an act. It's not about agency for an act. We're looking at an act and trying to, like, the examples you're bringing up is we already know what we think about the act. We're just trying to find if somebody has had agency over that act. That's something else than determining whether a fact is real. If you see a murder happening, okay, and you want to find out whether that person is guilty or not, it makes sense to find out if there is that person had agency over themselves.
I guess
But
I don't know what you mean when you
already
say an
know
act is
about the-
bad, separate from the
you already
after.
know that murder is bad.
Okay.
We already know, like we already know that murder is bad, and we're not now just trying to find out if that person had agency over themselves or not. That determines whether that person should be
I don't-
punished, whether we are mad at that person, whether we should punish our feelings towards that person, etc. But we're talking about the ethical consideration of that act. That's the thing that we're talking about.
I don't ascribe morality to an act without an agent knowingly acting. It just makes
You
sense to
cannot
apply
say if-
morality
you,
there.
You cannot say if rape is bad or not.
Sure, but I think that rape implies
Wait, can you
somebody
say
just
that?
knowing.
Is rape bad?
Yeah, but built into
Okay,
what rape
you
means.
just did. You
Hang
just
on,
did. You just
hang
did
on.
the thing that you said you couldn't do.
Can I say what
You
I want to
just
say?
did.
Can I say
Sure.
rape involves somebody choosing to do something?
I just asked you a simple question. Is rape bad? You
Wait,
said yes.
I answered that, and now I'm
Period.
trying to say something else, and you're going
Period.
back to.
No, period. And you're able to do that without any additional information. You're able to do that without any additional information, and
You're not
said that
responding
you're
to
not
what I'm
able
saying.
to do that.
When I say rape is bad, I would define rape as somebody doing something. This involves an agent. Yes?
Every act involves an agent.
So let me put it this way.
It's not only for rape, it's for every act.
If somebody's murdered, does that require there to be a murderer?
Yes.
Okay. If somebody says, "Hey, how do I get out of this building?" They go, "Oh, you just press that blue button over there." They go and press the blue button to open the door, and when they do that, that kills somebody in the next room instead of opening the door. Is that person a murderer?
Drowsy, I can't do that. Like, I don't know where are we getting at? What are we doing?
Well, I'm trying to say that the morality of an act is based on the actor, is based on the agent committing the act.
We already agreed that an agent committing an act is the requirement for that thing to happen. So
But then, can you
there's,
answer
we
my
don't have to do
hypothetical?
anything.
Because I'm just trying to understand
I don't see
how
the
you.
relevancy of that
I'm trying to
hypothetical.
understand how
Like,
you connect the
it's
two.
really easy. Like, Drowsy, you've dug yourself a really bad hole.
I'm trying
The
to see
hole
if
that
you
you
can help
dug
me.
yourself. Can I tell you how I want to help you? You should go out of the hole of it is morally okay for me to do it, but it's morally wrong for you to do it. That is where you went off the rails. Because if you think that something is ethically bad, and you basing that on my feelings, like about what I'm doing. So you basically saying because I don't feel bad about humans being about animals being killed and eaten, therefore it is okay for me to do it. That is the place where you went wrong.
Is all morality
You should take that
objective?
back. You should take that back. Like, you should just roll that back, but then you end up with other problems. But yeah,
Is all morality
sorry.
objective for you?
Is all morality objective to me? Have I said that morality is objective? That any morality is
I'm
objective?
asking you. I'm just asking you a question.
Okay, no, I thought it was like presuming that I said that some morality is objective. That sounded like, okay. Is morality objective or not? That's what you're asking me, right?
Yeah.
I think it has a basis. Like, that's what I said about like mirror neurons. It has a basis in like in experience and in empiricism, where I am having certain reactions, and those are the basis of what's creating. This is the base atoms basically of then the morality that we construct upon that.
Wait.
So
but
there is an objective part to it, which is like my feelings about it. That makes it objective to a certain extent. Yeah.
so is the answer
But
no then? If only part.
no, it's yeah.
I'm just trying to understand.
The answer is that, so if your question is it grounded in something that is real and unchangeable? That's what you mean when you say objective, right?
When
Like
I say
the
objective, I mean
difference.
is morality something that is, if something is morally good or morally bad, is it always true? Is morality objective?
Or
Meaning
is it
that
just a point of view, like, or is it just like in some cultures this is good and some cultures this is bad, like,
sure,
right? Is that what you mean?
yeah,
Yeah. So is there a base in reality that we can all agree on, no matter which culture we come from, no matter which socialization we have,
yeah.
etc. Right? And that's what I mean. So I think that there is a base, that comes from our biology, the base building stones basically that make up our cultural morality that we have around certain things, and these basically these building stones are what we feel about it,
So
what we
some
feel about
morality is
certain things that we
objective.
see. No, I think it is the foundation is objective, but then we build stuff out of that foundation.
What
We
is the
build some
foundation
stuff out of
in
the
terms of
foundation is the
morality?
feelings. The foundation is the feelings that we have towards seeing certain things. This is the foundation. These feelings.
Can you put this
Like
into moral
this.
terms for me?
What do you mean?
So when I say is morality objective, you're having a hard time answering that with a yes or no. So I offered you is some morality objective, and I'm still not really sure. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding your explanation in relation to the question.
Yeah. So if I ask you, is is are the things in your room, are they organic, right?
Some of them.
So
yeah, and then you would say basically, yeah, to like, is it biological, like what you or not even biological, but is it natural what you have? Like basically the building stones are natural, right? The building stone, what you take out of it is coming from nature, but then you build something with that,
Mhm.
right? Then you
Yeah,
transform it to a certain extent that it is like very far away from nature now. So
yeah. I,
that's
I
what I
actually
think is
think
also
what's natural
happening.
is a really interesting conversation to have too. But
Yeah, so the way it is abstract from humans, like the just the way it is, like without nature versus culture. So nature in the different, like in the sense of not culture, not something that we create. And I think that the thing that we don't create is our immediate reaction to seeing someone bleed, seeing someone being harmed. Like things like that, I think are th- these reactions are not based on culture. These are like natural reactions that we have, and that's the objective part in ethics. Like that's the and then we take these feelings that we have towards certain things, and then we construct something culturally from that. And
so,
that part is subjective. That part is not objective.
so it sounds like what you're saying is that there are some objective moral foundations, and past that, morality is subjective.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I really wanted to understand. I don't
Yeah.
believe
Yeah.
in objective morality. I think that there's a lot of things that there's like immense amounts of overlap that we just kind of
I
agree
mean,
on.
to such an extent that I mean, if I take what you say seriously, to such an extent you don't believe in objective morality that you would even say that something can be ethically wrong for me, but not for you, even though we are sharing the same culture and the same time and the same like everything, right? So you actually think that that there is no, like, to me what you're basically saying, you're basically you're destroying ethics as a concept completely. There is no more ethics in that sense, because ethics is what you should do. Like ethics is an ought to. Ethics is a guidance for what you should do. But if these ethical rules don't only work within one individual and only make sense with, you've basically eroded ethics completely.
I
There
would
is no
s-
more ethics.
I would say
Like
that
we can
ethics.
just throw ethics in the garbage, and that's even more scary, I think.
I think that ethics, the validity of an ethical system is based on the consistency of it. Now we might find them to be like
How
totally
can there be
abhorrent or whatever.
consistency? How can there be consistency if it only operates within one individual, and it doesn't never transcends one individual?
Well, I think that there's other people that would have the same. I don't think that it inherently only exists in one individual. I think that other people come to the same moral conclusions as well, and end up with the same system. That's why I said too. I can start to say you're
I
doing
think you
something
should walk
morally
back.
wrong.
I think I think you should walk back that part of the conversation. The part where you say that it is okay for me to do it, but not for you to do it. Um, I think that makes absolutely no sense. Like like because because like you could basically, with that argument, you could justify killing people and like just becoming a serial murderer. You could totally justify, like it would be in that ethical, like if you see ethics that way, it can be totally ethical to become a serial murderer and serial rape. You could do everything
I
basically, and you would still say, no, he's totally ethically, there is no problem whatsoever. He didn't feel that he was doing anything bad to these children. So what's the problem? There is no issue there, and that makes no sense. I don't think that you believe that. Like
I
that's why I'm basically begging you to retract that
I
statement.
don't believe in that person. I don't believe that person exists. That thing that you're talking about, that
Why
that
would you believe?
basic that basic thing
Why do you
that people
believe that
have.
I don't feel bad about animals, but it feels so like, where is the cutoff point? Like then again, we're back at the same conversation, because where is the cutoff point? Like why am I able to not feel bad for animals,
but why can't you imagine someone not feeling bad for humans? Where is the huge difference between animals and humans, where you can you can totally imagine me not feeling bad for animals because you say it's okay for me to eat meat, but you can't imagine, it is unimaginable for you to imagine someone not caring about human beings in the same way I don't care about animals. Why is there a cutoff point there?
I think that when we talk about people, I think that once they stray so far from that, we just don't think of them. I think that there's certain moral considerations that people have that group them into what we think of as other people. That's why when people do abhorrent things like you're talking about, say like they're not even human anymore. They're a monster. That's why we come up with things like this, because it separates them from what it means to be a person. I think that we have this intuition of what being a person is, which generally involves being a human being in a society.
I hate seeing you there. I hate seeing you in this hole that you've dug yourself. You should get out of that hole. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I hate seeing you like trying to like get out of there, but it's not possible. You won't be able to get out of there. Like you're digging yourself deeper and deeper and deeper. You're basically now.
Well, I'm not digging
two
myself.
classes.
This is how
Yes,
I
you're
think.
creating now. You're now creating two classes of people where some are monsters and some are not. Like basically, you've now.
No, I'm telling you, that is how
becomes
people
more and more
behave
horrible,
and how
and
people think.
I don't feel like you really believe that. I don't think that you really believe that.
Well, I'm not thinking of these. This is just what I've already thought.
So
This
do you
isn't
think
something
that
I'm
there is
producing for the
people-
conversation.
So you think that there is people? Do you believe that there is people that don't feel bad about killing just randomly killing 5 people? Do you think that there is people out there that actually that in the same way, like in the same way that I don't care about killing and eating a cow, do you think that there's people in the world that don't care about killing and, I don't know, raping a human being?
So you know, like the cannibal tribes.
Can you say yes or no, please?
I do think that there are human beings that are cannibals that kill and eat people.
We don't talk about that right now, but do you think that there is like, we don't even have to go there. Do you think that in the same way that I think it is a necessary evil and I'm totally fine with killing and eating a cow, someone might think that it is totally fine and okay to bomb a school with 50 children in there because they think it is a necessary evil and it's totally fine and they don't feel bad about it at all? Do you think that exists in the world? Can you just say yes or no?
Yeah, I think that exists.
Okay, thank you. And that means that according to your logic, that I'm trying to get you out of from, according to your logic, that person would be totally, it would be totally fine for him to do that. There would be no ethical problems with that whatsoever. Just because he's not feeling bad about it. And that makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense.
I would say that somebody who does something like that, who does something like that and
Is
feels
not a
that way.
human. That was your new hole. That was the next level.
I
to
said
your
person.
hole
I said person.
is not a person. Like
I
now
think
you
that's the sense that most people have. There's something fundamentally
thing-
flawed with their biology and psychology that separates them from the rest of society. We exclude them from the group that we consider ourselves in.
So ethics the rules of ethics don't work anymore for that group of persons.
I think that the way that it would generally be viewed
So
and
basically,
discussed as is that this person has no morals. This is how we generally would describe this because we separate them from the rest of us.
So I asked you, why is it okay for me? Why is it ethically fine for me to eat meat and not for you? And you said because you don't feel bad about it, and I feel bad about it. That was your what you were saying. And now I find you an example where someone doesn't feel bad about it, but you still think it's ethically wrong, right? So now the question is, why doesn't this rule apply to that person? Just because that it's not a person. Like that's what you're saying now. So you're now saying that this rule doesn't apply anymore to someone killing 50 children in a hospital. Why doesn't it apply to that person? Because it's not a person. Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to. I think I'm starting to see the disconnect here. I don't know. For when I talk about morals, I'm talking about a framework that's built up from a foundation that sort of like pass fail checks are oughts, right? If this
You
person
have to
if
answer
this
that.
person
You
thinks,
still have to answer that, Rosie. You have to answer why,
hang on,
because
I think that
you have
you
to
and I are
answer
saying
why
two different
doesn't
things.
why doesn't the thing that you're saying about me and you, why does it stop applying to that third example that I gave? What's
I'm
wrong
trying
with
to.
that third
I was
example?
trying to answer that.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I think that when we talk about what's morally right or wrong, we're talking about a system internally that sort of pass fail checks our oughts, what we ought to do. And for this person, I would say that internally, they're not doing anything morally wrong, but then we externally apply how we feel about it onto them and say that it's a moral wrong. There's two different ways
But
of looking at
can't you do that?
morality here.
That's the only way to determine morality is the outside thing. That's the only thing that is relevant for us. And why did you decide to apply the internal one for me and then the internal one for you? But then for the third one, you're all of a sudden like, no, now we have to switch to the external one.
No, I'm saying from there. I've been talking about internal this whole time, and now I see that you're relying on morality to be external. So that mean somebody who lives a life unexamined has no more moral value at all?
You said it is ethically completely fine for me to do something because I feel like it's not bad. So the ethical line that is crossed is basically me acting against my own feelings. That's the only morally bad thing that you deem like from outside. I'm asking you, what do you
That's
deem
how
ethically
that's how
wrong
I
about?
define what's
I'm
right
asking
or
you,
wrong.
what do you think about my behavior? And you think that my behavior is totally fine because I'm acting in accordance to my feelings.
I think that
is
your behavior.
external.
So I think
That
I'm
is totally
shorthanding it by saying
external.
it's consistent. You're acting in a way that's
No, it has nothing
consistent
to do
with your
with ethics
morality.
then. Yeah, but it has nothing to do with ethics then. Then it's not about that.
I think an ethical system is only valuable insofar as it's consistent.
That might be an attribute but consistency is not a sufficient thing to make something ethical. That might be something that you need. It might be a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient condition for something to be ethical. So you might want something to be always consistent, but which is contentious also, but it is not necessary. Like just because you're consistent, that's what I've shown like since the last half an hour, that something being consistent with my feelings is not a good argument for something being ethical.
Well, it's I would say that feelings are separate from it, because you can't. I don't think that your feelings can always be consistent with your moral frame.
Just erase that. It's either it's according to you. If I ask you, do you think something is ethical? Either it is ethical for me and you as well, if we are both the same, right? So if we are both the same if the context is the same for both of us, if the situation is for both of us is the same, it can't be ethical for you, but unethical for me. Our inner feelings about it that don't matter.
What's the context that you're alluding to?
The context is basically everything that the context of the act in the world, basically, outside of our feelings about it. That's the separation that you created. I haven't even created the separation. You created the separation by saying, I asked you.
When you say outside of the world, so then I think what you're shorthand saying is how other people feel about it.
No. What I'm saying is the necessity for eating, for example. Okay. Do you know how we got here? Do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, why are we talking about this?
Because I said that it's unethical for me to eat animals, and it's
Yeah,
okay for you.
and it's okay for me to. But why did we get? Why did we ask that? It was because I was saying that you have to show, in order for you to say that it is unethical to eat meat, you have to show that my arbitrary line that I've drawn around human beings is worse than your arbitrary line that you drew around, or your line, period, that you drew around some animals and human beings. And then you said, no, I don't have to show that. I think it can be fine for me, but it's not fine for you. So you tried to get out of that challenge that I've basically given you to sorry?
Oh, I accidentally clicked you, and it made us both appear on the screen, and I didn't want to do that, so I said,
Okay.
"Oops."
So you basically tried to get out of the challenge that I gave you, that you have to
Oh
show in
no,
order
we
for
we
you.
can go back to that. I was just stating matter
We
of
should.
factly.
That's what I'm. That's
I
what
was just
I'm
stating matter of
asking.
factly that I don't intend to impose my moral system onto other people. That I'm okay with
That's
other
the thing
people
that we were
acting
talking
outside
about,
of mine. Yeah.
and you have to, if you have an ethical stance about something, the moment you say that it's ethically wrong for you, it is also ethically wrong for me. And in that moment, you are imposing. Like, that's what I said. Like, that's the same thing with Natalie, where I said you have to do something, and she understood it in the sense of she's forcing someone to do something. But in the same way, if you are saying that something is ethically wrong, you are basically saying that your line is better than mine, and I'm challenging that.
So when I say I'm saying from my framework, this is not okay, but from your framework, it would be okay. That's all I'm really saying. Does that make sense?
No, that doesn't mean anything. Like, if something is ethically wrong for you, there must be something, and something can't be like, if you have a moral framework, it must be wrong for me as well. If it's wrong for you, it must be wrong for me as well. All things equal.
What does all things equal mean?
If I have not eaten for 2 hours and I'm hungry and I'm butchering a cow and eating it, and that's morally wrong, then it's also morally wrong for you. In that same situation.
I don't think we can apply this.
Why would like you, the thing that you basically opened up is that our inner feelings about what we do there matters whether the act that we commit is wrong or not.
Yeah, I mean you can. Like, I think that this applies. I think that you agree with this. Like,
You are saying that if I don't feel bad about it, then that makes it okay for me to do so.
what do you think it's wrong for somebody to take multiple wives? Is it morally wrong?
Is it morally wrong? No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. Do you agree that there's a lot of people that think that it is? From a lot of moral frameworks, that it's wrong to take multiple wives.
That they think it is morally wrong, yeah.
From their
But I
framework,
wouldn't
it would
agree
be.
that it is. No, it's that's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's like basically that's what I mean. Like, you have this extreme relativist, like this. You have used such a moral relativist right now that it is even differentiating between between two subjects, not even between cultures. Like, there is people that say that something is morally wrong in one culture and something is morally okay in another culture. So you're basically taking this, but you're taking it to such an extreme place where there is no more ethics then. Like, it's all relative. There is no more ethics anymore. Like, in that framework, at least you have like two different cultures, and in one framework it is like culturally wrong, and in the other one it is like the framework where ethics is just culture. But that's not where I'm coming from. I'm like, but you're even further than any moral relativist can ever be. You're even saying, like, between two people, it it is actually morally, ethically, both are correct. And if you go so far, then you also have to say that the serial killer and the serial rapist, they're all also ethically moral. That's why I say then there is no more basis for saying that anything is wrong. Like everything is correct then.
No, I
At this
think that
point.
I don't think that somebody can be a serial killer and have a consistent ethical framework.
There is no more need for consistency because it just has to be in accordance with their own feelings.
Well, I thought we were using feelings as a synonym for like morals here.
You think that feelings and morals is the same?
I thought
You think
you were
that
I thought you
me
were using them as
me
a
if I
synonym.
want to steal, if I want to no.
Okay. Yeah, I think that everybody who murders
No,
somebody knows that what they're doing is wrong. Even if they feel like they should do it, I think they know it's wrong still. I don't believe in the person who thinks that it's not wrong. Even I think that they might think that there's something better that might come out of it and they can justify it, but I still think they know it's wrong. I don't believe in the person that thinks that it's right. I believe in a person that can justify it.
I don't know where we're getting with this. Like,
And then if you take the
do you think that
sociopath
like you basically
or
you
psychopath,
basically in order to in order to get out of the hole, you basically butchered ethics completely. Like there is no more ethics left right now. Like we talked about like we had an ethical conversation. At the beginning of this conversation, we had a question where we asked, is it ethical to do X, Y? And we both had an understanding of what that meant, right? So we both had an understanding of what it means. At least we had an understanding about what it means to say it is bad that meat eating is bad, or meat eating is good, is okay, is acceptable. Now we don't have that anymore. Like now you've basically butchered ethics to such an extent where it doesn't mean anything anymore, because it is completely dependent on what the person feels about it that does that. There is no more outside force that can say anything about it. So even us having that conversation is completely absurd. Do you understand
you
what I
don't
mean?
think that there's different ethical frameworks that come to completely different conclusions about the same act.
If you think no, I think that I have a that doesn't matter. Like, do you think that what is your question? Your question is that if I think that there can be different moral frameworks that come to different moral conclusions.
About whether something's good or bad, yeah.
Yes, but I still have an opinion about which moral framework is more correct than the other. And that's what we're talking about.
So yeah, I guess
So
this is
that's exactly what we're talking about. So your moral framework, I believe that my moral framework is completely arbitrary and leads to me saying that eating animals is okay and eating humans is not okay, and your moral framework is, in my opinion, just as arbitrary and leads to a different conclusion, right? And now the ethical conversation that we're having is to see which moral framework is better, and which moral framework, like basically your challenge is to show that your moral framework is better in order to convince me of adapting your moral framework instead of yours and changing my behavior. That's what we're doing.
yeah. See,
That's the game we're playing.
I'm
Do you agree
only
with that description of the thing that like what a veganism debate even is?
I
Do you
think
agree
that
with that?
we're playing two different games then. When I have a veganism debate, I would debate based on I think that you think that it's wrong based on these other moral statements that you've made or that I can get you to make.
Yeah, you can also go with that, but you can also go with saying that within your moral framework, you already think that, like it already, sorry, within your moral framework, it is wrong to do that,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's the second option. That's what I said to Natalie, by the way. I told her you have two options. You can
Yes.
either replace my framework with a new framework, or you can
Correct.
show that my framework, already in my framework, it's wrong.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this has nothing to do
but you're just saying at the end of basically after we came to the point where there was no other way to get out, you basically said that every moral framework is correct, that there is no difference between moral frameworks. We cannot differentiate moral frameworks. And you've also said that in my moral framework, eating meat is not correct. So you've basically removed do you see what the problem is? So either uh, either it distracts me so much. It's so horrible. It's so annoying. I'll
It makes
do
it.
everything that this never
It's already
happens
a
again.
little
It's so
funny,
annoying.
but the fact that you react to
Yeah.
it makes it so much funnier.
It's so annoying. I hate it so much. I already hate it if I'm getting
So
distracted.
I would say that
so you
every
basically-
moral framework
you're
is
having a
as
convers-
valid as
No.
as long as they're equally consistent.
Bro,
I value consistency.
then don't
the
say
most in a moral
then don't say that something is ethical. That basically everything is as ethical as long as it is inconsistent with your feelings. Then that doesn't make any sense. These
When
things
I-
cannot be both true at the same time.
When we said feelings, I thought you were using feelings as a placeholder for morals there,
Bro,
or ethics.
I asked you,
Mm.
do you think that what I'm doing is morally wrong? Do you think that you said no? You think that I'm totally fine with not eating with meat? Like in your framework, from your point of view,
Mhm.
it is totally fine for me to not eat meat. That's what you're saying, basically.
Well,
Because-
what I'm saying when I say no to that, what I'm saying is that I don't think that you have a moral framework that would disallow you from eating meat, and therefore I think that you would have to be compelled to do so. Because without a
Bro,
moral
that
framework
makes
that disallows it,
absolutely
the
no
pros would outweigh the
sense
cons.
whatsoever. That makes no sense whatsoever. Bro, you should have never entered that hole where you said that basically something being ethical or not depends on whether I feel bad about it or not.
Again, when we said feel bad about it, I thought you were using feelings as a placeholder for, like, your moral framework.
You said feelings.
Yeah,
I didn't say
we were already using it, and I just that's what I had meant when I said that, and I thought that's how
So what
we
is
were
the-
using them
what is the-
interchangeably.
So okay, we basically now agreed what it means to convince the other person that your position is right. So what the goal should be that either you show that my framework is worse than yours, and that I should switch my framework to adopt yours, or you have to find that in my framework it is already already in my framework it is wrong to eat animals.
Yeah,
and
in that
we've seen
first
that
one-
my framework. But wait, if we've seen that in my framework, it's just arbitrary. There is no possibility to think that animals eating is wrong. So the only way you can convince me is by saying that my framework is worse than yours. Okay? And
The
you
only way I can do that,
is by showing that it is less arbitrary than yours.
the only way I think you can do that is by showing that your moral framework is inconsistent.
Yes, or you can do that, but since it's arbitrary, there is no way you can find that any inconsistency.
Right. I think that when we're in that realm, the only thing that I can then do
So-
is find where I
Can-
think that you already agree and show you.
No. The only thing you can do right now in order to convince me that's the whole thing that vegans also do. Like, by the way, the thing that I'm describing right now, you have been doing, and Natalie also, you've been doing the whole time. The thing that you're trying to do is to show me that science is on your side and that the line that you're drawing is actually not arbitrary, that the line that you're drawing is actually rooted in science, rooted in empiric facts, rooted in the facts of the matter, rooted in the way nature is, the way the world is, right? That's
Wait,
what you're trying to
hang
do.
on.
And if you could prove that, if you could show that, then you would have proven that your line that you're drawing around some animals and humans is better than my line, and then I would have to basically drop my framework and adopt yours.
I don't think that even if I had the perfect experiment to show where intellect A existed, I don't think that would impact you at all. I don't think that you would care.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, we already agreed on what intellect A is, yeah? This is the placeholder we've been
Wait,
using.
wait. I don't want you to just skip what I just, because I've done so much work to recapitulate our conversation. I want you to at least acknowledge or disagree with what I've just said. So your goal has been from the beginning, and also Natalie's goal has been from the beginning, to show that the line they're drawing, like the protective line that they're drawing around you, around
No,
living beings, is not arbitrary. That's the thing. If
No.
you say
I have said
if you say
already.
that,
I already conceded that it's arbitrary, but the way that I'm basing that it's I gave you that over an hour ago.
but if you say it is just as arbitrary as my line, I feel like you haven't. You have constantly said that, like, why if it's arbitrary, why even talk about type A intelligence? It doesn't matter then, right? That all of that doesn't matter. And if it's just arbitrary, it's not better than my line.
I never claimed
Like,
better.
how is it? That's the thing. But you can't not claim it's better if you at the same time think that it is unethical to eat meat. Like, if it's the same, you can't claim that it is unethical to eat meat and claim at the same time that you don't think that your moral framework is better, right?
Because
We've
your line is
equivocated these two
arbitrary
things.
based on just how
Something-
you feel. I
If something-
cannot touch it.
Come again?
Because your line is arbitrary just based on how you feel. Your arbitrary line is humans and everything else. I can't touch that, no matter what.
You could touch it if your framework is not arbitrary. If you have a framework that is not arbitrary, then I would have to throw away my framework and apply your framework, because an arbitrary framework is not a good framework. It's a bad framework inherently.
Yeah, but I already gave you. I said, sure, mine is arbitrary too. I just happen to rely on these ideas to base my
Yeah,
arbitrary
but
line.
the moment you say I happen to rely on these ideas, you're basically introducing non-arbitrary things to the equation. And so there is no reason, if both our frameworks are arbitrary. If, for example, we would say, Drazi, let me just give you an example. Like, for example, if we would just say, I don't kill bugs, okay? And
Yep.
you say, I don't kill birds. And then we are just like, yeah, okay, but no one would basically say that the action of the other person is unjust. In the same way that I don't kill dogs, but I'm totally fine with Chinese people killing dogs. Like, I don't think that they're doing something ethically deplorable when they're doing that. Just because, since I have already accepted that it's just some arbitrary line that I'm drawing from my own feelings. But it's not, I would never judge a Chinese person and tell them like that's not ethical to do so.
Would you judge your neighbor for
Right?
doing so?
No.
Oh, really?
No,
If you saw
like,
if you
like,
saw
it's
your
not-
if you saw your neighbor
because
killing a dog
because
in their
it's just-
backyard, you wouldn't feel anything different about them?
that's something else. Me feeling something about it is not the same as, like, in the same way I would feel something about my child getting an operation. Like, I would feel something about it, right? But that doesn't mean that I can judge it
Hang on.
ethically. That's not the same thing.
Hey, well then I would have to ask you why. Why would you feel if your neighbor did it?
Because I don't think that there's a substantial, like, the moment that my neighbor would have like a personal bond with the pet, and then would have like years of.
Well, I didn't
but
say there's
even
their
then,
pet.
like, even then, but it doesn't matter. Like, even then, people herd sheep, people love their sheep, and then they kill and eat them, right? So, and I don't have an ethical problem with that. So, like, it would not be, it would make no sense for me to have an ethical problem with that. Like, what could I say to that person? Like, why would I get mad at that person, or why would I think like that? What
I
they
just
did is
asked.
horrible?
All I did was ask why. Why you would feel differently about your neighbor killing the dog than
Because
a Chinese
it's so
person.
unusual to me. Like, because it has such a it's just a shock factor that is, like, it's extremely different from just like the question of why do you have a certain reaction to someone.
Wait, you had that shock
Hold
factor.
on. It's just like with taking a medication versus having an operation. Both serve the same purpose, but we have a totally different reaction to it.
All right, I want to counter what
exactly
you
the
just
same
said
thing.
about the shock factor. You had that shock factor when you were in, was it Vietnam? But then you decided
Yeah.
it was okay.
My feelings
my shock factor, my disgust doesn't determine whether I think that action is good or bad. In the same way, my
You're
disgust
answering
that I
questions I'm not
feel,
asking.
my disgust that I feel for someone getting an operation and having all of their organs out on the open is not determining whether I think that it was good that this happens or not.
You're
So
answering a lot of
how am
questions
I
I'm not
answering?
asking.
Which question are you asking?
I said, okay, first I said, why would you feel differently about your neighbor doing it? You said the shock factor. Then I said, well, you felt that shock factor in Vietnam, but that
Yes.
didn't change how you felt about it. So why would the shock factor from your neighbor change how you feel about it if you still had that shock factor and it
Wait,
did?
when you say you feel about it, do you mean how I feel about it ethically, what I think about it ethically, or when you say you feel about
I'm
it,
just,
how what I emotionally feel in that moment when I see it? Like that's two
I
separate
meant,
things.
I meant it the way you said it when you talked about seeing your neighbor do it.
Yeah, I mean how I feel about it emotionally in that moment, not how I feel about it ethically.
Okay, and then I say why.
Emotional reaction that I'm showing to something. That's what I mean when I say how I
Sure,
feel
and then
about
when
it.
I say why, you say the shock factor. And then I say, okay, but you felt differently about it when it was in Vietnam, even though that shock factor was there. I'm trying to see what the incongruity is.
No, I felt the exact same way. That was like the exact same thing. Like actually, we could just take the Vietnam example. It's the exact same thing. I had a shock. There was a shock factor. I had a shock reaction to it, like where I was like, wow, like. But I didn't think like, oh, what a horrible lady. There was an old lady who was like standing there and selling the dog, basically selling the meat of the dog. But I didn't think like, oh, what a horrible person. And in the same way, I don't think, but I would think that if there would be a child
Sure.
that is there and roasted, and I would have a shock reaction as well. But that's these two things are not directly a one-to-one correlation.
I think
Where
I
every
think you
time
would
I have a shock reaction,
I think that you would
I
feel
also
a
have
lot
to think
differently
that it's
about your
ethically
neighbor
horrible.
than if it was in Vietnam.
I mean, there is negative externalities. We can go into that. Like there is stuff like what's the correlation between people that kill and eat dogs in our current culture here and other things that might be dangerous about them, right? But I don't think that that old lady in Vietnam was. I don't think I'm not scared of her, but I might be scared of my neighbor,
You should be.
right?
She's a
After he does that.
psychopath. I'm just kidding.
I don't. Yeah,
I'm
right. You
just
don't
kidding.
think that either, right? Like, yeah,
No.
right. But I might think that about my neighbor, right? I'll be like if he's not Chinese, obviously. Like, if he's Chinese, like or Vietnamese, like I'm like, or Korean. I think in Korea also. Like,
I
in
still
some
think
rural
there's something to
areas.
say about somebody who lives next door to you and they're just like, I'm gonna do this thing that's like cool for us, but like I don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. I'm gonna go in my backyard and let them all see me skin this fucking dog. But
Maybe he wants to make a point.
yeah, that's a scary fucking guy.
Yeah, Drazi, I have to leave.
You're like, well, what the fuck? He's
Uh,
like, you get the point I'm trying to make over here.
it would be a good point, I think. Like, I was going to almost bring up the picture on stream of the dog,
Oh, please don't.
but then I thought about you exactly. I didn't do it because of you, because I remember you telling me that you definitely don't want to see it. I thought that Natalie was going to be cool with it
Did
because
she
I
did
think
she recoil too?
no, I think she has seen like a lot of like very gruesome stuff.
Oh, that's right. She said it. I couldn't imagine editing stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. She like basically watches that shit like on a daily basis probably or a lot, but yeah.
She's gonna
Yeah.
go crazy. But yeah, I don't want to keep you anymore.
No.
We
Thank you
should
for
link up again in the near
reacting to it.
future.
Definitely, let's do it. I don't know. There's like interesting topics that come up in this sphere. I don't know. You have been inactive, very inactive as well, right, lately?
Yeah, I've had so many reasons that I wasn't able to stream, and right now I'm able to, so I am.
Yeah, yeah. Same. I was like offline for like I don't know 6 months almost.
Oh, can I
And
ask you one thing before you
yeah,
go?
sure,
Is
of course.
is your name like a slur?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
What is it like? Like how bad is it? Is it like N-word bad where you're at?
It's I mean, technically, probably yes.
It's like that.
Technically,
Like
you could put it in the
if
you
somebody
could put
said
it in
your
the
name
same
out loud in your
ballpark.
neighborhood, people would be like, oh, like they gasp and be like, oh
The
shit.
thing is, like it's a little bit this thing with like strong. How do you say it? Like hard R.
Oh, is it like the soft
Uh,
A?
it's like the soft A. And like in my friend group, like also Germans would like you like for example like the actual bad meaning, the actually bad word is I don't know if I can say it. I should be able to say it. That's what I am. But like it's Kanaka. That would be like the hard R. But like
Oh, so
Kanak,
it's like
like in
exactly
my
you just shortened it and made it cool.
yeah, like and no, I didn't do it. Like it's actually how it is being used, like in
Oh, I don't
urban
mean you. I
urban
mean culturally.
yeah, culturally it has been like reduced to like Canex, and even like German people say like yeah, like Canex, and it's not a bad like I don't think
So your
it's
name
bad.
is
Like I would never
like literally, it's like board soft A.
yeah, exactly.
That's so funny.
And the thing is, I didn't think about it that much. I just thought it was funny. Like the board is just because like I don't know, I felt like the board is just because uh
So to you, it means like
I
bored
think like
fellow.
no, I thought like okay, why am I doing this? Like essentially it is because I am bored by like normal life, and I think like I want to have like something that is outside of normal life that is like exciting. Like
Yeah.
normal life is now like I was at a point where I was like okay, normal life is now pretty stable, everything's going good, and now I want basically something that is like beyond like normal life and is like and it's basically coming out of boredom, and also this idea that like philosophy only comes from like a certain amount of boredom that needs to be there in order to like create and do philosophy. So that's why bored. And then Kanek is like just like yeah, I'm just some guy, just like some random Kanek.
Yeah. So it's like a placeholder for fellow in this instance,
Yeah, exactly,
or guy.
exactly. But I think it might create some problems in the future. I hope not. Like
Saxon
it
said
might like
Google Gemini won't say anything about you because it immediately says I can't,
yeah,
like bad word no.
yeah. I didn't think about that.
I was gonna
Actually,
tell you
my friend.
before, your name is so long and not catchy. I was surprised that you
Yeah,
picked it, but now it's so much worse than that. You
and
might get
also like everybody
excluded from like
mispronounces it.
algorithms because of it.
I know, I know, I know. It sucks.
You should
But yeah, now I already
maybe
did
work
it,
on
and
that.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I mean, like, the funny thing is, my best friend, he even warned me. Like, he was like, "Don't you think?" And I'm like, "No one is going to." I was like, "No way, anybody cares." Like, it's not. But
The
yeah,
algorithm
apparently,
might
I don't know.
automatically care.
That's the thing. That's the problem. Yeah, but yeah, what can you do?
I changed my name
What
once.
can you do? Really?
Yeah, I used to be
I
real
don't want to
lady
change my name.
fingers
Like,
because I have lady
I feel like.
fingers. My
Oh,
fingers say
okay,
lady.
okay. Ah,
And I was
okay.
like, "This is a
But
garbage name. Nobody's gonna ever say that. That's not."
I
Uh,
think Eldedrazi is better.
yeah, it's a lot better.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to like. It feels like such a defeat to change your name because of the algorithm. Feels like really bad. Doesn't feel good, and I don't want to do it. I don't know.
All right.
Let's
Well,
see. Let's see how far I can get with that.
all right. Well, it's nice talking to you, buddy.
Same man. Have a good day.
You
Take
too.
care. Bye bye.
Take care. All right, that's it for me. I'm gonna let my pup out, and I got some cleaning to do.